Attraction isn't a choice. Those words, it's taken me about 5 years to land on attraction isn't a choice. To sum up everything that I've learned and kind of put it into a theory. And what attraction isn't a choice means is, if you start talking to a woman and you talk to her and you interact with her long enough that she forms an opinion of you and she doesn't feel attraction for you, then there's nothing you're going to be able to do about it. No amount of whining, talking, convincing, calling, buying her gifts, doing things for her is ever going to be able to convince her to feel attraction, because it's not a choice. She doesn't choose it. On the other hand, if you interact with a woman long enough for her to form an opinion of you and she does feel attraction for you, then there's nothing that she can do about it. No amount of logic, talking to her friends, peer pressure, being convinced by other people is going to do anything about it. Because that attraction is a response to certain things. Okay? And the more it grows, the more powerful it's going to become, to the point where it'll overrule everything. I've seen women do crazy things in their lives, sacrifice all kinds of things to be with men that weren't the best for them. In fact, a lot of times they were abusive guys. Just one after another, I watched, really attractive women that had a lot going for them, get together with jerks, guys that mistreated them. And I said, why? What is going on here? And there was kind of a logical answer for it, and I would say, okay, but something inside of me said it just doesn't quite make sense. It doesn't all add up. It just didn't add up to me, and I looked deeper. I said, what is going on here in these interactions? And so after trying every technique under the sun, things that now I'm kind of embarrassed to even admit that I tried, watching guys do the most incredible things, I've kind of come to this realization that attraction isn't a choice. It's a process that happens at a deeper level. And I'll give you a kind of a little metaphor, and this will be the thing to remember here. When two people meet, when a man and a woman meet, they start communicating. Now, this happens on a lot of levels, and I'm going to talk about a lot of these levels while you're here. And on the surface, if you're watching, it looks like one thing. It looks like regular words is going back and forth, regular communication is happening. But remember that words are only about 7% of your communication, and the body language and voice tone and the meaning and the understanding and the undercurrents are the other 93%. So the more I watched and I looked deeper and deeper into what Moshe Feldenkrais calls the elusive obvious, the more I started to see little things that were different. And all of a sudden I realized, wow, there's something else going on here. There's something deeper. So maybe you see two people interacting and it just looks like a typical conversation. But inside of this, I'm going to say that there's this kind of inner self. There's a part of us that was born speaking a different language. There's a part of us that understands how to receive and send communication on a completely different level. And that's going on underneath all of this stuff that's happening on the surface. And these parts communicate directly with each other. Okay? They bypass language. And in a lot of cases, they bypass a lot of other things. Of course, there's got to be some way to communicate it, but it's a more subtle way. And what I'm going to suggest is that if you can learn this more subtle way and learn how to kind of look deeper into what's going on with women, deeper into their psychology, their behavior, this is nothing to sneeze at, okay? That you will be able to have more success in your life and more happiness in general. So that's where we're going. Does anyone want to learn that? All right. One of the things about this seminar that I want to kind of keep as an understanding is this is about, for me, this is about you getting what you need out of this seminar. This isn't about me getting what I need out of it. I have gotten a lot, there are probably 10 or 15 people in this room right now that I've known for quite a while that I've gotten some incredible wisdom and knowledge from, great generosity and help. And what I want to do here is I want to give that back, okay? This isn't about me saying, I'm the greatest and I know everything. It's about me saying, I've learned a lot of things. I have tried just about everything that you could imagine. I have studied every technique under the sun, and I've really put them to the test. I've gone out and I've tried them. I've worked with other guys that have. And I found that they just didn't work quite right for me. In one way or another, just didn't feel right. Something didn't happen. It didn't work consistently. It didn't feel like there was a kind of a match for me. It didn't feel congruent. So after putting this whole body of knowledge together, kind of quite by accident, I wound up writing a book, and that's become very successful for me. And I decided, well, I'll do a seminar, and there are people in here from all around the world. There are people from Europe, Australia, Canada. Really, they've come in from all over the world. And I want to give that back, okay? So ask me a lot of questions. Question me, put me to the test. Say, how does that work? How does this work? How do you mean that? Okay, don't be afraid. Don't sit there and if you don't have an answer, just sit in desperation. Ask. I don't espouse one particular philosophy and say this is the way. What I say is go learn everything. Go try everything out. Take a little bit of this, take a little bit of that. I can probably save you a lot of time, though, by pointing you in the right direction. So you're going to hear a lot of different things. Some of the things that you're going to hear from me, you might not agree with. Some of the things you're going to hear from some of the guys that I'm going to have here, I don't agree with. But I'm going to let them share their piece. They're going to give what they have to say. They're going to talk about what they do. And I want them to talk about it freely. I want them to share exactly where they're coming from. And I want you to kind of get that feeling so you really believe it. You're going to meet some pretty fantastic people here. You're going to meet some guys that have success with women that, quite frankly, it's unbelievable. Even I can't believe it sometimes. And some of them are my really good friends. We go out and I just watch them and I go, this is unbelievable. It's amazing. I am not the best guy with women that you're going to meet here. Okay? Pretty good, but there will be guys here that can just smoke me if you go out and go pick up women or what have you. So get involved, ask questions, really get in there and realize that this is for you. This is something that I want to do for you. This is something that I want to make happen for you. I want to tell you a little about my story, how I came to this place. About 5 years ago, I had moved down to California. I had moved to San Diego, and I had just broken up with a girlfriend who was psycho. And I met another girlfriend who lived far away, and we had a long-distance relationship, and that was kind of tough. And not too long after I moved down, I had left everything that I had known where I grew up, and I was single, and I had a new job, which then I wound up leaving, and I was just completely alone. I only had a couple of friends that lived where I lived, and I was at home, and I remember having that empty feeling that I would have, like it would be Friday night or Saturday night, and I didn't know what I was going to do. I had no confidence that I could go out and meet a woman. It was a mystery. I felt embarrassed to even go out by myself to try. And I said, there's got to be another way. There has to be something that I can do. And I was out one night with my best friend, Billy back here, who's kind of running audiovisual. And we were out one night and I said, I am going to do something about this. I'm too frustrated. I've got to do something. I've got to get this handled. I'm going to do whatever it takes to make this happen. And when you get to that place where you say, I'm going to do whatever it takes, I'm going to take that leap of faith and I'm going to make a commitment to myself and everyone else, and I am going to do this, that's when a lot of things come together and they change. And I'll talk more about that later. But that was the moment when it really started to happen for me. And I went out and I started reading a lot of books. I went to seminars. I listened to tapes. I got to know some fruitcakes as far as, pickup artists and so forth. I tried all kinds of different things. And again, some of it worked, some of it didn't. It was a little frustrating. But after a long time, I'm kind of one of these people that learn slow. I can watch something happen a bunch of times and I can't quite figure out what's going on, but I'll stick with it and I'll learn it really deep. And then once I've got it, then I really understand it, okay? And so it took me a long time to finally get it, and I went out there and I kept trying things. And there are a couple of guys in here you're going to meet that were very pivotal. Like, I would be doing something, they'd be out with me and we'd be talking, and they'd watch what I was doing, and they'd say, no, that's not right. Or why don't you try this instead? And I got some pretty hard knocks from some of my friends that said, you are just not on base there. And I got a lot of encouragement from others. And through all of this trying, and sometimes I'd be in relationships for a little while, and sometimes I'd date a bunch of women, I got to the point where one day I woke up, it was probably about, 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago, and I realized that feeling that I had was gone. I no longer, would sit home on a Friday night and go, I don't feel like I could go meet somebody. I had the feeling inside of me like, do I want to go out and, if I'm single, do I want to go out and meet 10 women tonight? What do I want to do? And all of a sudden the power shifted. And when that happened, a whole bunch of other things in my life changed too. It kind of reset a whole bunch of kind of different motivations for me. It reset kind of what my feelings were. It got me more focused on other goals that I had in my life. So let me ask you guys, just with a show of hands here, how many of you are here to get this part of your life handled because it will make you feel better and not just because you want to learn how to get laid? Okay, then we are on the same page. And if you want to just learn how to get laid, that's okay too, because we're going to talk about a lot of really interesting techniques that I've learned here. A couple of things about my philosophy that are important. Honesty is important to me, and authenticity, and really being who you are. And it doesn't matter to me who you are. I don't care if you're the quietest, meekest, shyest person and you need to be broken out of that shell. You need encouragement. And I don't care if you're the brashest, harshest, rudest, loudest person. As long as you be yourself, I can deal with you. But what makes me a little nervous is when I talk to people that I feel like they have a little bit of an agenda and they're not being straight with me. Okay? And I can pick that out pretty quickly. So I'm going to ask you while you're here, don't have an agenda. Share it. Talk about it. Be authentic. There's a lot of power in talking about who you really are. So let me give you an overview of what we're going to be talking about here. When I first started, I started learning techniques because I thought that that's what I needed. I wanted to learn the pickup lines. I wanted to know how to walk up to a girl and go, pow, 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 pow. And if she gives me this thing, I want to know how to just like go wham and feed it right back. And I want to be this like pickup line warrior because that seemed to be what needed to happen. Well, once I learned how to talk to women, then I went, oh, wait a minute. You can talk to 1,000 women, but if you don't go anywhere from there, then you're not getting anywhere. So I said, I need to know how to get phone numbers. So I went and I learned how to get phone numbers. And I made it so that I could walk up to a woman, and if she is single, I can just get her phone number in minutes, sometimes in seconds. And then I realized that just being able to get women's phone numbers isn't going to get you anywhere, because a lot of times women will just give you their phone number because they want an ego boost or whatever. It's astounding to me. I love watching guys that don't know anything about this stuff watch another guy get like 3 phone numbers from 3 women over like 10 minutes, and they go, that's impossible. It's impossible. And I say, well, it's amazingly possible, and there it is. But if you got those 3 phone numbers and then you went and tried to call them back, none of them would probably call you because you don't know all the next steps, which is, of course, what I learned. So there's a whole bunch of levels to this, and I learned it from the ground up. I learned inductively by putting all the pieces together of the puzzle, and I didn't have a picture of what it looked like on the cover. And what I'm going to teach here, the way I'm going to teach is we're going to start at the top, at the highest levels. So day 1 here today, we're going back to school, and I'm going to be reading a whole bunch of sections from books that I found very important. I'm going to be talking about everything from evolution and DNA to behavior, animal behavior. We're going to watch videos of octopuses. We're going to be talking about a lot of interesting things that you're going to be going, okay, how does this fit in? But go with me, because at the end of day 1, what I hope is to build a foundation for what's going on, okay? The foundation for what's happening here. So we're going to do that for day 1, and then a little bit of day 2. So about half of this seminar is going to be theory. It's going to be very theoretical. It's going to be very history-oriented and behavior-oriented, and I'm going to talk about a lot of great research that's been done over the last several years. A lot of amazing things have happened over the last several years. Findings, guys that have sit in a bird watching thing for 20 years that have no chance of ever getting laid for their whole life, ever, have written some great books, and I really appreciate them. Anyway, so we'll take advantage of their diligence over today. So I want you to buckle down, and I want you to let all this information go into your heads, okay? One of the problems that sometimes come up is, you look in the workbook and you flip through it and you go, oh, I already know this. Oh, I read that somewhere. Oh, I know this, okay? One of the reasons why we handed out the workbooks a little bit later is I want you to go with me through the workbook, okay? All the slides that I'm going to show you here are in the workbook, except for the ones that are other people's copywritten works. Okay? I feel that it's fair use to be able to share some of the stuff with you up here, but I'm not going to reprint someone else's book in my book. But all the other things that you're going to see in there are things that I either wrote, presentations that I put together, ideas and what have you. And most of the things are in there, and the slides are there so that you can go along and you have them to look for later. I would encourage you to not skip ahead. Don't go read the book tonight and get it all, okay? Just go with me as we go through. And if you want to go back and review what we did, do it. And I'm not saying because it's any kind of secret information. It will just be fresher and better, and we'll all go together. So back to what's going to happen. First half of this seminar from now until the middle of day 2 is going to be a lot of theory. And you're going to need to kind of buckle down. You're going to have to keep your mental alertness going because there are going to be a lot of ideas going in. I'm going to plug them all into each other. Second half of day 2 into day 3 is all about the technique. Okay, we're going to get to, I'm going to teach all of my very favorite ideas for walking up to women and talking to them. I pulled everything out. Okay, and I'm not trying to say this to, psychologically persuade you, but I really did. I went into my computer and I dug through it and I found parts of conversations that I had with women online. I brainstormed, I said, what are my favorite, best things to say to women when I start talking to them? I put them all in there. I put profiles I made, I did summaries of, hand techniques to start conversation with them. I put it all in there, all my very best personal stuff. This is stuff that currently is not anywhere. This is the first time it's going to be really explained to a group or shared. So I really put that in there. You guys are going to get a lot of that stuff. Second half of day 2, day 3. And on day 3, we're going to have the guest experts, the masters, the guys who I have personally witnessed doing things that were stunning, mind-boggling. I'm going to introduce you to some guys that might seem intimidating to you. On day 3, you'll probably meet a couple of guys. These guys have been with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of women, and that's just who they are, okay? Now, that's not who I am, but it's who they are. And it may not be who you are, who you want to be either, but you can learn a lot of things from these guys, okay? Because if there's one thing that really kind of rings true, it's that until you've dated a lot of women, until you've gotten to know a lot of women on that level, and I don't mean just, use them or whatever. I just mean until you have a certain level of experience, until you've known 25, 30, 40, 50 women, you don't get to see how the pieces all go together. And so part of the experience that you'll get is hearing these guys talk about those things. And they're going to share all of their ideas with you. And you're going to learn some really amazing techniques, okay? So stay open. Wait for, the second half of day 2 and day 3 so you can get the instant gratification. Because that's where it is. So that's the kind of the overview here. Okay, we're going to start from the top down. We're going to learn deductively instead of inductively. We're going to take the box cover to the puzzle, and I'm going to give that to you for the first day and a half. And then over the next day and a half, I'm going to give you all the pieces. We're going to flip them over, and we're going to start putting them all into place. And by the end of day 3, what I want is for each of us to have a plan for where we're going, where we're going to, what we're going to do next when we leave here. Specifically, the next steps that we're going to take when we walk out this door. Hopefully you'll take some of those steps at night while you're here. Go out and try a couple of things, meet up with a couple of guys, watch some things happen. So I'll tell you what, just getting to watch someone do this for a little while it's priceless. It's invaluable, okay, getting to see the experience. All right, I made a list here of about 15 things, and this kind of sounds like marketing hucksterishness stuff when I read through it, but this is the stuff these are the statements over the years that I've written down in different ways, okay? And you'll find this as your first slide in your workbook. And these are kind of expressions about how I've felt at different times and the deep, the deep anchors that some people have. So here we go. See if any of you can identify with any of these things. I get nervous when I think it might be time to ask a woman for her number, ask her out, kiss her, etc. I feel like I could lose my chances for anything if I screw up. I don't want to make a mistake. Has anyone ever been there? Yeah? Okay. I'm insecure because I'm not tall, rich, famous, or handsome, and I can't see why a really attractive woman would be interested in me when she has access to those types of guys. Has anybody ever had a thought like that? Yeah. That was a big one for me. I become immobilized and nervous when I see a woman I'd like to meet, and by the time I figure out a good thing to say, she's gone. I become self-conscious and stilted when I'm around a woman or women that I think are attractive. I feel like women have all the power and choice and I have little or none. I don't get women or their interests in fashion and style, and I don't know where to even begin. I have no idea how to tell if a woman likes me or is interested in me. I want to know everything there is to know before I take the risk of approaching a woman I don't know. Anybody here ever want to learn everything there is to know and be a complete master, black belt expert, want to be able to knock them out before they even start? Only you, Dave? Anybody? Nobody else wants to do that? I get self-conscious about my drives and desires, and I feel like I'd be embarrassed if a woman ever found out what I'm really thinking. What you'll be really surprised to find out is that if they find out what you're really thinking, it might actually get them a little bit more turned on than you'd imagine. I don't want to admit that I feel insecure about this area to anyone, and I don't like having to ask for help or talking about it. I wish I could do this myself. Anybody feel like they wish they could do it themselves without having to ask anyone or show their face in public? Trust me, it took me so long to go, okay, I can be, let people know that I'm doing this. I didn't want my family to find out. I didn't want my friends. What about the people when I grew up and people I knew in the past? And you know what's amazing? Every one of them just goes, wow, that's amazing that you would really take the energy to go figure that out. You know why? Because they never had the balls to do it. Okay? I don't know what to do when a woman gets dramatic or upset, but it freaks me out. Anyone ever been in that situation where a woman starts getting upset and starts freaking out and you just don't know what to do? Yeah? I would really love to meet an exceptional woman who doesn't have any hang-ups so we can have a great sex and a great connection, but it just doesn't seem like a woman like that is out there or would be interested in me. This brings up an important point. A lot of the guys that I have met have said, oh, I just want to learn to get laid. I just want to learn to pick up chicks. Well, in my research in the books and in my research in real life and with myself, I figured out that probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 or 90% of the guys out there, given the ideal situation where they found a woman that they really liked, they would actually prefer to have a relationship with one woman. Okay, and I think that that's just fine. I think it's okay to be whoever you want to be. I think if you want to find a great woman and that's all you want, that's great. I've got a girlfriend. I've had a girlfriend for, I don't know, a year and a half. Some of you guys have met her. And I don't talk about that a lot in the kind of public eye because I don't want it to be about me and my life and so forth. I want it to be about sharing with people. And I think that I kind of have an image that if I keep talking about my girlfriend or, if I get married or whatever, my wife, it's going to, change that thing. So that's just a part of my life that I keep separate. But I want you to know that that's okay. And there have been times in my life where I've been dating 5 or 6 women at the same time. That's happened several times when I've been single. And I think it's okay to fit wherever you want to fit, right? I've been to the point where I just want to give up because this seems like it will never work. I'll never be successful with women and I should just accept it. Has anyone ever been there? Anyone ever been down there? You know what's funny is the guys that raise their hands, okay, there were only a few guys that raised their hands, are some of the pros in this room. I just want you to know that. You should have looked. I don't know how to handle high-class, sophisticated women, but I want some. I'd like to date younger or more attractive women, but I have no idea how to go about it. Does that encompass it? Did I miss anything? Is there anything else?
There's a lot more, but that's okay.
Oh, a lot more? Bring a mic. Let's get a couple more. I'm serious. I want to know what you want to know.
Well, they're deep philosophical issues. I mean, there's St. Augustine. There's every movie made shows the woman preferring the devil to the good guy. Should I bonk the devil or should I bonk this hero guy who happens to be my husband? There's tons and tons of social programming and stuff that the women have. But I think that's fine. That's a nutshell. It's a good job.
Sure. Okay. So we're going to talk about Augustine and bonking the devil. Okay. We'll do a little devil bonking section later. Okay. I can appreciate that. As a matter of fact, we are going to hit that topic. We're going to hit the philosophical issues. We're going to deal with the tough things. One of the things that I hope to bring to this is an ethical perspective. Okay. I believe in being straight with people. How does that balance with using a technique? How does that balance with saying something that seems a little bit unusual? How does that balance with if you walk up to a woman and she says this, you say this, and even though what you're saying, the words aren't exactly what you mean or they're not exactly true, how are you still being straight and honest? Well, we're going to get into some of those things. I appreciate the question. Because I think that a lot of us are wrestling with those kind of issues. I think a lot of us are, how do I do this in the right way? What's going on inside of them? What's the bigger perspective? What's the spiritual perspective on this? Anything else?
One of the problems that I've had is if you see or meet a girl in a certain place, whether it's work, church, the gym, a neighbor, you want to go after that, but and I've seen in your online email, don't do work. But I see the same thing with church and the gym and whatnot.
Sure.
So
give me what you want. What do you want out of it? What do you want to leave here with?
Well, it's not so much approaching, but that's part of it. Yes, I can approach a woman in a gym, but if it doesn't work out, then you've got, especially if it's a relatively small group, then you've got 2 people in the gym that may be uncomfortable. So do you approach? Do you not? Is that something? Okay. Is that something that you should just leave it alone? Kind of like the work situation.
Okay. So what you're talking about is we've got a situation where I'm interested in her, but if I go approach her and she's not interested, well, there'll be tension.
Well, either that or if you date. I actually had a situation where a girl came up to me and she said, are you interested? And I said, well, yeah, but
that must have been tough.
Well, I mean, and really, honestly, that's very, very rare. I mean, it's almost never happened to me.
Okay.
But she said, well, are you interested? And I said, well, I might be, but I said, are you, and I'll be honest, I said, are you interested in playing? Or she said, no, I'd like to look at her relationship. And And
Women walk up to you and say, you want to have a relationship? That's awesome.
Well, I mean, anyway, so the thing was, I said, well, I understand what you're saying, that if you're interested in dating, that's great, but if it doesn't work out, that may be uncomfortable. Kind of like the work thing.
It sounds like you're sabotaging just about every success you could have with women. And we will deal with that during the seminar.
Great, thank you.
By the way, I'm the only one that can pick on people here, okay? And it's all for your own good. I understand where you're coming from on that one, by the way. I personally think that it's not a good idea, really, to get unless you're confident about how to handle the situation. There are guys that know how to handle that situation. They don't have any question about what to do. Okay, a couple of the guys that you're going to meet would just say, "Have sex with all of them," and whatever. Okay, that's just, what are you talking about? You got the opportunity, get with it. What do you know, whatever. I mean, I will say, I've had one woman walk up to me and start talking to me and was like interested in me, and it was when I was 17 and I had hair down to here, okay? And she was into the rock star and not into the me, all right? And since then it has not happened, so yeah. That's what we call a high quality problem. What do you do when women walk up and say they want to have a relationship? But I understand your situation, okay? So we'll talk about that a little bit. The short answer is, I think that, if you don't know what to do in a situation, just don't get involved. If it's really like freaking you out, just pass and get on to the next one. A lot of guys get really hung up in situations. They get themselves hung up on, what do I do in this situation, and they miss all the other opportunities. It's like sitting there day trading and you're watching one thing and going, when do I get in, and then like 20 other things pass you by.
That's actually an interesting problem as well, is what do you do looking back? If you had something that didn't work, for a lot of guys it's moving on, right, and not trying to go after the same person that it didn't work out with. And the other is, how do you quickly evaluate an experience and kind of extract from it the information that you need and move on to the next experience?
That's a great question, and we will definitely deal with that. Any other questions?
Hi, Dave. From reading your book, it's clear that being a nice guy doesn't work, and the thing is, how do you overcome your conditioning of being a nice guy if you've been very strongly conditioned in that behavior pattern for a long time?
That's a great question. Anybody ever been there? Okay. Well, I'm going to teach you how to be nice, but not how to be a nice guy. Okay? Because I think you can be nice, but I think that you have to temper it with some other things. For me, I looked around at some of these guys that mistreated women and I said, what the hell is going on? I mean, don't you see what's happening? I can still remember the days, and I know that no one has probably ever done this either, when I talked to a woman who's like, that jerk, he cheated on me, or this happened, or he did that and the other, and I was like, well, don't you see what's going on? You need to leave him, or no, what do you see in him? And anybody ever been there? Okay, or it's the whole, why is it that all these women talk to me about their sex problems that they're having with the jerk, and I've been over here for 4 years in love with them, and I would treat them so well, and okay. So if that's it, any more questions? Anything else we want to address? We're going to start rolling. One more.
You can get into this whenever you want, but I just met a woman who's bisexual, and she's like, well, I really like girls, and I like guys, and I kind of want to be in a relationship with one person, and I'm really nice, but I'm also really a slut, and so
that's another high quality problem to have.
Yeah, it's
that
a very high quality.
That happened to everybody a lot? Okay, go ahead.
So so addressed, but I'm really bored with menage a trois, and so. But what do you think? That girl's cute. As she's holding my hand, that girl's really cute. What do you think? Would you go tell her that I'm interested in her? So can we address bisexual women?
Does anyone want to hear about bisexual women?
Yes, you want to hear about bisexual women.
Well, I'll tell you what. That's a whole nother world. And talk about be careful what you wish for, because that is a whole situation that you've really got to understand if you get into it. As a matter of fact, on day 3, you're going to hear from a couple of guys that we'll have some discussions about that. Yes. How about we'll just give you a yes on that one. Thanks for that, by the way.
Just not knowing what to do in a particular situation, how to start it.
Okay.
If you see a girl in the streets, how to approach her. Basically, if anybody comes and talks to me on the street, I know they want something,
right.
And generally I don't want to talk to them.
Gotcha.
So I assume that if I come up and talk to somebody else, they're going to think the same thing about me.
Okay, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here because most of these things, in one way or another, I've kind of addressed here, but from a different perspective. So I think we're gonna do a little exercise later where I want you to bring up the specifics. Okay, so is there anything else that's like a real big need? Somebody that's really got to have something answered. I can appreciate where you're coming from right there. And what I hear him saying is, how do I get over my own beliefs? How do I stop projecting what I think when people come talk to me onto other people? Because you know what? That's just you. It's not everybody else. Part of the answer is just realizing that if you go talk to 10 women, 8 of them are going to be really like pretty nice and friendly, and the other 2 aren't, and that you can't. There's nothing you can do about that. That's just the way that it is. So we'll overcome that. So let's roll here. Here we go. Attraction isn't a choice. Attraction isn't a process that happens by choice. In other words, a woman doesn't start talking to a man, doesn't start interacting with a man and say, well, let me see here. He's 6'2", so that means he's 5 foot over the average height. He's symmetrical. He has no parasites because his skin is clear. And let's see, he looks like he's about, breeding age. I think I'm going to turn my attraction mechanism on, click, and then they go, and all of a sudden they're into you. Okay? Same thing. Women don't look at men don't look at women and go, okay, let's see. She has the perfect 7.7 hip to waist ratio. She looks like she's 21 years old. She has, childbearing hips and shiny hair and bright eyes, so she's healthy. I think I'm going to feel turned on. As a matter of fact, it happens with men. It happens so fast that there's a network that goes right in through your eyes and it goes right into the part of your brain that gets you sexually turned on before you have a chance to think about it. Okay? And this actually happens kind of instantly for men and for women, but for different reasons. Okay? So here's the definition that I've come up with after years of trying to figure this out. Attraction is nature's way of taking over our minds and bodies just long enough so we mate with someone with good genes. So this kind of sounds like a little bit of a, that we're robots and a behaviorist approach, which I don't think is too far from the truth in a lot of ways. Attraction is nature's way of taking over our minds and bodies just long enough so we mate with someone with good genes. In other words, we can size another person up very, very quickly. Do they have good genes? I'm going to get turned on. Now, men get turned on by good genes that make sexually attractive bodies, because that's how women's sexual ornamentation has evolved. Women, on the other hand, get attracted much more and turned on much more by personality. Okay? They get turned on some by looks. Yes, if you're Brad Pitt, women will get turned on and they will want to have sex with you. If you're a rock star, if you're Metallica, yeah, you come into the shower and there are 7 groupies in there that want to wash you down, your nasty, grubby body every night, and you also get paid $100 million. Okay? But there's something going on deeper down there. The reason that they're doing this is because there's a part of their mind that's taking over and saying, I'm attracted to them for some reason. And if you ask them, women would not be able to explain it typically. So women are genetically asking, will you produce offspring that will be attractive to others and able to survive? If you can communicate that you will produce sexy sons and daughters, then a woman is likely to feel attraction when she interacts with you. This is the sexy sons theory. And it basically says that what females are interested in is, are you going to produce attractive offspring that will be able to produce attractive offspring? It's kind of circular, but then again, we are kind of circular. We have descended from a long group. If you think about it, our ancestors, none of our ancestors ever died without having sex. Every single one of them, all the way back, found someone to mate with them. So, as astounding as it may be for some people, you go, boy, your parents just must not have been attractive. Well, they were attracted to each other long enough to have you. Okay? So, if you think about that all the way back, and if you get into evolution, which I'm going to talk about here, we're talking millions of years and through all kinds of species. And the other thing is, none of them ever died in infancy. They all grew up to the point where they made it to childbearing age or breeding age. And we'll get deeper into that there. So what I think is going on a lot of times is a woman is saying, will you produce sexy offspring? Are your genes good? And there's a way to communicate that with communication rather than just by being handsome or attractive. And because I think a lot of guys, similar to what I think was going on over here, they project their own stuff onto women. They'll get insecure because they think, well, I'm not what I would want if I was a woman, using their male brain. And so they go, just give up. Nah, it would never work. I'm going to show you a different way. Power, dominance, wealth, arrogance, humor, intelligence are all, quote, fitness indicators that say, I have great genes and my offspring will have them too. Okay, who was it? Kissinger said power. Power is the ultimate aphrodisiac. Power. What a lot of guys do, unfortunately, is they walk into a situation and they don't feel like they have any. And so they start communicating with their body language and their voice and their words and their, as soon as they start talking to a woman, instantly, and the woman just, before anything even happens, they just go, you have no power. Because you gave it away before you even started. So all of these things are indicators that say I have great genes, and those are the things that reach deep inside her mind. They go right past all the conscious mind, and they go right in there to that attraction mechanism, and bang, trigger it. Boink, and it happens. And when you learn how to detect it, you can see it happening. You can see when a woman walks up and you start interacting with her, or you start talking to her, or a waitress or whatever, you'll be able to see a different set of body language that happens. So you can do that. Attraction versus seduction. Seduction is the big word in this world, okay? As a matter of fact, there's a book called Seduction that just came out like last year by Robert Greene. Big book, you've seen it probably everywhere. This book is amazing, by the way. Incredible stories. This is just a totally different personality, but he takes all these historical settings and all these stories and he plugs them all into each other. Everyone wants to learn how to seduce women. So let's talk about seduction here. Seduction. The act of seducing, enticing to wrongdoing, specifically the offense of inducing a woman to consent to unlawful sexual intercourse by enticements which overcome her scruples, the wrong or crime of pursuing a woman to surrender her chastity. That's the definition. Go to dictionary.com is where I pulled that down from. Seduction implies tricking, being dishonest, and hiding your motives. Seduction also implies, in my opinion, a scarcity mentality. It implies you lack the confidence that women will feel attracted to you, and therefore you must resort to covert maneuvers. Attraction, on the other hand, is working on yourself and improving yourself to the point where women are magnetically attracted to you. That attraction mechanism gets pushed inside of them very quickly up front. A lot of the techniques that I learned trying to get into seduction pushed women away from me because I think they could feel my energy that I needed something from them, and the more I did it, the more they kind of, got pushed away, and a lot of it was technique, and a lot of them could feel, you can sense when someone's doing something that isn't congruent with who they are. You can kind of pick things up. And women especially, women have like 10 times the ability to interpret body language. They instantly detect when you're doing something that you don't really believe in or something's wrong. And have you ever walked up to a woman and tried doing something that you learned on the internet and had her just look at you like, something's wrong here? And you just, you kind of keep going, you walk away and you go, wait, that was supposed to work. It said on the internet it was supposed to work. How come that line didn't, whatever, this guy said he did it. Well, I think a lot of it happens because at a deeper level we're coming from I must go seduce. Okay, it's that scarcity place of being. I believe each of us was born with an innate, pre-wired, instinctive knowledge of exactly how to make a woman feel attraction. I believe that we came with that wiring, born with it. Culture, religion, social accepted norms, and other mind viruses have programmed us, and we've lost touch with this part of ourselves. Anybody ever watch Discovery Channel or the Learning Channel, and you watch the animals running around and mating with each other? Okay. Do you think that they learned this stuff? Do you think that fish that go through mating sequences learned that on the knee of their dad or something like that? They are born with these things. Okay? They can take animals out of their environment, raise them over here, and all away from everything, and then show them another animal, and they'll know exactly what to do. As a matter of fact, one thing that really astounds me is animals can communicate between species very well. If a lion comes running out and it's roaring, the giraffes and the gazelles and the zebras, they know exactly what's going on. There's no question. They didn't learn to speak any language, and it triggers a part inside of that zebra's head. It just, bang, it happens instantly. Well, would you guys say that we're a little more sophisticated maybe than the animals you see on the Discovery Channel? Some people maybe not, but yeah? Okay, so I think that we all came wired with that. And I think that once you get past all of this bullshit that's on the surface, and you get right down to the essential you, these things that you came programmed with, and you let that out, you can become attractive. You can become very attractive. And finally, those in power and many women would prefer that you forgot this innate ability. It's not in their best interest if you become the master of your own destiny in this area. This is a kind of philosophical issue. Do you think that most people would prefer it if other people had more power than them? Just in general, generally speaking. Would you guys prefer it if everybody else in the world had more power than you? We don't want to feel powerless. We don't feel like feeling average. And I'm going to suggest that I think that 100,000 years ago we were running around in bands of 50 to 100, 150 on the African savannah. And in that setting, which is what we were kind of wired for, everything worked. Okay? Now, obviously, the conditions were a little bit strange back then, and we only lived to be 20 years old, and blah, 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 okay? But everything, we're wired for that kind of a thing. And now that we have things like the internet and the news and newspapers and big cultural groups and millions of people living in places, groups rise to power. Groups get ideas together. There's propaganda, there's religion, there's culture, there's your mom, there's all these different types of things. There's the conflicting interests of men and women, and you see these icons up talking about these different things. I think that in a lot of cases, women would prefer that most men forget this stuff because they want to have the choice over the ones that they want. And if more guys knew how to let that part of them out, then they wouldn't be able to be as selective as they are. So I think there are a lot of things that are going on here that are underneath the surface that wire us for that attraction mechanism. And I'll tell you what, if you try to get to this stuff through the idea of seduction, through seducing and going out there and like, I need to go get that, and you feel that place of lack, you're going to find that it just kind of keeps moving away from you, I think. I think you're going to find that you're trying to do something that doesn't feel right in a lot of cases. Okay? Now, there are exceptions, of course. Don Juan was a seducer. Okay? I know some guys that are seducers. That is who they are. They came wired to do that stuff, and it's very natural for them. It really is. But I think that that's the exception. I think that there's a different side to this whole thing. This is an interesting piece of the puzzle right here. These are some experiences that I had, and I kind of want to just go over this real quick. See, and you'll be able to identify with this. You give compliments, she feels affection. You notice flaws, she's repelled. You act unselfishly, she likes being around you. You act selfishly, she doesn't like being around you. You act humble, she feels attracted to you. You act arrogant, she feels repelled by you. You buy dinners and gifts, she appreciates your originality. You have her cook, she finds you unoriginal. You call often, she calls you often. You don't call often, she doesn't call you often. Okay, there are a few more here. This is the way that I thought the world worked here. This is a little closer to what I've seen happening out in the real world. Yeah? You give compliments, she's repelled. You notice flaws, she feels affection or attraction. You act unselfishly, she doesn't like being around you. You act selfishly, and she likes being around you. You act humble, she feels repelled. You act arrogant, she feels attracted. You buy dinners and gifts, she finds you unoriginal. You have her cook, and she appreciates your originality. These are all real live experiences I've had in my life. Okay, all this stuff right here. Stunned me. I couldn't believe that it would happen. So, things aren't the way they seem. All right? Things are not the way they seem. When you get deep into just about anything, you'll find that things are not the way they seem on the surface. Yes, a few guys that are really handsome, or they get this, they learn it early, or they are fortunate enough to be around a bunch of other guys when they're young that get this, they figure this stuff out, and they go, oh yeah, that's obvious to me. Guys that really get this, I've talked to guys that are really great with women, and I'll show them some of this stuff, and they go, well, duh. They look at guys that don't get it, and they go, he's just faking. He knows what's going on. He's just being a dumbass. Really, like guys that really understand this stuff, it's so obvious to them, but it's only because it's obvious to them. They know what to look for. It's just like any other field of expertise. When you get into it, you learn a whole other different set of things. So, things aren't the way they seem, and I want you to take what you brought here with you and leave it outside. Just put it outside for a little while. And just put your foot in, test the water here, and see if you can just take a whole new way of thinking about this. Maybe if you notice a flaw in a woman, and you tell her right up front when you meet her, maybe you're not being a jerk, maybe you're not being a dumbass. Maybe what you're doing is communicating on a different level, that I know what's really going on here. Maybe you're communicating a whole different thing. Maybe it's not the words, because words are 7%. So take those two things in your mind and implant those. And remember, when you feel, especially if you've been doing this for a long time, when you feel that nice guy reaction and that, just remember the arrow, go, oh, that's going to go like this. Okay? Do this in your mind and go, stop that immediately. Okay, our topic is women in dating. And this is a quick point. The topic is women in dating, meaning we're not going to talk about relationships. I get a lot of relationship questions. I've been in this relationship for 3 years. I'm not going to be talking about that. Not because I think it's wrong, because I think relationships are great. Some relationships in my life have been great. My relationship now is great. But we're going to stick with dating. So do me a favor, keep this in that first 10 dates, first like 45 to 90 day kind of period. We're talking about dating, how to meet women, how to date them. Not because there's anything wrong and because I think that you should just date women, but I think that it's really important that we understand that it's just women in dating. Do you get it? This is an interesting kind of topic because it's very paradoxical. You either get it or you do not. If you don't get what's going on between men and women, if you don't get how things work, if you don't really understand the model underneath, then there's nothing that you can do. You can't, like I said, you can't convince a woman to like you. She will know very quickly whether you get it. Okay? When you start interacting with a woman, the first thing that they're kind of sorting for, that part of their mind back here, is am I dealing with a guy that gets what's going on here? Because if you don't get it, you're probably not likely to produce offspring that do. And especially attractive women, they instantly sort. They sort you out. You get filtered right out if you don't get what's going on. So you either get it or you don't. Here we go. If you think the way to make a woman feel attracted to you is to worship her, become nervous in her presence, and be your average humble wussy, then you don't get it. I'm so stoked that I brought the word wussy back into vogue. Love that. Because it just describes it so perfectly. You know what I'm saying? When I was in grade school, my friends would say, you're a wuss, or a wussy or whatever, and I didn't know what that meant. Well, now I know what it means. Curious, dry feeling in the lower abdomen. You guys, some of you will get that in a couple minutes. So once you actually, once you realize that this happens for specific reasons and you get it, then you have to work on your techniques. You have to learn all of the things. So if you don't get it, if you don't go, I know what the hell's going on here, I totally get it. And when you're sitting down with women and you're interacting with them in the first 5 minutes, if at least 50% of them are not responding and you've got the play going on, you're building that tension, that sexual attraction, then you don't get it. And learning techniques is not going to be the way to get it. What's going to be the way to get it is learning the bigger chunk, going out and watching more guys, seeing how things happen, noticing the details. You have to get it first. See, the paradox is if you don't get it, how can you ever get it? Well, I don't get it. All right? Well, you can get it. Okay? Believe me. I used to not get it at all. That guy right there has watched me, he's watched me get literally probably hundreds of women's phone numbers with his own eyes. And he's seen the process of when I'm getting them, when I don't get it, and I don't know why they won't call me back, and when I do get it, and they're very anxious to meet me in the future. You go through this progression, okay? So don't lose hope. What you just need to do is get it. Okay? This is an interesting concept that I got from Moshe Feldenkrais. It's a concept called the elusive obvious. And this is one of the toughest things that I'm going to try to communicate to you. As a matter of fact, even putting this up here, it was a tough decision for me to actually say, will everyone be able to go with me on this? Will they get what I'm talking about? What if I were to try to tell you that there was a language being spoken all around you on a deeper level, underneath the kind of awareness that you have? What if I was to try to convince you that there was another language being spoken? And you could watch two people speaking it and never know it. Matter of fact, you could have been doing it all your life, watching people interact and never even know that it existed. How could I do that? How could I convince you that this was going on? It's a challenge for me. I think about this every day. How do I help people see something that they don't even believe is there? Or don't know how, they don't have the apparatus to be able to pick it up? Because if you don't understand what the language is, then how are you going to understand what the language is? Right? Again, it's kind of a paradoxical argument. Women are approximately 10 times better at reading subtle cues in body language and at reading people. Women instantly know if they're dealing with a man who gets it, is sexually aware, and understands the subtle dynamics. Did you notice I said women know if they're dealing with a man who is sexually aware? A lot of guys want to hide it. They go, how do I talk to a woman without her knowing that I want her? if you don't start speaking the code immediately, the code stops, the door closes, and with it the opportunity of success. This is a really interesting point right here. If you start dealing with a woman, in the first few seconds, if she just goes, nope, doesn't get it, bang, the door closes, and that level of communication is off limits to you. Yeah?
Dave, what do you mean by sexually aware?
That's a good question. You will get that over the next couple of days. What do I mean by sexually aware? Yeah.
Now, I'm a salesman, and I read body language pretty well when I'm in that setting.
Yep.
You know, I can read voice inflection. I can feel it when somebody's talking to me over the telephone and it's my prospect.
Yep.
But I have a difficulty detecting it in women because I can be out with a friend and he can be like, that girl that's checking you out, and I don't even see it.
Right. That's an interesting point right there. We'll talk some about things like that too. Go ahead. Thanks for asking your question. I need name and where you're from. Name and where you're from.
My name's Johnny. I'm from Las Vegas.
Johnny from Vegas?
Yeah.
You sound like Johnny from Las Vegas. I believe that. Go ahead. So let's continue here. So, how do you search for the elusive obvious? Okay, first you need to know to look for it. Next you need to believe it exists. Next you need to look for patterns. You need to learn what others who look before you have found. You need to look for the profound in the simple. And you need to ask experts who are probably unaware that their insight is anything special and elicit their beliefs, model, perspective, paradigm, etc. Find an expert, a guy that really knows what's going on, and say, why is it that women do this? Why is it that this happens? What's going on here? And they will answer you in a tone of voice that's kind of annoyed because they're going, come on, you know this stuff. Don't you get this? And it'll be profound because to them it's simple. Okay? So I want to ask you guys to look for the elusive obvious. Look for the thing that you're not seeing. Look deeper. How do I know when a woman's checking me out? Do you need to know? I don't know. There's another level to everything, and it just keeps going. It just keeps going deeper and deeper. What I'm going to suggest is, if I walk into a room and there's a woman in there that I want to meet, I don't care if she's checking me out. It's completely irrelevant to me what women think of me. What women think of me is none of my business. Okay? Sure, there's a part of me that responds if a woman shuts me down and, it's a little bit of a thing. But really, I've gotten to the point, I go, why should it matter? It doesn't matter to me. So I would say, make it not matter. If you want to meet her, it's on your terms. Okay, next. Here's the process that a lot of people go through in the learning process. It goes like this. Idealistic, frustrated, defiant. Resigned, aware, decisive, committed. We all start off idealistic with the way we think things are, the way we want them to be, what we want to get out of something. We want it our way. And as soon as we find out that it's not going to be our way, we get a little frustrated, well, but this is the way I thought it would be. I want this out of this. And then we become defiant. You know what? If I can't get what I want, I don't want to have any part of it. Answer my question. Okay, people get defiant when you disturb their idealisms. Next, when you get down here, you go to resigned. And that's where you're frustrated, you're like, but you're sticking with it, and you go, okay. Now when you get to resigned, that's kind of the bridge that crosses you over. And you have two choices when you hit resigned. It's going to happen in this room, this process. You can either surrender and go, okay, I surrender. All right, tell me what you have to say. Let's get into this. Let's get on to the next thing. Or you can be passive-aggressive. Does anyone here know what passive-aggressive is? It's that crossed arm look where it's doubtful, and I'm just going to be here arguing with you with my eyes. And when you try and ask me a question, I'm going to be defiant. I'm just righteous indignance. Anybody ever been righteously indignant and just had to be right and wanted your way? You ever notice that? Righteous indignance, you get yourself challenged, you're like, I'm not giving in just because of the principle of the thing. Well, I'm going to just say resign, surrender to the process, become aware, open your eyes up, start looking around, reset the buttons, become decisive, choose a course of action, and then get committed to it. And commit to doing it for yourself. Do it yourself. Because you know what commitment leads to? Idealism. And it starts all over again. When you become really committed to something, you become idealistic. And that becomes your new trap. You have to constantly overcome these things. You have to constantly get to the new level. Has anyone ever found that you got something you really wanted, thought you wanted all your life, and you got there and you went, what's next? You ever gotten there? Well, that's going to keep happening. So let go of ideals. All right? Here's just kind of a little map that I came together with just to help you kind of think this way. Let go of your ideals. Maybe an ideal is I want to be myself and I want her to like me for me. Well, you know what the real world is? Attractive women are approached often. They must disqualify men fast. Attractive women are approached all the time, okay? In one way or another, it just happens all the time. It's underneath everything that we're thinking, okay? So women are approached all the time. So what to do? Learn and use a few techniques to get past the persona. Just get over that idea of having to be, I just want to be myself. And become something that can be yourself mixed with, I know how to get past this. I want a relationship where we can be equals. Well, you know what? Attractive women are not attracted to men who want to be equals. Attraction is not created by equals. Interesting, huh? So that's a philosophical thing. We'll talk more about that. What to do? Learn how to get and keep control, even if it's a bit of an annoyance. I have some guys go, do you mean you want me to maintain control the whole time? Can't I just like give up once in a while and say, honey, you make the decision. Where do you want to go tonight? And this and that and the other. Well, okay, later on, that's fine. But in these first 10 dates and what I'm talking about in the dating world, no. It's usually not a good idea. You meet an exceptional woman who's really got her act together, and that comes through loud and clear, then you can think about maybe sharing things a little bit, but you still need to maintain control if you want to keep the attraction going. I want to tell her that she's special and that I have feelings for her. Real world, attractive women interpret men who say things like this early on as wusses. What to do? Hold off, lay back, give her the opportunity to see you as different. One of the most popular emails that I get, one of the things that I get all the time is, David, I met this girl and she's really special and we went out on a date and I really like her, and how do I tell her how I feel about her? How do I tell her? And I go, you see, anybody ever read the emails? Whoa, where did I ever say to tell her how you feel about her? Never mind how. Stop that immediately. Lay back, relax. So this is going to happen a lot. You're going to go, but I have this ideal. And I'm going to say, okay, well, what's the real world situation? What's really going on out here instead of in your head? And what are we going to do about it? Okay? Because you're going to have a goal, and then you're going to have the real world. And what we want to do is close the gap between the goal and the real world. You're not going to just step out of it right now and go, oh, no, I'm there, I'm done. We want to close that gap and get you closer to what you want. And the way to do that is to sometimes reassess what's happening out here. What men want and how to get it. You know, Freud said after 25 years of studying psychology or whatever, he said, the only thing he didn't have the answer to is, what do women want? That was Freud. That's where that came from. Freud didn't know what women want, but most men don't know what they want either. Humans are, quote, mostly monogamous. They prefer to mate with one primary partner, but they often have many over their lives and often cheat on their current partner, men and women both. I believe most men would like to meet a wonderful woman who is a compliment to them, sexually satisfying, and enjoy to be around for a long-term relationship. Even though a lot of guys present an image of wanting to be a player for life, most would actually prefer a wonderful woman. Exceptionally attractive, healthy, intelligent, emotionally stable, interesting women are as rare as are exceptional men. So, attractive, really great women are very rare, and you know what? Great guys are too. You're going to have to meet several women before you run into one. That's a big piece right there. If you want to meet an exceptional woman, you're probably going to have to date a lot of women. Okay, several hundred, several thousand, all right? So a lot of guys, well, I just want to meet one nice girl and I want her to like me for who I am. Well, you know what? You're asking for the wrong thing here. It's not going to happen that way. You're not going to just walk out into the world and the most great, she's going to show up in your life. It happens sometimes, of course, just like you win the lottery sometimes and other common events. One of the keys to learning and mastering the material that you're going to learn is to be ready when one of these women actually shows up in your life. When you go and you study martial arts, okay, not that I have, but you study for months and years, and what are you studying for? Well, when people start, they're usually studying because they want to learn how to do all these tricks and whatever. But what you're really studying for is those moments of a couple of minutes when you're going to be in a match. A couple moments. Or maybe you're going to be in a street fight twice in your life, unless you're really belligerent or whatever. But the point is you're practicing for these few little moments. Okay? And so what I'm saying is you need to study and you need to be ready, because the moments don't come along all the time. You might, if you are in a place where you can meet a lot of attractive women, you might get one or two a day. For a lot of guys, they might get one or two a week or one or two a month. But when that exceptional woman shows up, that one that you've really been looking for, if you're not ready, it's over like that. It's gone. And you'll never know. And unless you're able to engage them and you really know how to do this, it'll be gone. So, here's what I want you to do. We're going to do a little exercise here, and then we're going to take a break. What I want you to do is I want you to decide what you really want. Many guys have imaginary ideas that wouldn't actually fulfill them. Sometimes we let society, our social group, others determine. Things that taste good aren't always good for you. So let's talk about deciding what you really want. I want you to decide right now what you really want. I want you also to decide what you don't want. How will you know when you get it? What will it look like for you? And what I want you to do right now is think about this for a minute and think, what do I want? I believe that you want something different than what you have now. I don't think that you're here because you want more of the same. I think that you're here to get something different, to have a different ability, a different skill, to have different results in your life. And I want to know what that is. And as soon as you figure it out, then I want you to write down a little scenario. I'm going to take about 5 minutes, and I want you to write down a little scenario of something that happens. You might walk into a bar, and you might see a woman, and you might walk up to her, and it's on, and you feel that chemistry, and you get her phone number, and you walk away, and you go, yeah, that's it. It might be you walk into a bar, and you see a woman, and she leaves with you 10 minutes later. Okay? That might be where you're coming from. It might be that you can sit at home and meet women by remote control. We'll talk about doing that later. You heard that laugh of that knowing laugh. What is it? What do you want? I want you to take all of your social programming and just put it outside. I don't care what you want. If you want to have 10 girlfriends, or if you want to have a harem, or you want to have, a 4'11", Filipino mixed with black and Asian and whatever girl that, whatever. You want to meet old women that are 70 years old? I don't care what it is. You want to meet young women? Just put it all outside, and I want to know what you really want. And then I want you to write a little scenario of it happening. Okay? So we're going to take 5 minutes, and we are going to do that. Now.
I'm David. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Thanks, David.
What I wrote down, what I want, I'd like to meet like a super hot chick. Super hot. A chick that's really cool, kind of down to earth. She looks good. She smells good. Is very smart. And kind of my last line, and is not a wussy chick. I don't want her to put up, I want her to kind of give back as much as I give to her.
Gotcha.
Not just going, okay, whatever. I want
Gotcha.
someone that's going to stand up a little bit and not just, go, okay, whatever you want, because she's just doing it to be passive.
Gotcha.
Someone that, says, no, I don't want that. Here's why. It's, you got to have that, because if you dominate over someone, it's just going to go downhill. Also on the other range would be I'd like to date a lot. I want to be in more control of those relationships, and then eventually develop a relationship that I feel in control of, and I'm not feeling that I'm leaving it just a chance, that I feel that I have the tools, the skills to see if something's going one way, to bring it back the other way, or direct it in the way that I want it to go, and not just go, well, what am I doing? I want to be able to be awake to what's happening in these dating relationship scenarios, so when I see something, I know how to react to it, and not just go, well, what the hell happened? And, just scratch my head. What I don't want is, I kind of didn't write much down there, but I don't want to be a wuss, but I want to be in control. And then how the scenario will play out is I want to be ready for whenever it's going to happen, because you don't know when it's really going to happen. Kind of like you said in that last paragraph a couple slides ago, it's going to just appear, and it's either you're going to react and you'll take control, or it's going to just be gone. So there's probably tons of opportunities that are out there right now that are going to come to me. Maybe have already passed me, but you got to be able to have the skills and the tools to react to that, and then move on.
Excellent. Let's give him a round of applause. Who's next? Yep. We'll do 3.
Jonathan, Hollywood.
Hollywood here?
Yeah.
Nice.
I actually wrote like a real vignette type thing.
Go ahead.
So I'm spinning down-tempo drum and bass at a small after hours, and I make eye contact with a cute Asian raver girl who's on the dance floor, and with a smoking hot black girl who's train spotting. After my set, I approach them both, tell one I enjoyed her dancing, tell the other, ask the other if she's interested in spinning, get their numbers, maybe take one of them home, call the other one the next weekend. And I can see them around in the scene again, but I don't have to take them out again. It's clear from the start that if they want to have some kind of connection with me, it's just going to be sexual, that there's not going to be a full-on relationship between us. I've been in long-term relationships the last 8 years, and I'm sick of it. So.
I think you've been in long-term relationships with the wrong person for the last 8 years, and you're sick of that. Round of applause, please. That was great. Okay, one more.
Hi, I'm Dean from BC, Canada.
Welcome, Dean.
Nate?
Thanks for being here.
Thanks. Okay, what do I really want? I want to have the confidence and ability to approach any woman I want to. I want her to know that I'm in total control of my actions and feelings. I want to be able to choose whether or not I'm interested in taking our interaction to any level that I desire, friendship or dating or whatever, and I want to have fun doing it. Scenario, I see a woman at a store or whatever, I say something offhand, make her laugh. If she's interesting, I get her number, we date, we have a fun relationship. What I don't want is what I've been doing for the last 10 years. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks.
Okay, well, we won't ask what that is. Okay, exercise number 2. We are going to start turning our attitudes around and doing something different with our thinking. We're going to turn fears and frustrations into how questions. It's very common for people to become obstacle-minded and to talk themselves in ways that make obstacles bigger. Never use your mind to creatively imagine or figure out why you won't succeed or to put limitations in your way. If you're going to doubt or question anything, question your own limitations. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to write down your top 3 fears and frustrations. We're going to turn them into the future positive challenge questions beginning with the word how. How do I? How can I? How to? Where I'm going with this is I've known a lot of people, really smart people, that take their really creative, incredibly smart, brilliant mind and they use it to create limitations for themselves. And for those of you who have studied the mind, you understand how the unconscious mind works. What happens is you ask your unconscious mind a question, it starts giving you answers. Your unconscious mind doesn't care what the question is, it just starts handing you responses and it starts giving you answers. So if you say, why am I such a screw up? Your unconscious mind will start giving you all the reasons why you're such a screw up, and then you have proof. So if you're negative, your mind will think negatively. On the other hand, if you're positive, if you ask constructive questions, your mind will automatically start coming up with constructive, positive answers. So we're going to go through an exercise right here. Today I'm going to teach you several exercises that are going to help change the way you think inside of your own mind. And this is for you. So here's what happens. Who's got a fear of frustration around? Just go ahead and yell it out.
Just frustration with meeting women.
Frustration with meeting women. Okay, so how can you turn frustration with meeting women into a how question?
How can I overcome my frustration?
Well, how can I meet women?
With meeting women, right?
Yeah, how do I meet women?
Sure.
Because if you're thinking about the frustration, then your mind's going to be working on frustration, and you're going to be thinking about frustration. And overcoming frustration, there isn't an opposite to frustration. It's just that there isn't any. All right? So if you learn how to meet women, then it'll automatically take care of it, right? So take your mind off of that. So frustration becomes how to meet women. If you had this handled, it would handle that. Okay, give me another one. Frustration.
I was going to say I had a fear.
What's your fear?
When I go to approach, usually it's a group of women.
Okay.
And I have a specific interest in one. I always get paranoid that they're laughing at me when I turn around.
Okay.
So that's the fear.
Okay, so the fear is that the women are laughing at you when you turn around.
Yeah.
Okay. So give me a how question.
How can I inspire awe and respect in the women that I meet?
How can I inspire awe and respect? Okay. And I'm going to even suggest, who cares what they awe or respect? Because that's their business. Go ahead.
How can I walk away happy and glad?
How can I walk away happy and glad?
After interactions with groups of women.
Okay, that's interesting. Can you feel the difference between thinking, I'm afraid of this, to how do I do this? As soon as you ask the question how, your mind starts going, oh, I can think of a couple of ways to do that. But if you're not, you have this like map of the world that just isn't complete, and you're not getting out there and making things happen. Greg.
How about the question, how do I make meeting women fun and relaxing?
So that's a great question. So when you say, why am I afraid, a lot of people ask questions like, why am I afraid of women, getting upset? Or I'm afraid that women are going to get upset and, or, laugh at me behind my back. Instead, if you just say in your mind, how do I leave women with leave with a feeling, just feeling great? How do I leave with that success? Your mind will come up with a couple of ways. Next, what's another one? Fear or frustration?
Making a fool of yourself or feeling stupid or doing things that are really sort of dumb.
Okay, give me an example of something that you do that might make you feel stupid or dumb. Answering the question,
answering this question.
Answering this question? Is there a situation where you might feel stupid or dumb? Trust me, everybody else has been there.
Yeah. Nothing comes to my mind. Talking to women about things they have no clue what it's about. Or when you start to talk with a woman and then you start to talk about things that they just simply don't understand or don't get.
Okay, so how can you turn that into a how question? Positive, looking for a solution.
How do I avoid feelings? How do I avoid doing stupid things or saying stupid things?
So a couple of you can probably hear where this is going here. How do I avoid stupid things? So he's still focused on the negative, still focused on getting away from what he doesn't want rather than towards what he does want.
Yes,
I'm going to say...
How to say cool things.
Okay, there you go. So I'm going to say respectfully that what you might have going on is you might have a focus on the negative. You might put up big pictures of the negative and think negative things, and when you think of how to get what you want, what you think is, how do I get away from that? Rather than just taking all that and putting it over here and going, what do I want? And let's go straight there. And when those things come up for you that are programmed or you just feel that just happened to you, instead of going, how do I get past that? You just go, okay, it's okay. And you just set that aside and you get back on, how do I get what I want? Okay? Because it's okay. I mean, there are magazines, what is it, The Skeptic, and there are all these kind of realistic thinking groups, and I've read a lot of this stuff on the internet. And yeah, it's a good idea to be, skeptical of things. It's a good idea to not buy into things in the short term, okay? But for the long term of your life, it's much better to be optimistic. It's much better to be positive in the bigger frame of things and to get yourself and your mind always thinking, how do I get what I want, not how do I avoid what I don't want. Okay, so I want you to write down right now your top 3 fears or frustrations. Top 3 fears or frustrations. And as soon as you're done, I want you to turn to the person next to you, and I want you to say, here's my fear or frustration, and then here's a how question. And I want you to coach each other. So what I want you to do is I want you to right now retool your brain, retool your thinking, go from fears and frustrations to how-to questions, and get your mind to naturally do that. Oh, I'm afraid of that girl. Oh, gosh, I don't know what to do. And then stop. Go, wait. How can I approach that woman and leave with her phone number? And you'll get a much better answer. Who's had a partner that had a really good fear of frustration that was able to rework it into a really great how question? Who had a partner and they want to volunteer their partner? The partner has to agree that it's okay. You okay being volunteered? I'll take that as a yes. Give us the fear of frustration that you had. What was your fear of frustration?
Feelings of anxiety.
Anxiety. And what's your how question?
How do I overcome this anxiety?
Okay. How do I overcome the anxiety? And I'm going to say, what you really want to do is figure out what you want and take anxiety out of the picture completely. What do you want?
I want to say hi.
You want to say hi. How do I say hi?
By just saying so. Hi.
Yeah, is what you really want. And we want to get anxiety right out of the picture. The how question is, how do I say hi?
How do I say hi?
There you go. Okay. Next. Who else? Who had a good partner that is willing to be volunteered? Look at each other and go, yeah? Somebody over here? This group. We haven't heard from this quiet guys.
Oftentimes when an interaction ends, I don't know, and I don't get a call back, I don't know why. And that's a frustration.
Interaction ends.
Interaction ends.
Don't get a call back. That's frustration. Okay, what's a how question?
How question is, how can I make women want and need to continue an interaction with me?
Okay. Do you get email?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You said call.
Right.
I hear that, because that's a big one.
Right.
That's a great question. Okay. Who else? Fear of frustration? Can you stand up, please, sir?
Yeah, I'm Johnny from Vegas.
The room is with you.
Everybody knows that by now, right? Okay. All right. I'm going to wind up stuck with an unhealthy, unattractive woman.
How?
And my new empowering question was, how am I going to find a healthy, attractive woman?
Okay. I hear some clapping. We get some clapping for that. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use my psychic tentacles and I'm going to reach in there and I'm going to say, how can you be the kind of guy that will attract that kind of a woman? How can you become that kind of person? How can you get yourself to that level where an attractive, healthy woman will want to be around you, and you will keep the relationship happy and healthy yourself? Okay? Because you have a lot of power here. And in that question, sometimes we give the power up and we give it to someone else to have that power. You want to put it inside of you, because that's where it really is. Okay, so that's great. So does everyone understand what I'm trying to do here, what we're trying to get accomplished? Get your mind thinking, how do I get what I want? Not how do I get what I don't want or not get what I don't want. That's how people achieve things. That's how you accomplish things. You get onto that mindset. I'm going to take us all the way back now. We're going to start at the top. I've spent the last about year reading a whole bunch of books about evolution, ethology, which is animal behavior, the different ways people think, and really getting deep into this stuff because I really wanted to figure out what was going on. And I certainly wish I would have started with this about 5 years ago. So I'm going to do a lot of reading. A lot of the things I'm going to read are not listed in your manual there, but if you turn to the very last page of your book, maybe second to last page, you'll see suggested reading list. That's where the list is that I know everybody that has read Double Your Dating wants. That's a great list of books. I've got most of them up here. I'll pick them up and show you. You're going to be hearing excerpts from these books, and the ones that I'm going to be reading are not listed in your manual because I'm not going to reprint that much of someone else's stuff. So let's talk about what happens here. To understand women, dating, attraction, relationship dynamics, you must first learn how and why they evolved. Now, I respect whatever religion you have. I respect your spiritual beliefs. Wherever you're coming from is fine. I don't want to challenge those and say, no, it's got to be this way. But I think that most people at some level believe that however things started, that there was evolution. Evolution played a part in this whole thing, okay? And different animals and different beings have been around for quite a while, and we've evolved during time. So I'm going to take that perspective and just, see if it's a fit. Just, kind of go inside and just, take up this mindset for a little while. So there are a few levels to look at. DNA and evolution, brain and mind, emotions and hormones, instincts and programming, and behavior. This is kind of where I've broken it down. So here are kind of the levels to DNA, evolution, and genes that we're going to cover here. There are a whole bunch more, and I would encourage you guys to read some of these incredible books. They're just fascinating, and they will open your mind up tremendously. Replicators. I'll talk about Richard Dawkins, and he wrote a book called The Selfish Gene, and what he basically says is, at one point, something evolved that was a replicator, and it was able to replicate itself. And from that and mutations, all of these different replications kept building bodies bigger and bigger, more and more powerful to live out in this world, and these replicators have evolved and created us, okay, over time. It's a big thought. Adaptation and selection. Darwin came along and said, hi, evolution happened, and everyone freaked out and said, no, it's impossible, And now we've got the, the Darwin fish on the bumpers and all this kind of argument going on. Whatever. The point is that when people think of natural selection, they think the words survival of the fittest. People just lump that because they've heard it so many times, survival of the fittest. But what Darwin actually talked about was a couple of contexts. He talked about adaptation and selection. Adaptation is the survival of the fittest, where, if you got into a cold climate and you were an animal and you didn't grow hair, then you died. And if you did grow hair, then your babies grew more hair, and the one that had the most hair, lived the longest and was the sexiest and whatever. Well, that is, the sexiest part comes into sexual selection. Selection is the other side of this whole argument. It's adaptation and selection. And what selection says is that just as powerfully we evolved because the opposite sex found the opposite sex attractive, and they selected them based on certain traits. And the traits that were the sexiest, the ornamentations that were the things that were the most attractive, were the ones that got selected the most. And in a lot of cases, we have what is called the runaway process, where a female will select a male for a certain thing, and then it'll be exaggerated in some of the children, and then that male will get to mate with a whole bunch of females because he has the most attractive one of those, and then we get things like peacock's tails and other things like that. Sex is a gene mixing mechanism. You know that when a man creates his 500 million sperm or whatever he creates a day, some ridiculous number, that inside of every one of those, every one of them is unique. And what happens is your your DNA, the chromosomes, the whole thing spontaneously comes apart, and half of it goes and makes a sperm. They cut in half spontaneously, and they make all of these unique sperm. And the same thing with a woman. Every egg is unique, and it creates half of the DNA so that they can mix. And the idea is sex is a gene mixing mechanism, is so that different mutations can, it's all the same genes, but different combinations can arise, and they can be resistant to the things that they need to be resistant against. And, you know, by accident, some of them wind up evolving and becoming more sexually successful and so forth. So sex is really a gene mixing mechanism, and there's a lot of depth to this. Fitness indicators. I talked about sexual selection. Well, females show up and they go, I want this male, and if he has this particular thing and it's exactly like the best one, well, I'll mate with him. And in a lot of species, a lot of animals, one male will mate with 85% of the females in the area, and the other 25 males will mate with one or mostly none. There's a lot of this, you know, disparity happens all over the place. Well, you know what happens in humans a lot too. I know guys that have had sex with 500, 1,000 plus women. I also know guys that have had sex with a couple of women. Okay? Unfortunately, for most guys that have only had sex with a couple of women or no women, they're going to go their whole life that way. Okay? The average man, I've read different statistics, but is with about 6 women over his entire life. That's on average. Well, the guy that had sex with 1,000 women, he's got to average a lot of nuns to get to 6. Somebody already figured this out. Well, there's a lot of guys out there that had no sex for him to be able to have sex with 1,000. The guy that has sex with none, you know, won't know what happens. So what happens here is that guy has something about him that causes him to be sexually attractive and for women to select him. I'm going to say those are fitness indicators or ornamentation. Okay? And in humans, ornamentation can be art, language, communication, all kinds of things, much deeper. The 3 kind of biggest influences that I've had on me are probably these ideas of the mating mind, the Red Queen, and sperm wars. And those are 3 books that are in the back of your book there. The Mating Mind is Jeffrey Miller, the Red Queen is Matt Ridley, and Sperm Wars is Robin Baker, who is a complete freak show. And the Mating Mind basically says that our brains evolved as sexual ornamentation. That there really is no way of explaining our high intelligence. When you look at what it takes to survive out there, it doesn't take the intelligence that we have. And that what our minds evolved for is to attract the opposite sex. Language, art, music, humor, all of these things are sexual ornamentation that has gone on the inside. It's gone to a much higher level. And then we also have our brains to be able to detect what's going on inside of the mind of another. Just like, you know, if you follow the evolution line of thinking, we all evolved from creatures that lived in the sea originally, and we got up on land, and now our blood is salty, that we carry the ocean around inside of us and we breathe in. Something else is going on there. This is the same kind of thinking. The ornamentation has gone inside. Whoa. The Red Queen, this is Matt Ridley's book. This is an astounding book. And what he talks about is as soon as one member of the opposite sex or one species or whatever gets an advantage, as soon as they gain an advantage, they figure out something that makes them an advantage, that someone else figures out the counter. Just like this whole thing's going back and forth with, well, you know, now they're making CDs that won't play in computers. Well, there's somewhere on the internet you can go download the fix for that right now. But the point is that the Red Queen is a character in Alice in Wonderland, and she runs, and the faster she runs, the faster the landscape keeps going to catch up with her. And it's this illusion that happens, you know, and a lot of us get that feeling. No matter how hard we try, there's always somebody there that's trying harder. And then sperm wars. This is an intense topic, and what they're realizing now is that sperm are not created primarily to inseminate eggs. That sperm are primarily created to fight other sperm. Most of the sperm that you create are not created to inseminate eggs, they're created to fight other sperm. They're created to do battle. And that the battle was won inside of the female mammal for millions of years, because female mammals usually mate with more than one male. So that's where the battle takes place. And that's shaped a lot of different things. Our drives, preferences, bodies, innermost desires evolved to better pass on genes. And again, I don't want to, sound like this is too much of my philosophy, but I'm going to go with this idea a little bit here, and hopefully it can liberate you. All right, so let's rock and roll. The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins. At some point in a particularly remarkable molecule was formed by accident. We'll call it the replicator. It may not necessarily have been the biggest or the most complex molecule around, but it had the extraordinary property of being able to make copies of itself. This may seem a very unlikely sort of accident to happen, so it was. It was exceedingly improbable. In the lifetime of a man, things that are that improbable can be treated for purposes as impossible. That is why you will never win a big prize in the football pools, but in our human estimates of what is probable and what is not, we are not used to dealing in hundreds of millions of years. If you filled in pools coupons every week for 100 million years, you would likely win several jackpots. Page 15. Was there to be any end to the gradual improvement in the techniques and artifices used by the replicators to ensure their own continuation in the world? There would be plenty of time for improvement. What weird engines of self-preservation would the millennia bring forth? 4,000 million years on, what was to be the fate of the ancient replicators? They did not die out, for they are past masters of the survival arts. But do not look for them floating loose in the sea. They gave up that cavalier freedom long ago. Now they swarm in huge colonies, safe inside gigantic lumbering robots, sealed off from the outside world, communicating with it by tortuous indirect routes, manipulating it by remote control. They are in you and me. They created us body and mind, and their preservation is the ultimate rationale for our existence. They have come a long way, those replicators. Now they go by the name of genes, and we are their survival machines. This from The Origins of Virtue by Matt Ridley, another book by the guy that wrote The Red Queen. Like Copernicus and Darwin, Williams and Hamilton dealt a humiliating blow to the human self-importance. These are guys that originally came up with this theory. Not only was the human being just another animal, but it was also the disposable plaything and tool of a committee of self-interested genes. Hamilton himself recalls the moment when it dawned upon him that his body and his genome were more like a society than a machine. There had come the realization that the genome wasn't the monolithic data bank plus executive team devoted to one project, keeping oneself alive, having babies, that I had hitherto imagined it to be. Instead, it was beginning to seem more a company boardroom, a theater for power struggle of egotists and factions. I was an ambassador ordered abroad by some fragile coalition, a bearer of conflicting orders from the uneasy masters of a divided empire. Richard Dawkins, coming upon the same idea as a young scientist, was equally stunned. We are survival machines, robot vehicles blindly programmed to preserve the selfish molecule known as genes. This is a truth which still fills me with astonishment. Though I have known it for years, I never seem to get fully used to it. Back to the rock and roll part. The economics of sex. Why are women so damn choosy and men want to have sex with anything, even sheep? Really tripped me out one time when I walked into an adult bookstore and they had a blow-up sheep doll. I was like, you can't even pick up sheep? I couldn't believe it. I was astounded. I was so traumatized I had to leave. They really exist. I didn't buy one, though. So here's the deal. Women can only create one egg per month and only during limited fertile years of life. A man can create literally hundreds of millions of sperm per day. Women behave like eggs, men behave like sperm. For a woman, she needs to choose who she mates with and who she forms long-term relationships carefully because she's very likely to be left with the entire responsibility of rearing a child. A man, on the other hand, can father as many children as is physically allowable. The record children for one man is 888. The record for one woman is 69. And that was in a whole bunch of like triplets and twins and so forth. And this 888, I mean, there were guys that lived, a couple thousand years ago that had concubines, 15, 20,000 of them. So that's probably very conservative. That's just the documented one. It follows that women will be far more selective about who they choose to mate with, and they are. Sex is a very economic game. A woman creates one egg per month during the fertile years of her life and when she's not pregnant. Okay? So it's a very limited number. It's a very scarce resource. Eggs are big. They create a lot of energy. If she gets pregnant, she's going to expend massive energy. Literally risk her life. Okay? Human babies, especially a couple thousand years ago, 10,000, 20,000, death was often the result of having a child. Okay? It used to happen in, 1 in 20 times or something like that. The mother and baby would die before they came up with C-sections and the like. So males, on the other hand, we create hundreds of millions of sperm. We can have sex. I mean, there are guys that have sex many times a day. I mean, I've heard about some guys that are just nymphomaniacs. They have to have sex all day long. And they can just keep producing. And if you read Sperm Wars by Robin Baker, that book is, again, like I said, a freak show. That book will freak you out at all the things that go on behind the scenes. So the economics of sex are, women are a scarce resource and they're eggs. That's the way they behave. Men, doesn't matter. Shoot out 500 million sperm, You got 500 million more. A couple minutes later, you're ready to go. So just remember that that has evolved over millions of years, that process. And if females weren't choosy and very, very choosy and selected males based on different things that guaranteed that they would have more successful offspring, we wouldn't be here right now, and we wouldn't be so smart, and we wouldn't be so great. So thank all your great grandmas for choosing such great, smart guys. If you're dumb, blame them too. Sperm wars. Our sexual behavior has been programmed and shaped by evolutionary forces that acted on our ancestors to make them who they were and that still act on us today. The main thrust of these forces is, however, directed at our bodies, not our consciousness. Though our bodies use our brains to manipulate us into behaving in a way dictated by this programming. Remember that. Bodies use the brains to manipulate us into behaving. The central force that directed this programming, I shall argue, was the risk of sperm warfare. Whenever a woman's body contains sperm from 2 or more men at the same time, the sperm from those men compete for the prize of fertilizing her egg. The way these sperm compete is akin to warfare. One of the important surprises yielded by recent studies is that very few, less than 1% of the sperm in a human ejaculate, are elite egg getters, the fertile sperm. The remainder, once thought to be simply defective egg getters, we now know to be infertile by design, kamikaze sperm whose function has nothing to do with fertilization as such, but everything to do with preventing sperm from another man from fertilizing the egg. When they look at sperm, they've got all these different, some have 2 heads, some have barbed heads, some have these other kinds of heads, and if you see the pictures, they attack each other. It's unbelievable. Thus, a good part of the sexual behavior of a male, even one who has never consciously doubted his partner's fidelity, is driven by the need either to prevent the woman from exposing his sperm to competition, or, failing that, to give his sperm the best chance of winning that competition. And a good part of the sexual behavior of a female, again, even one who has no rational reason to distrust her long-term partner or to cheat on him herself, is driven at least in part by an urge to outmaneuver her partner and other males, or to influence which male's sperm will have the best chance of succeeding in any competition she promotes. This book is... Did I mention it was a freak show? Why? Because disturbing as this observation may be, past evolutionary imperatives have dictated that a female who promotes competition may better the chances of her offspring having good genes. Do you guys get what I'm saying? If a woman lets 2 different men's sperm compete, they'll fight themselves out and figure out who should win. Worldwide, it has been calculated from studies of blood groups that about 10% of children are in fact not sired by the men who they think are their fathers. This is also the average level found in Western industrial societies. All figures for non-paternity are of the proportion of children actually born. The non-paternity level for children conceived is even higher. This is because a woman is more likely to abort a child conceived via a man other than her long-term partner. Almost certainly this happens primarily when her partner either knows or has a good chance of finding out that he is not the real father. The abortion is an attempt by the woman to avoid the costs of infidelity. Do you guys know what that means? 10% of the people running around on this planet, their dad isn't who they think it is. Most likely 10% of the people in this room, their dad isn't who they think it is. Let's go deeper into the rabbit hole. An intercourse orgasm permits her to retain far more sperm than intercourse without orgasm. As a rough guide, she retains 50 to 90% of sperm if she has a climax during intercourse, compared with 0 to 50% if she does not. You with that? In Great Britain, the average frequency of nocturnal and masturbatory orgasms for women during phases of fidelity is just under 1 per week. During phases of infidelity, the rate increases to about every other day. These orgasms occur most often when women anticipate that their next intercourse will be with their partner. When they anticipate it will be with their lover, they occur less often. Women also change their likelihood of having an intercourse orgasm during infidelity. On average, they are more likely to climax during or after intercourse with a lover, 33%, than they are during or after intercourse with their partner. Thus, a lover's army receives assistance in entering the battlefield more often than does a partner's. These differences mean that on whole, not only does a partner incur a stronger filter than a lover, but he also is less likely to receive help by bypassing that filter. On average, the advantage enjoyed by a lover in sperm warfare is relatively large. When a woman is not being unfaithful, she helps her partner to place a large sperm army inside her on 55% of the occasions. When she's being unfaithful, she helps him only 38% of the time, but helps her lover on 65% of her occasions, nearly twice as often. From The Dangerous Passion by David Buss. Women's attraction to lovers has another mysterious ingredient, the puzzle of concealed ovulation. Unlike chimpanzees, women's genitals do not become engorged when they ovulate. women have what's called lost estrus and engage in sex through their ovulatory cycle. Conventional scientific wisdom has declared that a woman's ovulation is cryptic, concealed even from the woman herself, but have the urges associated with ovulation totally vanished. In the most extensive study of ovulation and women's sexuality, several thousand married women were asked to record their sexual desires every day for a period of 24 months. The methods were crude but straightforward. Women simply placed an X on the recording sheet on each day they experienced sexual desire. Basal body temperature was recorded to determine the phase of the menstrual cycle. These thousands of data points yielded a startling pattern. On the first day of a woman's period, practically no women reported experiencing sexual desire. The numbers rose dramatically over the ovarian cycle, peaking precisely at the point of maximum fertility, and then declining rapidly during the luteal phase after ovulation. Women, of course, can experience sexual desire at any phase of their cycle. Nonetheless, they are 5 times more likely to experience sexual desire when they are ovulating than when they are not. You guys get that? Women cannot tell you when they're ovulating, and yet they are 5 times as horny. Women sometimes act on their passions. A recent survey of 1,152 women, many of whom were having affairs, revealed a startling finding. Women who stray tend to time their sexual liaisons with their affair partners to coincide with the peak of their sexual desire when they are most likely to conceive. Sex with husbands, in sharp contrast, is more likely to occur when women are not ovulating, a strategy that may be aimed at keeping a man rather than conceiving with him. None of this is conscious, of course. Women do not think, I'll try to time sex with my affair partner when I'm ovulating so I'll bear his children and not my husband's. Psychologically, women simply experience sexual desire more when they are ovulating, and if they have an affair partner, have urges to have sex with him during this phase. Ovulation may seem concealed to outside observers, but women appear to act on the impulses that spring from it. And when that desire for men other than their husbands occurs, it's difficult for most men to tell when their mates are straying or may be likely to stray. I call this the signal detection problem. Does that blow anybody's minds, what I just read? Now, I don't mean to badmouth women or say that they're bad or anything like that. I just want you guys to understand what's going on, what the game is here. Okay, the studies of 1,152 married couples or whatever, this takes a long time to do. It takes real dedicated people. And it's only been recently that this stuff has come out. If you read these books, Sperm Wars by Robin Baker, The Mating Mind by Jeffrey Miller, The Selfish Gene, Richard Dawkins, The Dangerous Passion, David Buss. This is a book about how jealousy evolved and where I read that last little quote from. These books they're filled with these kind of data, all kinds of studies that you wouldn't imagine. I'm just scratching the surface here. What I'm trying to communicate is 2 things. Things are not the way they seem. And if you ask a woman how things are, she can't tell you because a lot of this stuff happens at an unconscious level. Our bodies are taking control over our minds to get what they want most of the time. But because of the way we think, we go, oh no, I did that, I wanted to do that. That was my choice. We're going to jump up a whole evolutionary step now. We're going to go to the brain. Is anyone familiar with the triune brain theory? No? Okay, this is fantastic. A guy named Paul MacLean came around the middle of the last century, and he said, our brain is not one brain, but it's 3 brains, that they've grown on top of each other. That what happened is the first reptiles evolved, and they have this right at the top of the spinal cord, this little brain stem, and it evolved. And if you ever watch reptiles operate, they have, eat, kill, protect territory, mate. Like that's what's going on. And they've got a, tough autonomic nervous system. They can fight anything. Okay, that's the reptilian part of the brain. Over the top of that grew what's called the mammalian brain. And that's the largest part of our brain. That's the emotional brain. And that's what mammals have. That's the tail wagging part, the part that makes you feel all the emotions. You have an emotion up here, but you feel it down here. Very interesting implications. And then we have the logical thinking part of the brain, or the neocortex. The top, outer part of the brain, and then the thin, dense fibers that run over the outside. And this is where the thinking occurs. Each serves specific purposes, and each evolved for different reasons. Each brain has its own drives, but the 3 don't communicate well with each other. So each brain does well communicating with itself, but with the others, it has a very difficult time. Inner conflicts are often conflicts between the drives of each brain. We like to believe that the logical thinking part of our brain is in control, but it's actually the older brains that control the newer brains for their own ends. The older brains are, of course, only serving the interests of the far older creators of our bodies and minds, the genes. So, here's a little information. You ever find yourself acting weird in a crowded elevator, wanting to establish your corner? Does hearing a certain song make you just about weep with every evocative with evocative memories? Do you love the challenge of a really hard brain teaser? Know why? Because the brain is actually a triune brain, 3 in 1. The triune brain model has been around since 1952, developed by Paul MacLean. Triune alludes to MacLean's breakthrough understanding that the human brain has evolved through 3 stages. He compares his work with that of an archaeologist searching back in time through layers of brain's evolutionary development. The reptilian brain behaviors: road rage, checking your appearance in a mirror. This part of you wanting to dominate a crowded elevator is your reptilian brain at work. It's the oldest and smallest region in the evolving human brain. It's similar to the brain possessed by the hardy reptiles that preceded mammals roughly 200 million years ago. It's pre-verbal, but controls life itself, such as autonomic brain, lung, and heart functions. Lacking language, its impulses are instinctual and ritualistic. It's concerned with fundamental needs, such as survival, physical maintenance, hoarding, dominance, preening, and mating. Is there a song, poem, or image that you associate with a specific memory? Think of one and tap your limbic brain. Common to all mammals, it developed about 60 million years ago when dinosaurs perished. It's involved in bonding needs, including emotions linked to attachment. It acts as the brain's emotion factory, creating the chemical messages that connect information to its memory. Retention of information can be significantly increased when it's presented in an emotionally charged context. One of the things I'm going to suggest to you is unless you make somebody feel something, they're not going to hear you. Unless you create an emotion in them, they will not hear you or be influenced by you. It'll go right through, in one ear, right out the other. Next, we have the thinking brain. The fact that you can read and understand this means your neocortex is working. It surrounds both the reptilian and limbic brains. Found in all mammals, it's mostly developed among Homo sapiens. It constitutes 5/6 of the total brain mass evolved over the last million years to produce the human brain. It controls such high-level processes as logic, creative thought, language, and the integration of sensory information. The neocortex is divided into the left and right cerebral hemispheres described in left brain, right brain theory. So here's the way it looks in a diagram. We got 3 brains, one in the center that's right down here, then the mammal brain, the emotional brain that grew over it, and then we've got the thinking brain. And it leads to 3 drives, 3 impulses, 3 desires that have occurred throughout history, all humans: the physical, the logical, and the emotional. Okay? You could make a list of every great theory that's ever been developed, and in one way or another, it usually plugs into this. The physical is the reptile brain. It's that physical brain. Power, control, sex, dominance. It's the reptile brain. It's the hands. The logical brain is the thinking brain. It's the part that knows how to understand language, communicate, go back and forth, solve logic problems, symbols. And then the emotional, and that's the head. The emotional brain is the mammal brain. It's the heart. It's where all of the emotions that pull us in one way or another. Most people are primarily dominated by that emotional brain. If you mix the physical and the logical, you get science. It's the logical interpretation of the physical. Logical and emotional, you get psychology. It's the logical interpretation of the emotional. Physical and emotional, you have art. It's the physical interpretation of the emotional. That's why art's so far out. It's a physical interpretation of something emotional. You guys get this? You see what's going on here? You feel a physical drive. You ever have some guy piss you off and you're like, and you just want to like hit him? That's the reptile part of your brain. It's very deep. It's very old. Okay? It mobilizes everything. Something happens, you get scared, wham, you're alert. The emotional brain, a woman does something, says something, you're like, oh. You know what I'm saying? Logical part of the brain, the one that we all want to pretend is in control. This is profound material right here. The more you think about this and the more you apply this to your life and you see what your drives are and when you've got conflicting drives. You ever have conflicting drives? You ever have your heart like, oh, damn, I want to call her so bad, but I know I shouldn't, but you call her anyway? Next we come to Broca's region of the brain. This is a fantastic little area here. Broca plans what we're going to say and how we're going to say it, and it processes incoming language and communication. Broca is constantly predicting what's about to be communicated, and if it's predictable, it's discounted. You can't get noticed, and you can't get into her mind by acting predictable, and you can't bore a woman into liking you. If you stir emotions, you'll get attention and be remembered. If you do not, then your communication will carry no weight. Broca's region of the brain is in there constantly looking around, trying to figure out what's about to happen. Okay, that's one of the reasons why we can survive, is because we're always figuring things out and predicting what's going to happen and going, oh, no, high risk, low risk, okay. And it's happening, at an incredible rate inside of our heads. When something unpredictable happens, we go, oh, what's that? I need to take notice of that. When something predictable happens, it immediately gets discounted. Not only does it get discounted, but we form a prejudice instantly, and it's like, oh, that's not interesting, and it never will be. If you want to get Broca's attention, you have to do things that are unusual. You have to surprise it. Emotional intelligence. Daniel Goleman, another great book. In humans, the amygdala is an almond-shaped cluster of interconnected structures perched above the brainstem near the bottom of the limbic ring. There are two amygdalas, one on each side of the brain, nestled toward the side of the head. The human amygdala is relatively large compared to that of any of our close evolutionary cousins, the primates. The hippocampus and the amygdala were two key parts of the primitive nose brain that in evolution gave rise to the cortex and then to the neocortex. To this day, these limbic structures do not do much or most of the brain's learning and remembering. The amygdala is the specialist for emotional matters. Joseph Ledoux, a neuroscientist at the Center for Neuroscience at New York University, was the first to discover the key role of the amygdala in the emotional brain. Ledoux is part of a fresh breed of neuroscientists who draw on innovative methods and technologies to bring a previously unknown level of precision to mapping the brain at work, and so can lay bare mysteries of mind that earlier generations of scientists have found impenetrable. His findings on the circuitry of the emotional brain overthrow a long-standing notion that the limbic system, putting the amygdala at the center of the action and placing other limbic structures in very different roles. Ledoux's research explains how the amygdala can take control over what we do, even as the thinking brain, the neocortex, is still coming to a decision. In the brain's architecture, the amygdala is poised something like an alarm company where operators stand ready to send out emergency calls to the fire department, police, and a neighbor whenever a home security system signals trouble. When it sounds an alarm of, say, fear, it sends urgent messages to every major part of the brain. It triggers the secretion of the body's fight or flight hormones, mobilizes the centers for movement, and activates the cardiovascular system, the muscles, and the gut. Other circuits from the amygdala signal the secretion of emergency dollops of the hormone neopinephrine and heighten the reactivity of the brain key areas, including those that make the senses more alert. In effect, setting the brain on edge. Additional signals from the amygdala tell the brainstem to fix the face in a fearful expression, freeze the unrelated movements the muscles had underway, speed heart rate and raise blood pressure, slow breathing. Others rivet attention to the source of the fear and prepare the muscles to react accordingly. Simultaneously, cortical memory systems are shuffled to retrieve any knowledge relevant to the emergency at hand, taking precedence over other strands of thought. And these are just part of a carefully coordinated array of changes the amygdala orchestrates as it commandeers areas throughout the brain. The amygdala's extensive web of neural connections allows it, during an emotional emergency, to capture and drive much of the rest of the brain, including the rational mind. What that means is, what he talks about is the neural back alley, okay, and the tripwire. That there are a lot of things that humans are pre-wired to be alert for and we can get programmed with, where it happens, the amygdala is seated right here, it goes right into the amygdala, and the amygdala takes over the mind, and it's done. You are already doing what you don't want to do before you have a chance to think about it. It bypasses the rational mind, okay? Somebody cuts you off in traffic, do you think about it and go, oh, you know what, their mom probably died and they're in a hurry to, get to her, they heard that their child is hurt, or, no, that's not what we do. I want to kill them. I wish I was carrying a gun in my car right now. Okay? Anybody ever had road rage? Ever? Was that the thinking part of your brain that did that? Or was your mind taken over instantaneously without your control? Interesting. I'm going to go into a whole bunch of different things. We've got to put a lot of pieces of the puzzle. We've got to flip them over here. Physical preferences and biases. As a result of a lot of these things that have coming up, we have preferences. Okay? They exist. Women like tall guys. Yeah, great. Women like buff guys. Sure. In general, if you say, would you like a tall guy or a short guy? They'll go, oh, I want a tall guy. These things exist on a lot of different levels. Just like most men prefer slim, curvy, healthy young women, women have preferences as well. Some of these general preferences that women have include men who are tall, athletic, etc. The confusion starts when men assume that women put as much weight on physical characteristics as men do when choosing women. Women are interested in men for different reasons, including drive level, personality, intelligence, attitude, and communication style. In the world, you'll see far more examples of ultra-attractive women with less physically attractive men than the other way around. How many guys have you seen with taller women? Ever see that? Have you ever seen it? Yeah? Okay. How many times have you seen a beautiful woman with an average guy? You ever seen that? It happens all the time, but it's rare to see the opposite. So what's really interesting is a lot of the guys that I know that are the most successful with women are short, bald, older, whatever. They don't have money. Maybe they don't have every one of those things and they can't talk, but they all have things where, the average person would just go, oh, that's a limitation. And a lot of us get in our minds, we know that there's a bias out there, so you read on the internet and it's like, well, I'm not tall, what should I do to attract women? And then, a bunch of guys will comment, oh, don't worry about it, that doesn't exist, that's not real. Well, these things really do exist out there, but you can do something about them. You can change them. You can do something if you take control of, if you understand how they exist. And the most important thing to do is to realize that we are sure fortunate that women don't judge us as much on our physical appearance. They judge us more on our personality. By the way, the guys that in this room that are, guys that I know, just with a show of hands, how many can verify what I just said? Absolutely, without doubt. Okay, so look around. Maybe look around at these guys, go ask one of them, because they've all seen it personally. They know that it exists. They're absolutely certain of what I just said. Let's talk about octopuses. Based on that, I want to talk about something really interesting. When I say to a lot of guys, you know what, if you meet a woman and you start being nice to her and say, hey, can I take you to dinner? You're very beautiful, whatever. They say it's impossible that she could have a mechanism built in that just goes, I'm going to play hard to get in response to that. Or that women will continue to test you continually to an ever-escalating. They go, that's impossible that that could be built in. That's got to be culturally programmed. That's got to be something that they learn. Right? Doesn't that just make sense that it, that just can't be inborn? Well, I'd say that we're all a little more sophisticated than an octopus, right? They are smart. But let me just show you something really fascinating that I found that helped me think a little bit differently. This is called the mimic octopus, and this animal really is extraordinary. A tasty mollusk is master of disguises. This was in Popular Science in January. This octopus may not appear very appetizing to you, but to many a saltwater predator it looks like a walking rump steak. So the oceanographer Mark Norman of the University of Melbourne, Australia, who recently discovered an extraordinary new species off the waters of Indonesian islands of Bali and Sulawesi, the mimic octopus. This species solves the problem of looking delicious by disguising itself as a number of different dangerous animals. When harassed by a damselfish or a downfish, it hides 6 of its legs and displays stripes that make it look like a banded sea snake, a creature that just happens to feed on damselfish and downfish. In this disguise, Norman notes, the octopus also mimics the undulating motion displayed by the snake when it prepares to strike. In other situations, the mimic octopus will wrap its arms around its body to form a leaf shape, like the poisonous banded sole, or spread them in imitation of the venomous lionfish. And when not performing, the mimic octopus is a brown striped invertebrate with a span of about 24 inches. I've read several articles. This thing will do 8 to 12 impersonations of other animals.
It'll cycle through them.
And sometimes it'll even cycle through them depending on the results that it's getting and who it's interacting with. The fascinating thing to me about this is this animal knows it's born with the ability to recognize a predator and then mimic that animal's predator. That's a freak show. What's going on there? Now, let me ask you a question. If an octopus can be born knowing how to do all that stuff, can a woman be born knowing how to respond to a man who's acting like a wussy? I only get 2 claps for that. Ethology. Ethology is the study of animal behavior, especially in the natural environment. Human behaviors can be comparatively evaluated, compared evolutionarily and between species, just as physical bodies can be compared. What they figured out here is, this is something that of course freaked a lot of people out, is that animal behaviors are just like, it's like an analog to bones. You can look at a bone in your arm and then take a bird and find out where the bone in its wing corresponds to these things. Okay? If you look at the way different species and families of animals, look, you can figure out who's related to who and how they evolved and where they branched off and where the common elements are deductively. You can kind of, inductively look at it and figure these things out. Well, what some smart guys started figuring out is, maybe there were some women involved too probably, is that animals and their behavior can be studied the same way. That there are certain behaviors that appear in different places. Birds have this certain behavior and humans have it too. Snakes will do this one thing, but birds will do it too. And they happen at all different levels. So what ethology is the study of animal behavior in the natural environment. And in ethology, they came up with 3 elements: the sign stimulus, the innate mechanism, and the pattern of behavior. And what they're suggesting is that there are certain sign stimuluses out there. It could be a color, a movement, a certain mating dance, a way of walking, whatever it is. When that's triggered, bang, it triggers an innate mechanism, something that the other animal was programmed with. It's like a lock and key that happens, you know? And that triggers a pattern of behavior that comes right out. Okay? So it's like click, push the button, innate mechanism, pattern of behavior. But I'm going to tell you something. The metaphor that I think of about this is, think about when you pick up a phone, how simple a phone is. Okay? How simple they've made it. But how easy is it to dial a number? Right? You just dial it. But what if you have one digit wrong? You're going to get the wrong person. The wrong person. That's all there is to it. What if you dial 2 digits wrong? What if you don't know? What if you've got a 10-digit number and you don't know? Somebody says 2 of the digits in that number are wrong. Will you ever be able to figure it out? You've got to press the button correctly. Okay? You've got to have the sign stimulus right in order to trigger the innate mechanism in order to get the pattern of behavior. You've got to do it right. If you don't do it right, you're going to get something else. And if you do a certain type of behavior, you're going to get a response you don't like. And trying to do it more and harder will not get you the response you want, because these things are wired up from a long, long time ago. Here is a stimulus response chain, a fish mating sequence. My friend and I, we always talk about fish mating sequences and what a freak show these things are. Many complex patterns, this is from Behavior and Evolution by Marion Hall. Many complex patterns of social behavior consist of a number of stimulus-response relationships in which a specific action by one animal acts as a stimulus eliciting a specific response in another. A good example is provided by the courtship behavior of the 3-spined stickleback. When a gravid female, means full of ripe eggs, enters a male's territory, he performs a characteristic swimming pattern called a zigzag dance. By the way, why does he start the dance? He sees her belly. He knows that she's full of eggs. It triggers his innate mechanism behavior. So he starts dancing. She adopts a head-up posture. The male then swims down to his nest, and the female follows him. At the nest, the male repeatedly thrusts his snout into the entrance, showing the nest, and the female enters it. The male then trembles his snout against the base of her tail, and she lays her eggs in the nest. The female then swims out of the nest, through the end opposite to the entrance, and the male follows her through, ejaculating sperm onto the eggs as he does so. The male usually then chases the female out of his territory. Anyway, he goes on to say, you know what's funny here is we make a joke. I get the most bizarre emails you guys can imagine. You know I get hundreds and hundreds of emails every week. And I got one time that was from some foreign guy, and his email just said, "Why is it when I have sex with women I feel like hating her?" And my friend and I, we laugh at that all the time, you know. Why do I feel like hating her? You know, interesting. A lot of guys report this same thing. If a woman's easy, they wake up the next day and they go, "Will you respect me in the morning?" Interesting stuff. By making repeated observations of courting sticklebacks, Tinbergen established a sequential correlations between the various elements in the sequence and concluded that each action by one partner was both a response to what the other fish had just done and was also a stimulus that elicited the next behavior by the partner. The sequence could thus be depicted as a chain of stimuli and response, in which each behavioral element was both a response and a stimulus. In fact, the behavioral of sticklebacks is not as stereotyped as this. Following a particular action by one fish, a partner may show one of a number of possible responses. A more realistic picture is after this and the next one, and it shows that sometimes they go back to a step or sometimes they go forward. Okay? And what I'm going to suggest is if the male stickleback doesn't know what to do and he screws up one of the steps, the game stops. And she goes, "Whoa, hey, wait a minute. You looked like you knew what you were doing, but wait a minute. No, you don't. And your children probably won't either because you're a dumbass." And any male that will repeatedly thrust his snout to the entrance and then tremble his snout against the base of her tail, that's awesome. Okay, so interesting, huh? Does anyone have a problem believing that this is what happens with humans? There is a map just like that of human behavior in courtship. It's just like that. It happens the same way every time. Males court, females choose. In almost all animal species, as well as humans, females do the mate choosing. Has anyone become very aware of this at a deep level? You just can feel it, that females are doing the choosing. You guys just get that? It's like, I don't have the power. That's not the way this game was made. Males display, court, and seduce. If you ask women, they'll tell you that they are the ones who make the decisions. Ask a woman and say, men choose you or do you choose them? They choose them. And you go, and even, this is my favorite, the one that I used to say, but even when they think that they're the one that chose, you're the one doing it and you're just letting them believe that, right? And they go, oh yeah. Okay? Again, not to talk bad about women, but this is what's going on inside of their whole thing here. Men play into this by fighting over women, buying gifts for women, and doing all the typical courting behaviors. You ever seen two men fight over a woman? Over a woman? Fight over some women's? That's what they call them when they fight over them too. The traditional image that exemplifies this is a man on one knee offering a diamond, asking a woman if she'll accept his proposal. That's the image that's put up in front of us in this particular society here. Man on one knee, diamond, which represents, it's a token of months, typically, of his life. Here's something that I'm showing you as a symbol, and will you give me permission to be with you? It is possible to turn this convention around and be so interesting and compelling that women will pursue you. And that is the truth. Manipulation. I deal with this a lot, okay? And this is a touchy subject. I'm just going to tell you straight out. This is one that I wrestle with. This is a philosophical issue that I go round and round with. And it's different for each person. A lot of guys say, I want a woman to like me for who I am. I don't want to sell out and do things that aren't me. I don't want to feel like I'm manipulating something and doing something that they don't know, but I know, and that, you know what I'm saying? So how do you get around that? Well, what I'm going to say is, guys a lot of times will try and manipulate women. They don't realize that they're doing it another way. So a lot of the guys, most in fact, that say, well, I don't want to manipulate women, I say, well, do you buy women dinner? They say, yeah. Do you treat women with too much respect sometimes? You kiss up to them? Yeah. Do you accept their manipulative behavior because you want to be with them? Yes. So what I'm going to suggest is most guys manipulate women anyway. You're trying to manipulate women anyway. We're trying to manipulate women by doing all this stuff. That's what it's for. And what happens is they go, he's just trying to manipulate me into, I know the game. They know what the whole courting sequence is. They know instantly what's going on. So what I'm actually going to suggest to you are things that on the surface may sound a little manipulative because they're technique-based, but once you really get down below and into what's going on in the other level of communication that I talked about, that deeper inner level, that these are not very manipulative because you're going to be communicating with a woman directly. Okay, so manipulation. Just put that on the side for a little bit. Seeing the elusive obvious. Back to the elusive obvious. Most men go their whole lives without having success with women that they'd like to have. To the masses of men, women will remain a mystery. Human mating has evolved over millions of years into the process that we now come pre-programmed to play out. There is a very specific, logical, yet illogical system to how and why men and women feel attraction and pair up with mates. It's all about the attraction. If you realize that there are certain triggers that cause women to feel the magical emotion of attraction, then learn how to effectively trigger them, you can have the kinds of success with women that most men only dream about. First, you must understand how this process works so you can see things in a bigger context. This is your first pair of 3D glasses. It is the elusive obvious. That's your first level. Next, you must learn to overcome your own limiting beliefs, emotional responses, and fears, which will lead to strong physical composure. We're going to get into physical composure later. Finally, you must learn the specific behaviors, communications, and other triggers that make women feel attraction. Do you guys feel what I'm talking about? Yes. Can you feel me? Yes. Is this a little different than what you've heard before? Yes. Okay. And I'm not just saying it to be different. I'm saying it because it freaked me out. And then when I went out into the real world, I went, wow, nobody knows this. It's amazing. You can put this stuff together and use it. I'm going to go over a couple more key points then. A lot of people don't feel like they have permission. A lot of guys are standing in a bar, standing on whatever, looking at a woman and going, I don't feel like I have anyone's permission to go talk to her. You have to learn to give yourself permission. No one will ever give it to you. It's a big piece. Humans look to others for approval and for what they should be doing. You need to learn to say, I have permission to go do that. I give myself permission to do that. And I deserve to have it. You see the idea, convince, or belief strategy here? There's a quote that was right here that we must have not put in here. Anyway, it's a quote from a book called Thinking About Thinking. It's a book about NLP. And what he says is a lot of people get confused because they get convinced We go through this process of we get an idea, then we have a convincer, and then it turns into a belief. So it's got to go through this process. It's got to first come into our mind, then we've got to get something that convinces us to actually think it's the right or correct thing, and then we believe it. Well, the convincers can be logical, physical, or emotional. Those are the three brains, remember? If you get a logical reasoning convincer, you go, yeah, okay, that makes sense in my mind. If you get a physical evidence, you go, yeah, I can see how that works. But here's where the comes in. It's the emotional convincer. A lot of people, you say, how do you know you're right? And they say, I feel it. I know I'm right because I feel it. And they confuse that intuition of knowing, that emotion of, yeah, I know it, with the feeling, the conviction of, I just feel that it's right. And when you confuse that and you actually allow that to convince the rest of you, because that emotional brain is very powerful, you can become convinced of all kinds of crazy things. Look at what all these cults have done, and just look around. That's all emotions acting as the convincer is what's happening there. So don't let your emotions convince you that something is a certain way. Don't, because they come up, have them convince you that there's something wrong or whatever. You need to learn to manage them. You need to learn to handle them. There's a little tiny quote here that I'm going to read to you. This is a book called Half Empty, Half Full by Susan Vaughn. I think I've got it up here. Yep. Once upon a time, a scientist broke the rats in his laboratory into random groups. The rats in the first group were placed in one by one, in a big tank of water made opaque with milk. They had to swim for a set amount of time. These rats were the lucky ones, since their tank had a tiny island hidden underwater which they could perch without having to swim. Their island was always in a fixed location in the tank, there for them to find without fail, a way of getting a tiny leg up in respite from the swim. The rats in the second group swam for exactly the same amount of time in the milky water as those in the first group, but their tank had no island, no oasis amid the vast vat. After their swims, the rats in both groups were plucked from the water, weary and bedraggled. Bedraggled? Both groups then rested, ate, and otherwise recuperated before the real rat race. When the big day came, both groups of rats were at it again. The researcher once again made them swim one by one, but this time all the rats swam in a tank without an island. Much as they swam, there was simply no oasis to be found, no respite from having to paddle like mad just to stay afloat. The researcher rescued them before their whiskered noses slipped beneath the water. Then he carefully recorded precisely where and for how long each rat swam before returning to its cage, wet and waterlogged, probably surprised to be alive. When the scientist tallied up the time each rat spent in the tank, imagine how surprised he was. He found that those lucky rodent racers whose island had been there for them, the first swam for over twice as long, looking for the island where it had previously been. In contrast, those who had never found a predictable foothold in their hour of need were reduced to wandering aimlessly around the tank, swimming in seamlessly directionless circles, chasing their tails in vain as they looked for a means of escape. Now, you may find it a stretch to say that the rats had experienced a consistent island in their prior swims were optimistic. But given that they were broken randomly into two groups in the first place, how else can we understand what kept them looking twice as long as their competitors rather than paddling haphazardly around the tank? Isn't their belief that there's something definite to swim for positive expectation rooted in the reality of the earlier existence? Since there was no island in the tank in which they took the second swim, isn't it fair to say that what made the difference as to whether they sank or swam was the illusion of an island, their ability to conjure an inner image of an island, to swim for when the going got rough, even if such an island existed only in their imagination? The 4-minute mile was broken, and then bang, like 12 other people broke it in the next year. Most of our limitations are all imaginary. And if you cultivate an optimistic perspective, if you begin to believe that things can happen, if you just take that perspective, if you go with, there is a solution. Billy and I have a saying that goes, the solution is in the environment. If there's something wrong, like with a setup here, because I used to do audio and visual too, something goes wrong, there is a solution, and it's going on out here. I can find it. I can use my mind to solve it. So I'm going to ask you guys to realize that stuff, that really happens. Negative people don't make as much money, they don't have as much success, they're not as happy, they don't live as long. I mean, it's very interesting how this happens in people too. But that's just, a little snippet out of the animal world. We need to create the illusion of an island for when the going gets tough and we haven't had any success, and we walk up to 5 women and they all shut us down and said, "You loser, get away from me." And we're like, "This doesn't work. I'm going to go crawl under my bed and call my mom." You need the illusion of an island. You need to be able to construct for yourself what's going to happen next. You need to not let these things that happen to you affect your life and condition you that you can't succeed. And how are you enjoying yourself so far? Now we're going to move from the biology to the psychology. All right, we're going to move into kind of more of the psychological issues, some of the things that happen, patterns of behavior and what have you, and what happens to people as they think. Alfred Korzybski said, "A map is not the territory." Has anyone here ever read any NLP books? NLP is neuro-linguistic programming. Okay, anybody ever heard that phrase, map is not the territory? That was originally said by Alfred Korzybski. Those guys actually took a lot of his concepts and don't really mention him, but he is where a lot of their really great ideas came from. And he had some concepts called time binding and other things that what happens is people, they think that their map in their mind is reality, and they get them confused with each other. And what he calls these things, or they're called, is impoverished maps. So when a person doesn't know how to meet a particular challenge, they usually do one of two things. The most common response is to give up, especially if they try and fail, then take it personally. I guess I'm just not cut out for this, or I'm a failure. The other way is to see that it's going to be a really interesting challenge and to get excited, then go look for the education and skills required and develop until you have what you want. Humans tend to have impoverished maps. What this basically means is, there was a story about a cartographer who went to make some maps, and to make a map of this region, and he sat down, and so he drew out the map, and he realized that it just wasn't representative. It didn't have enough detail to it. So he made the map bigger, and so he kept drawing, and he made it more detailed, and then he realized that that wasn't detailed enough, so he hired a couple of people, and they made a huge map that filled the room, and they realized that that wasn't detailed enough, so eventually they had a map that covered the entire landscape of the countryside in order to have a perfect map. And the metaphor here is that you can never have a perfect map. A perfect map does not exist, right? So this is a map of San Francisco. If you look at this close, this is a pretty detailed map. You got a lot of really good information on here. It's a satellite photo. It's a very accurate map. You can really see a lot of things. If you didn't know San Francisco at all and you needed to get from place to place, I could give you this and say, okay, go find your way around. Everything's right there, right? I know what's going on there. But how useful would it be to you? Even though it's a picture, it's a perfect map. Here's a map of San Francisco. You see the same thing? You guys understand the relationship there? It's moved over to the right a little bit, but this map is not nearly as good as the previous one. I mean, there's only a few things mentioned on here, a couple of freeways, whatever, here are a few things. Which map, though, would be more useful if you were trying to find your way around in general? It would be this one. This would be the map, because it's got locations on it. It's got, you can know where you're going. So you can see that I have two maps of two different things, of the same thing, of the exact same thing, and they have completely different uses for different situations. One of them is a perfect map because it's actually a photograph, but the other one has locations on it, so it'll take you in a better direction. So some people that have maps that aren't as good, but they have the correct locations, the ways to get from here to there, will be more effective than those that have a perfect map. A lot of people, their intelligence and their genius prevents them from being successful. Next, we're going to talk about the social mask. I'm just going to throw a lot of concepts at you here, and we'll wrap them all up in a little bit. Anybody ever read any Carl Jung, studied the persona? You all know about this stuff? Carl Jung coined the term persona to describe the social mask that we construct over the top of our true personalities to interface with others in the world. The persona smooths over and conceals our rough edges, insecurities, and other personal deficiencies. Different personas are used for different roles in life. The role you play largely determines the persona used. Example, how to drive a Mercedes-Benz. I once was talking to someone, successful mortgage guy down in San Diego that I used to know, and he was telling me that he went in with a gal that he knows who was buying a new Mercedes down in San Diego. And when she went in, she was looking at one of the new S500s or something, big car, $100,000 vehicle. And she got in to sit down, and she was, starting the car or whatever, and the salesman said, "Oh, no. That's not the way that you drive a Mercedes." She said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, No. You sit back and you hold your head up and your nose back like this when you drive a Mercedes." And she was like, "Oh, really? This really happened. This is the way to drive a Mercedes." I think a lot of people that drive those cars learned that. But that's the persona of how to drive a Mercedes. You notice when certain people think they're really cool, they behave in a different way. So we create these social masks. We construct them to interface with other people, with the world, with different situations, depending on what role we think we're supposed to be playing. When you first meet another person, you meet their persona. As you get to know them, their truer self begins to make itself known. When you're dealing with a person at the persona level, and you see an extreme behavior, you can usually interpret it as an overcompensation and guess that the opposite is true. Beautiful women are the most insecure and sensitive about their looks. Women who complain of being mistreated by jerks are secretly attracted to them. Dominant and controlling women are submissive sexually. These are generalizations, of course, but you'll find them usually to be true. Find a real domineering, controlling woman. You know what you'll usually find underneath it? Spank me. Anybody ever had that experience? That's what I'm talking about. This gives you another pair of 3D glasses to look into what others are truly saying and doing. Have fun with the persona, but don't take it seriously. Speak directly to the person, speak directly to issues. Don't be polite just because it's socially correct. One of the things that I really want to help you understand is that women, especially attractive women, have constructed many layers between themselves and other people. And these layers manifest themselves in behavior. So you show up, you're at a bar, and there's a couple of really beautiful women walk in. And I don't know if you guys can, I'm going to like use the energy metaphor, but you can almost feel this energy that says, don't talk to me. Sure. Right? Yeah. Have you ever noticed the, look at the cover of fashion magazines like Cosmopolitan, flip through them. Anybody ever read Cosmo and just kind of want to know what the hell's in there? They're good magazines to read. They're really interesting. There's a lot of stuff in there. But what's going on in the pictures? Okay? What do women look like? I've actually got some magazines up here because I'm going to talk about something else. But I don't really think that this gal's that cute. But you see these kind of poses? You guys know what I'm talking about? They got a cute woman on there. See that look? You ever see that? What does that say? What is going on here? You know, she doesn't look happy, right? They usually don't look happy. They've got that look of disdain. Sometimes they're even mad looking, and they're kind of looking down at you, and she's got her arms up in the air. It's not a natural pose, okay? But it's very sexual. Well, I read several books a few years ago by Wilson Bryan Key, who talks about subliminal advertising. And he just brought it all together. And what he said is that the look on these women's faces is, you worship me. I know you worship me. I know you want to be me. You want to be with me, and I disrespect you for it. Okay? And that is it's kind of a weird thing to think about. But look at them when you look at a magazine and go, oh, you know. It doesn't make sense at first. You go, well, why would anybody be interested in that? It's because they put themselves with that look so out of reach that it just becomes so magnetic. Then you want it even more because now you can't have it. And now it's the double look of not only am I, you know, that sexy and that attractive, but you can't have me. And you know what? I disrespect you for it because you're small. That really hits home for me. You know, that really I feel that. I know what that is. What's interesting is that a lot of women that have cultivated how to have that naturally when they're walking around and they're standing in a club or they're standing on this, you know, street corner or whatever, they've become jaded. That's happened for so long that it's become thick. It's very hard to get through that. It's not like you can just walk up and say, hi, I want to talk to the real self and not the persona. Would that be cool? You can't do that, okay? A lot of guys say, oh, I just want to be myself and have a woman like me for who I am. Well, unfortunately, you have to get past this social mask. You've got to do that somehow. We're going to talk about a lot of ways to do that and kind of systems and the things that I've done later. But I just want you to understand that there's something going on here, and a lot of people have thought about this and talked about it for a lot of years. And there are a lot of things that make sense. And if you can use these kind of concepts that are taught in pop psychology, social psychology, behavior, whatever, and kind of plug them in, you can see another level that's going on here. You can see that deeper level that's happening. So one of the things I'm going to suggest is when you walk up and you start talking to especially an attractive woman, you're going to have to communicate differently because you got to go through that first. You have to get through that social mask, through that persona. The more attractive, the more they've been approached and so forth, the thicker it's going to be, the more of a shield it's going to kind of have created, and the more skill you're going to need to be able to do it. And the more wherewithal and the more complete disregard for what happens. You understand? The less attached you have to be to the outcome. It's so amazing to me. I watch guys, they approach women and they get so nervous about it because they're so attached to the outcome. It's got to mean something to them. Well, if I don't get it, then I'm a loser or something happens. You got to realize that we're dealing with, issues that have evolved over millions of years. We're dealing with, social situations. You throw a woman in a big city and she could be approached, who knows, 100 times in a week. Richard Dawkins, who wrote The Selfish Gene that I talked about, The Selfish Gene, I highly recommend this book to just everybody. This is one of the greatest, just most thought-provoking books. You can see all my, places where I mark the pages here. This book changed everything. It was written, I think, 76, and it went on to influence all the other books that I'm talking about behavior. He really changed everything with this. Well, what he says is, later on, is he talks about genes have now figured out how to affect things outside of themselves. Like he wrote a book called The Extended Phenotype. He talks about how the genes inside of a beaver, they interact with the genes inside of a tree because they make the beaver go chop trees down and bring and build dams. So the programming is reaching outside of themselves. It's really fascinating stuff. Well, then the next thing he talks about is memes. And a meme is a reproducer, but in the thought world. Viruses of the mind have been with us throughout history, but are constantly evolving and changing. They are infectious pieces of our culture that spread rapidly throughout a population, altering people's thoughts and lives in their wake. They include everything from relatively harmless mind viruses, such as miniskirts and slang phrases, to mind viruses that seriously derail people's lives, such as the cycle of unwed mothers on welfare, the Crips and Bloods youth gangs, and the Branch Davidian religious cult, and the wussy mindset. When these pieces of culture are ones we like, there's no problem. However, as the Michelangelo computer virus programs computers with instructions to destroy their data, viruses of the mind can program us to think and behave in ways that are destructive to our lives. This is the most surprising and most profound insight from the science of memetics. Your thoughts are not always your own original ideas. You can catch thoughts. You get infected with them, both directly from other people and indirectly from viruses of the mind. People don't seem to like the idea that they aren't in control of their thoughts. The reluctance of people to even consider this notion is probably the main reason the scientific work done so far is not better known. As we'll see, ideas people don't like to have a hard time. As we'll see, ideas people don't like to have a hard time catching on. This is the most surprising and most profound insight from the science of memetics. Your thoughts are not always your own original ideas. Further compounding the problem, you don't immediately know whether the programming you get from a given mind virus is harmful or beneficial. Nobody ever joined a religious cult with the intention of getting brainwashed, moving to Guyana, and committing suicide. When the teenage Bill Gates caught the poker-playing mind virus at Harvard, was that harmful because it kept him from his studies, or was it beneficial because it helped sway his decision to drop out, start Microsoft, and become a multi-billionaire? So the idea of a meme is a mind virus. It's a system of thought, kind of like a group of ideas, associations and things, a frame, a way of thinking that is presented to your mind and then catches on. This happens with animals too, by the way. Animals are very interesting. They do all kinds of bizarre behaviors. But have you ever found yourself going, why am I thinking this way? Why am I doing this? What happened? How did I get this idea? And you realize, wow, well, a few years ago, a couple of my friends got into this thing and they started talking about it. Next thing you know, I'm doing it, and now I'm talking about it. If you ever studied cults, cults have a way of indoctrinating people. There's a whole system and a psychology to it. And if you do this, and you do this, and you do this, and you do this, there's a system of teaching suicide bombers. Okay? There's a whole way of doing this that if you take a human being, a regular human being, that has certain kind of already predisposed kind of personality, you find them, and then you go, okay, I'm going to put you through this series, you can turn them into something. You can brainwash them. You really can do this stuff, and it happens all the time. It happens in cults. When I lived in San Diego, they had the, Heaven's Gate, right? We're leaving the vehicle. Marshall Applewhite and all that freaky stuff. I mean, those guys, they were a bunch of regular people, They just got completely brainwashed. So we like to think that we're above all this stuff, and nothing like that could ever happen to me, and we like to defend all of our ideas as if we thought of them and they were our own. But the fact is, almost nothing that we think or do, the words I'm using, the language, the enunciation, everything in this room, all these ideas were all created by other people. None of them are my original idea. So watch for which mind viruses you're catching. You might want to hang out with some people that have more useful mind viruses, because
That's why we're here.
That's what I'm talking about. This, we're going to go back over this convincer strategy, because this is where it was supposed to be in this section. Thinking about thinking with Joseph Yeager. There are many times when we are seduced by the feeling of certainty. It's one of the limiting features of the psyche that it convinces us we're right, and the convincer is the feeling itself. There are many feeling junkies, as I like to call them, who are seduced by the certainty of that feeling. They go to great lengths to engineer situations so they can have that feeling, often by putting down another person. That kind of feeling is at the root of most prejudice. if you would consider for a moment the fact that many mental strategies have as their last step a kinesthetic component. That feeling makes us feel we are finished with the thought and lets us proceed to the next thought, even if the feeling is premature in terms of valid information. Back to idea, convince, or belief. I don't know where this went, but okay, so you can see here we've got idea, convincer, and then the belief. Logical reasoning, physical evidence, or emotion feeling. Be careful when you get an emotion that convinces you that you're right, because in a lot of situations that will just be something that you're addicted to, that you love feeling, so you'll just feel it again to make yourself feel it. Emotions are some of the most addictive chemicals that there are. Some people get addicted to their struggle, they get addicted to their emotions, they get addicted to their emotional states, and they'll actually sabotage their life just to get that emotional state back, just to keep that because they're addicted to it. And that part of their mind or that part of their body that wants that and craves it will literally take over and sabotage their life just so they can keep getting it. This book right here is called Radical Honesty. I'm going to read from it. I didn't bring it with me. This is a fantastic book right here. If you have gotten to a point in your life where you need to just get more in touch with what's really going on and being more authentic, read this book. It's called Radical Honesty by Brad Blanton. Because of being lost in our own minds, we fail to recognize that truth changes. When the truth changes and we fail to recognize that it has now become true, what has now become true, while holding on to the idea of what used to be true, we become liars committing suicide. If at 8 p.m. I am mad at you and tell you about it and get quite worked up over it, and you get mad back and we talk about it, and we stay committed to the conversation and to the possibility of getting over our anger, there's a good chance that by 8:45 p.m. we can laugh, have a drink, and not be angry anymore. It was true that I hated your guts at 8 p.m. It was no longer true somewhere between 8:20 and 8:45. In contrast, people who live according to principles like, I hated you then, and for good reason, so I still hate you now, can't get over things. This is a reasonable but stupid. I've seen a lot of reasonably stupid people in my life. Life goes on and the truth changes. This just happens to be the way life is. What was once true is often no longer true just a little while later. Yesterday's truth is today's bullshit. Even yesterday's liberating insight is today's jail of stale explanation. Roles and rules are also thoughts which, when grasped onto as principles, are hard for people to get over, or get beyond, or let change. People choke the life out of themselves by tying themselves to a chosen self-image, any self-image whatsoever. Many adults remain in a perpetual adolescence, locked in the protective confinement of a limited set of rules and rules. A lot of people get very anxious when you ask them to become somebody else, to do something different, to try other things that are not them. And they've got great reasons for it. As a matter of fact, I've gotten to the point now where if I challenge a person to be more, to do better, and they start arguing with me, and I can tell that they've got the logic worked out in their head of why they can never be successful, or why they can't make it happen, or why whatever it is, as soon as I just tune into it, I have to assess right then. I have to say, is this worth my time? They're so convinced that that's where they're going. Am I going to be able to do it? So really one of the things that I do is I only really look to help people and talk to people that are at the point where they're willing to step out and do something new, to take a chance, to take who they used to be yesterday and not have to be it anymore today. It's a big challenge. This is an issue that a lot of people in this room are wrestling with and will for their whole life. This isn't just about meeting women, by the way. This is about everything.
Hi, I'm Victor from San Francisco Bay Area, and I just wanted to share my idea that when I hear people say, I just want to be myself, or, I just want to be who I am, my thought process is always, yes, go ahead and do that, but who we are is actually very fluid and very malleable. So that's always my thought process.
Tell me what you mean by people can be fluid.
It's like my observation, and this is kind of my philosophy in life, is that we have the ability to transform ourselves. That's part of who we are. That's our innate ability as human beings, is we have the ability to transform ourselves into something better than what we were before, to suit our needs, to suit our goals.
Why do you think most people don't do it?
I think they're locked into a comfort level, and they just they feel comfortable where they are, and they don't think it's worth the effort to make the change. So that's kind of my view on people who say, I just want to be me, I just want to be myself.
Okay. So that's interesting to me because how many people in here really have that inner knowing? You really know that people can change and you can change and become what you want? Okay, most of the people here. Everything is a paradox, you know. I forgot who said it, but you know, if you look at a profound truth, the opposite is usually also a profound truth. Was that like Niels Bohr or one of these big quantum physicist guys? Does anybody know what I'm talking about here? Anyway, the opposite, is that who it was?
The opposite of a profound truth is also a profound truth. The opposite of a minimal truth is usually a lie.
Okay, yeah, so the opposite of a minimal truth is a lie. The opposite of a profound truth is usually another profound truth. There are all these paradoxes going on, and most people can't operate in the world of paradox. For instance, I know that it's important to talk to yourself in a positive way. I know that it's important for me to talk to myself in a positive way, for me to thank myself, revere myself, not criticize myself, and not to affirm anything I don't want to become true in life. I have to keep saying the things that I want to become true to myself so that I can help my brain make them become true. At the same time, I know that all this other stuff we've been talking about is going on underneath there. So I don't want to say, wow, well, my reptile brain is sure in control of my life most of the time, because I don't want to affirm that. But at the same time, see, there's these things that you pull you each way, and you need to strike a balance. Because underneath all this stuff, there are a lot of things going on. And sometimes you need to, you have this bubble called that issue, and you need to, go step in there for a little while and go, okay, let me solve this problem from here. Let me get into this little microcosm of this issue and step outside, learn these things, figure out what's going on in your own life in that area, admit what's ever happening, and then go, okay, now I can step back out here and I can be more effective. I can affirm what I need to affirm, knowing where I came from. Ken Wilber, anybody ever read any Ken Wilber in here? You guys know who he is? He's a modern philosopher, one of the maybe most, profound guys around. He talks about the pre-post phenomenon, which means people who are pre-learning and knowing something have a completely different perspective than people who are post-learning and knowing something. And they'll often cite the same reasons for why they do or don't do something. And I think he was talking about people who didn't get involved in the Vietnam War. They protested the war and they didn't want to go and they whatever. And it was I can't remember what the numbers were, but 20% of the people that were protesting and that didn't want to go. What was the word for that? Objector. Conscientious objector. Okay, so the conscientious objectors, 20% of them, after they psychologically analyzed them, they figured out that 20% of them actually had gone through all of the psychological mental processes, had gone through the thought process, and actually had moral objections to it. And 80% of the people were just saying that they objected to it. So a lot of times you'll get the same answers for a really profound thing, and you won't know where they're coming from, because most people don't have experience, but they're talking as if they do. And the few people that do have experience will talk, and they may say the same things, but it's a completely different thing that they're talking about. Okay? So get into things. Step outside of yourself. I think that it's possible to do that, and I think that you can make a lot happen. This is called reframing limiting beliefs, all right? And this is the next tool that I'm going to give you to change your own thinking, all right? This is a self-tool. All the tools that I'm going to teach you that are NLP-based or psychology-based or whatever, for the most part, they're all going to be about yourself, because that's where I think that they're most useful, is inside of yourself. And what this is going to do is help you instantly redirectionalize your brain, okay? If you go to an NLP training or whatever, they'll teach you how to do reframing, usually to do it on other people, okay, because it was created as a therapeutic technique originally. So it's usually to work on other people. And what I'm going to teach you to do is do it on yourself and do it with other people, all right? And this will help you get over these things that are inside of your mind. Because what happens is, Stephen Covey talks, for instance, I'll talk about what reframing is. Stephen Covey in The 7 Habits, I think he opens it up with, he's talking about paradigms. And he says, okay, I was on a bus, or someone was on a bus, and there was a bunch of kids, and they were making a bunch of noise, running around, screaming, hitting people, and the dad's sitting there just not looking around, not doing anything. Finally, a guy goes, hey, could you do something with these kids? They're getting on everybody's nerves, lost at his wit's end. And the guy goes, I'm sorry, we just came from the hospital, their mother just died, and we're all very upset, and they don't know what's going on. And in that moment, everything changed, the whole meaning of the situation. And he said, oh, let me help out. Let me go entertain your kids and so forth. Okay? So that's an example of what reframing is. You take one thing. And do you feel, as I told the story, do you feel the little, I don't know if you can do this, but you feel the little emotional shift you feel there? They refer to that as a shift a lot in NLP. You get a shift. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that little feeling inside of you where you go, oh, that's a new kind of thing. So, I was just talking about your partner in crime there. When's he coming up here?
That's right.
Okay. When's Eric coming up here?
He'll be here tomorrow.
Okay, great. So, when you're reframing limiting beliefs, what you're looking for is that little shift when your mind goes, I see this from the different perspective. I see it, I get it, I feel it. It's like that, I get it. And that's what you're looking to do and to be able to do with your own mind whenever you need it, is to get that little, I'm seeing this in a limiting way. So remember what I talked about, fears and frustrations into how questions? That is basically a reframing. Now we're going to go deep with it, and I'm going to teach you some of the techniques for actually doing it. And I want you to practice these with each other. It's going to be a longer exercise. It's going to be very interactive. So let's talk about it. Our minds tend to link things together and find meaning where there is none. This process is happening all the time and leaves no clues. It brings us incredible benefits, but because of its nature, often leads to impoverished models of reality. When your good-intentioned mind creates a meaning or link between things that isn't useful to have linked, you must manually go in and unlink them. When you reframe, you challenge beliefs, break associations, and create new meanings, and therefore new possibilities. A powerful use for reframing is to learn to use it internally and automatically whenever you detect a limiting belief or meaning that you want to change. Examples of common mental linking processes. Cause-effect statements. Now, before I get into this here, let me just say, minds create meaning instantly. It just happens very quickly. You get a bunch of associations about something, bang, links to something else. You meet a person, they're a certain way. You bring all of your stuff to the table, you judge them, you label them as this thing, and then they're that. This happens all the time. It happens very quickly, and it happens below conscious awareness. I may be talking more about this. This book, Vital Lies, Simple Truths, The Psychology of Self-Deception by Daniel Goleman, the guy that wrote Emotional Intelligence. Awesome book about this, about how even the process of how it happens is hidden from us. So it happens at an unconscious level, and they get linked up very quickly. What that allows us to do as humans is learn something and then drop it into our unconscious mind and then just keep doing it. And it allows us to learn many, many skills. If we didn't have the ability to have those associations happen instantly, then we wouldn't be able to go learning all these different things that we learn, and learn to drive, and then learn a whole new discipline, and learn all these things. But the problem is when this happens at an unconscious level, and it gets linked up, and you don't want it linked anymore, you've got to manually go in and unlink it. Sometimes you've got to tweeze on it, or you got to hire Steve to hypnotize you. Anyway, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to do a little bit of reframing. We're going to talk about how to do it yourself. And you're going to do it in pairs, and you're going to do it with yourself here. So let's talk about some of the common mental linking processes that happen. One is a cause-effect statement. This X leads to this Y. So you might say, if a man approaches a woman he doesn't know, the woman will get upset. Has anybody have an idea like this in their mind that they just kind of like have had? I used to think this one a lot. If I walk up to a woman, she's just going to get upset. That's what's going to happen. Well, I've got that cause effect. This leads to X, Y. Bang, it's in there now. And now anything I try to do, I got to get past that. Okay, and that can just, bang. Next one is complex equivalent statements. This X means this Y. The fact that women aren't nice at first means they don't want to be bothered. Easy to get, okay? So this X means this Y. In this situation, if this happens, this means this. Bang. Happens very quickly. Identification. This X means this Y about me. Women don't respond to me positively, which means that I must be undesirable. This is where it gets very deep, because you go in and you start connecting these things on your identity. And then it can be very difficult to unhook this stuff. Okay? External behavior equals internal state. This is the formula of how all of these statements are built, basically. This is kind of the formula for how we create meaning. Some external thing that happens outside creates some internal state inside of someone somewhere at some time, and they're linked. And our minds believe that this actually happens. We get it that that's actually true. So, for instance, if a woman rejects me, it means she doesn't like me, which makes me feel bad. The external behavior is she rejects me. The meaning is she doesn't like me, makes me feel bad. That's the internal state. As soon as you link a couple of these up a couple of times, most people just drop that into their unconscious mind, and then it's the way they go through life. They never even look at it again. They never even question it. Finding both the external behavior and the internal state is very important. So here's where you kind of get into it a little bit. If you have a limiting belief, so I'm going to teach you how to do it with someone else and how to do it with yourself. You say, all right, what's your limiting belief? If you get one or the other, either the external behavior or the internal state, you need to ask for the missing information. You need to say, tell me a limiting belief you'd like to change, and then the other person responds with, women don't like me. You need to have an internal state of women. Respond by asking, what causes women not to like you? So what's the external behavior behind the internal state that she's having? The answer might be because I'm bald. Now you have an external behavior. I'm bald. And an internal state, women don't like me. Women don't like me because I'm bald. So do you see how you get this? There's always a piece that, well, I shouldn't say always, there's usually a piece missing. There's something that where they don't really have it consciously linked up, or you don't have all the pieces to your own puzzle there. Now you can begin reframing. We're going to talk about, I think there are 7 of my favorite ways here. Okay? Reframe the external behavior, which is the baldness. Some women find baldness sexy. Why don't you shave your head and grow a goatee? You'd be a chick magnet. Right? Reframe the internal state. It's not that women don't like you, it's that you don't catch their attention initially. They actually have no feelings either way, which is an advantage. So you're reframing the state that she's having. Next one, counterexample. Can you think of a time when a woman has liked you, or can you think of a time that a woman is like a bald man? Can you see when you see that, you go, oh, that's a new way of thinking about that thing that I never really considered before. I never really kind of, that's interesting. Creates the shift. Outcome framing. This is one of my favorites right here. What's going to happen to your success level if you keep thinking this way? What will your life be like in 10 years or 20? Get off the issue entirely and just go, what's your life going to be like if you keep that belief? Causes you to go, wow, I got to do something to get rid of that immediately. Allness framing. Do you think that every single bald man in the history of the world has gone his whole life without ever having one woman like him? Apply it as a complete generalization to everything. Allness. Reflexively apply to self or listener. In other words, I probably shouldn't like you either because you're bald. It's kind of funny, isn't it? Or, are you trying to tell me that if I become bald, no women will like me after that no matter what I do? Apply it to the person or to yourself that is saying it. And the next one is chunk down. How does this happen specifically? What happens first? What happens right after that? How does the exact sequence go for a woman to go from not knowing you to not liking you because you're bald without you having any say in the matter or influence whatsoever? And when you ask people specifically how they get these things done, they usually start going into it and they go, oh, that doesn't make any sense. They find the link. They go, oh, this link is not right. Oh, I do this and then I automatically assume. Oh. These happen very quickly. When you learn to do these yourself in your own head, it happens instantly. You go, oh. And you practice them. They're fun. The reason why I wanted Eric to be here is he's going to be here tomorrow. We used to go down to Starbucks every weekend. This was about 3 years ago. And we used to take the book, Mind Lines, which is right here. This is a great book, by the way. Michael Hall, Conversational Reframing. And what I learned from that book is that, what Eric and I learned is that if you sit down, you write down some limiting beliefs, challenge them, get them complete, and then challenge them. You can't do it for more than about 30 minutes because your brain just gets so tweezed up and you're like going, whoa. I mean, it's just, you can feel that all that unconscious stuff changing. And when you get a new belief, like when you learn how to do one of these things, sometimes it's so powerful that you have to go back and rethink your whole life. You have to reconsider everything that has ever happened to you in light of that new information and go, wow. And those are the kind of things that can really help you, change powerfully. Okay, so let's, who wants to do this with me? You. Come on up here. The first man on stage.
The second one.
Oh, the second one. Let's give you a mic there. Okay, so do you have a limiting belief that you'd like to get the hell rid of?
I do.
What would that limiting belief be?
That sometimes people don't take me seriously enough.
Okay, sometimes people don't take you seriously enough. Well, what is that? An internal state or an external behavior? People don't take them seriously enough. I'd say it's basically an external behavior, right? So the question is, what's the missing piece of information there? Okay, so what's the state that creates inside of you?
A state of uncertainty.
Okay, so people don't take seriously equals uncertainty. Okay, external behavior, internal state. So you see that there's a piece of information missing there. He didn't walk up and go, people don't take me seriously, I get this state. And probably because of that, because he didn't realize that, he didn't realize that there was a link between it. Okay, so let's try reframing. So we got external behavior, people not taking seriously, internal state, uncertainty. Okay, so let's try the reframe the external behavior. So the external behavior is that people don't take you seriously. So I could say, well, is it that people don't take you seriously, or is that maybe you're not presenting yourself in a way that causes them to do that? Maybe they are taking you seriously, but you're misinterpreting the information that's coming in. Okay? So that might mean something totally different. The internal state. What was the internal state? Uncertainty?
Uncertainty.
Okay, so I might say, well, uncertainty is located in a certain part of your chest. Like, did you ever notice how uncertainty kind of feels like anticipation? Maybe it's actually, maybe you could just kind of like tweak that and make it into anticipation. Counterexample. Can you think of a time when someone, you think they were uncertain, they
didn't take me seriously.
They didn't take you seriously, but you felt uncertain?
Yes.
Can you think of a time when someone didn't take you seriously, but you felt certain?
Sure.
Okay. Allness framing. Do you feel uncertain every time someone doesn't take you seriously, every single time?
No.
Okay. Reflexively apply to self or listener. Okay, so I could say something like, are you trying to make me uncertain about you right now? That one is, even though it sounds kind of like a joke, it's super powerful when you do it to yourself or you do it to other people, because they don't know what to do, right? So let me ask you, are you trying to make me feel uncertain right now?
No, I'm not.
Okay. How do you feel when I say that?
I feel certain.
Really?
Yeah, I get a feeling of certainty as I say that.
Interesting. Okay, so chunk down. Let me ask you a question. How specifically does the process happen from the person doesn't take you seriously to you feel uncertain? I want to know, like, how do you know that they don't take you seriously? What cue are you looking for there?
Something in their behavior gives me the indication that they're sort of blowing me off.
Okay, so what are we missing here?
What specifically in their behavior?
Yeah, what about their behavior?
Yeah. They might act in a way that they would act to someone who was younger than them, rather than to someone who was their boss or their teacher or older than them.
Okay. Are these people you don't know?
People I don't know well.
Okay.
People I know, but not people I don't know. But not people I know well.
So one of the things I might say is, well, how do you know that they treat other people that way? For sure.
Right.
Right? Because he's just assuming that he knows how those people treat other people. So that's chunking down and getting into it and saying, let's pull this apart. And as soon as you start doing that, you go, oh, wow, that's a kind of a different thing. You've probably done this a lot, right?
I have done this a lot. I've done this exercise a ton. Yeah.
Okay.
It's good. It's really powerful. There's some real tools in these. The important thing is to kind of keep aware of all of them, because if you end up using one all the time, it loses a little bit of its juice. But when you remember that there's a menu, and if one doesn't, one of these is going to feel right, one of these is going to work, and it's kind of like that octopus cycling through the different techniques.
It's important to remember that when you have one of these, it's good to hit it with 3 or 4 of them, because it will really reinforce how you're feeling. Okay, so I'll try one. Let's see here. It's hard for me to think up a limiting belief here when I've been trying to eliminate so many limiting beliefs. How about this? If everyone kind of seems not so intently interested, it means that I'm not doing a good job.
Okay.
You get to reframe.
Okay. If everybody looks like they're not too interested, it means that you're not doing a good job.
Yeah.
Could it maybe mean, if it looks like they're not too interested, could it maybe mean that they're in trance and they're just really absorbing everything that you're saying?
That could definitely be true.
Has it ever been true that as people look like they're not interested, that they're not getting what you're saying? In other words, does it ever happen that the fact that they're not looking interested means that they're actually really getting what you're saying?
This is good. This is good for me right now. What else?
How do you know that they're not getting what you're saying? What is it about their looking like they're not interested, or how do you know that they're looking like they're not interested?
Okay, I'm already reframed on that one.
Right.
Yeah.
But did you know
Weren't you reframed already? You told us people eat too much for lunch and they're going to look zoned out. So you told us at the very beginning.
Oh, sure, but you know what?
No.
We're not, humans are not logical. Just because I know that doesn't mean that I feel that.
That was a reframe right there that he did. I mean, what does
Exactly.
it? Could it maybe mean that their blood sugar is low? That's a counterexample.
That really is a limiting belief of yours. I mean, what could be?
Well, I just kind of threw it out there. I just looked around and said, what's something I could make up right now? And, it's not really that true. I mean, everybody's kind of leaning forward. Everyone seems like they're interested.
But it's almost an important thing as a presenter to have. You have to calibrate, where people
Exactly.
are at. I got one more. Do you think that every single time an audience has looked like they were not interested, that they weren't getting what you were saying and you weren't doing a good job?
No, of course not. Okay, let's give Orion a hand.
Thanks.
It's great to have somebody come up and be better than me at it. Okay, so you guys understand what's going on here? What I want you to do right now is I want you to write down a few limiting beliefs. I want you to write down 3 or 5 that you have brought with you. Okay? Be honest. Write some limiting beliefs down. And as soon as you write them down, I want you to go through here and I want you to reframe yourself. I want you to come up with these things. If you don't have the connection, figure it out. Okay? We're going to do this for a little while. You're going to work alone. And then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to find a partner that you don't know, and you're going to reframe each other. And here's the way you're going to do it. You're going to hand the other person your limiting beliefs, and they're going to tell them to you, and then you're going to reframe them. This is a bizarre experience, and it's an experiment that Eric and I made up that gives you a really weird bunch of feelings, okay? And you can go back and forth. You can reframe each other and, what have you. So right now I want you to think up what are some limiting beliefs you have. Some of mine used to be, if I walk up to a woman and I start talking to her and she rejects me, everyone in this place is going to disrespect me and they're going to laugh their asses off at me. It's a limiting belief I had. I used to have a limiting belief that you can't get a woman's phone number if you just walk up to her and just start talking to her. Didn't think it was possible. Literally. Didn't think a few years ago, didn't think that was real. I've had limiting beliefs that say, if you get together with a woman, she's not going to want to sleep with you immediately. Just never going to happen. Women are just, not that way. Okay? I've had a lot of these kind of things. And I've gone through them. My sessions reframing with Steve's buddy back there really helped me with a lot of these things. We still talk about these when we talk on the phone. We go, oh man, do you remember those days? Really got me through a lot of it. So write down your limiting beliefs. What is it that you don't want to have anymore? Write out your limiting beliefs, and then I want you to reframe yourself. If you don't have any limiting beliefs, pretend you have one. Borrow somebody else's. Okay? Because we're doing an exercise here. You're learning how to do this for yourself. This is something that you want to... This is the work that most people go, oh, I don't really... Where's the pickup lines? Where's the frustrated? Where's the defiance? You got that over here? Okay. Can't we just get to the damn pickup lines? Well, we can, but if you get to the pickup lines and you forgot this part, and you're standing there and she's walking by and you're like, oh, I better not talk to her, she won't like me. And you don't have this skill right in that moment to go, oh, what am I talking about? She won't like me. She's going to think I'm the man. Okay, if you can't do that, then you're going to be really bummed that you got the pickup line and not this. This is the hard work. I'm asking you to go inside and do something that you're not used to doing here. Okay? And I'm going to push you and make you do it because I'm going to give you what you need and not what you think you want. And I hope it's what you need. How you doing? Are you getting what you didn't get before? Are you having some breakthroughs? Is it interesting? Is there any question you have? Anything that's not clear? Who? Where? Go ahead.
As you said yourself, there's a big difference between knowing something and feeling it.
Knowing something and feeling it, yeah.
This exercise to me is very, very intellectual. Unlike all of the limiting beliefs I have, I know intellectually the reasons they're not true, but they still affect me subconsciously when I'm, trying to operate. So
you're a very intellectual guy.
Yes.
You're extremely over the outside the control charts of intellectual. I can hear just by talking to you. Mm-hmm. So continue.
Now I'm guessing what you're going to say is that by reiteration and enjoying this kind of thing, it'll settle into the subconscious. But I just wanted to hear, how you would.
Well, let me ask you a question. Give me a limiting belief you have.
Okay, the first one I had was my acne makes me less attractive to women.
Your acne makes you less attractive to women? Okay, so my question is, how how did that come about? How did that get into your mind in the first place?
Probably from looking at other people with acne and finding it unattractive myself.
Okay, but the point is that it happened over time, and it kind of got wound up and it got wired up in there. And the point is that you may have to work, if you've got something that's in there and you're going to be working on this yourself, you may have to get the hang of this before it really starts taking hold. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, the long and the short of it is that you may have to get in there and do some work around these things, especially if you're very intellectual. I don't know if I was going to share this later or not, but let me share something with you real fast. I've got a buddy here who has a hedge fund. Okay, you're going to hear from him here, and he's a very intellectual guy. And he got me into reading and studying the stock market. I learned some really awesome things. I probably read 20 or 30 books about the stock market, and did no investing because I just like to learn about stuff. And there was one thing that really was profound in one of the Market Wizards books. Anybody here in the stock market or read the Market Wizards books know what I'm talking about? A couple people here? All right. Really interesting books where they interviewed a lot of these guys that were top stock traders. And one of the guys' names was Vic something or other, Trader Vic Sperandio or something. He was some big famous guy that's made tens of millions of dollars. And they were interviewing him, and they said, well, why don't you teach other people to do this and have them do it? And he said, yeah, I've taught other people, I've done this, but it never works out. And they said, why? And I'm getting a little off course here, but this is you'll find an interesting reframe within this reframe. He said, I went out and I hired a bunch of smart guys, really intelligent guys, and I gave them each $250,000, I think he said. Gave them $250,000. He said, here's my $250,000 of my money. The way to find out whether you know what you're doing or not is you invest the money in the stock market, and if you make money, then you're good, and if you lose it all, then you're fired. And what he found is that out of, I don't remember, these numbers are not clear in my head anymore, but I think he got 12 guys, and I think 2 of them survived and made it. And the 2 that made it went off and left him and started their own firms or whatever, their companies after they learned all his tricks. But anyway, the other 10, he said, what's going on here? Well, he hired really smart guys, and he found out that there was a little flaw inside of intelligence. And that is that really smart guys tend to think that they're right all the time. Because they're smart, they're usually right. So when they go problem solving or they get into arguments, they're right. And if they're not right, they can convince other people they're right. Anyway, is there anyone in here that can convince another person that they're right even when they're not and likes to do it? Okay, I like to do it. My dad's good at that stuff. You're good at it probably, huh? Yeah, interesting. I'm not talking to you alone. Anyway, the point is that he said that these super intelligent people, they would get into the stock market, and again, I'm going to be talking like a really inexperienced person here, but this is the general feeling that I've got, is that if you get into a stock, if you buy it at 100, okay, and it starts to drop and it starts to go down, that there's a point where you need to sell it, okay, and that's usually sooner rather than later. And if you buy a stock at 100 and it starts going up, that you need to hold on to it until it stops going up, okay, get as much life out of it as you can. This is a general, kind of a systems theory about a lot of, I've read from a lot of stock traders. Well, he found out that the intelligent guys, the really super smart ones, they'd do all this research and they'd have it all together, and they'd buy a stock, okay, and they'd be right. They'd be like, okay, I know all the indicators, I know what the economics, I know everything's going to happen, I'm buying the stock for the right reasons, it has to go up. So they buy it and it would start to drop. And they'd go, but I'm right. But I'm right. Okay? And this is what happened. But I'm right. And the next thing you know, the $250,000 was gone, and they were right, but they had no money. And you know what? Most of them were right because they were really smart. They did their research. They were right about what they were talking about. They made good decisions. But the stock still went down. And because they were so used to being right, they couldn't let go of that. They couldn't let go of that identity of being right all the time and being super intelligent. And so sometimes you have to take a new way. Sometimes if you're really convinced, if you're really smart, I get the feeling that you're a pretty smart guy, you have to get in there and go, I've got to really work on getting over my own intelligence sometimes. I know some guys that aren't that smart that are killer with women. You know what I'm saying? Because they know how to speak they know how to speak to them correctly, they know how to make things happen. So, okay, that was a big reframe on reframing and other things and intelligence, but I'm not saying to be stupid, but I'm saying that use your intelligence wisely. Okay, don't get too attached to what you're doing, and you may have to go in there and really do some heavy work on the reframing before you really get it, before you feel something new is happening. Anybody here ever want instant gratification? Yeah? Okay. I'm going to talk about that in a little while here. I hear that in there too. You know, everybody wants instant. They want to learn the thing that works right now. And I'm not going to waste your time. I'm only going to teach you things that I believe are the best of the best of the best of the best. Like stuff that I really worked hard to get. And you know what? Not all of it's going to work for you. You know, not all of it's going to fit your personality or your style or whatever. But I hope that a lot of it will. And I hope that you'll be able to take enough away that it'll really, you know, boost you. This particular exercise, I think, is one of the most valuable things you can learn as a human being. It's one of the most important things you can learn how to do effectively. And maybe right now, for you, it isn't that thing. It might not be. It might not be effective for you. Maybe it is, and maybe like the other 6 things were perfect and you got the shift immediately and this was just an issue. But I'm just saying that maybe it's not for you right now, and maybe you're going to have to go out and try it again. And maybe you're going to try it in a week, or you're going to try it in 3 months, and you're going to keep doing it on something, and then one day you're going to go, and this global reframe will come over you, and you will jump out and you'll be like, wow, that was amazing, and it'll happen for you. But this is something that if you stick with it, it will make a huge difference in the long run of your life, over the long term, learning how to do this. So it's a long-term strategy. So don't expect to walk out of here going, yes, and you walk up to a woman and you're like, hi, I'm reframed, and you're toast, and have it work, okay? Might not happen that way. You may have to do a little bit more work around it. So I really appreciate your question, by the way. Sometimes, like I said, I get permission to pick on people because it's in a loving kind of a way. I think you can feel that I'm trying to get in there, and I get to use you as a demonstration. It took a lot to ask that question, and I appreciate it. So if you feel like you need to ask questions like that, challenge me. Anything else along that way?
As we began this exercise, I noticed within myself resistance. Either just fear of looking at the things that I'm afraid of and all those things. And petrified when Garen came over to try to talk to me about it. So I'm probably not alone, but I'm here to try to work through this.
You might be alone. I don't think anyone else has any fear.
Well,
anybody else going through that? Walking over to somebody you don't know and sharing your fears? Yeah.
So, but even just within myself, I mean, just to do it myself, I'm afraid too. So I didn't know if there was anything maybe, I mean, if it's just words of encouragement from yourself or...
You want a hug?
No.
Come here, man. Give me a hug. Hey. Yeah. You know, I mean, like, listen to me, guys. Nobody's ever made you do this before around the issue of women, probably, in your life. You know what I mean? No one said, all right, let's get inside of your head here and figure out what's going on and retool it. It's tough. I mean, one of the beliefs that I have, I'll be talking about in a little while, I mean, we're really kind of all we have. You know, you get to form these little bands and these little families and these little tribes and these groups, and you have your family, and it's all, you know, we're all we have. You know, we're all on the same path here, and we've got to encourage each other. I'll give you a hug if you want it again. I won't cuddle with you, though. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know what? Big. Thank you.
Hi. So reframing is basically reality checks. I mean, if I'm looking at the stock example there, which is very good because I think it's tying it together for me. It's like if you got an idea that something's some way, but reality's telling you it's not, reframing is a way to get back to reality?
You know, in a lot of cases it is. That's a really interesting point, because a lot of times people literally have, not only are they reframing and they're doing something that's not healthy, but they're really out of touch with, you know, reality, with what's going on in the outside world. They have all these beliefs about what's happening, but they don't even know, and they let those limit themselves. So that's kind of another issue. It's extended. What I'm talking about is you just need to learn to get the skill to reframe yourself so that you can do that anytime you need it. It is to look down, to turn the lens around and look into your own mind and say, where am I insecure and where do I have problems? That's tough work. It's tough work for men to do.
I'm Greg from Chicago. To address your thing about reality checks, is like some of the concepts and beliefs you have and their reframes are not in reality. They're not even in reality. They're just perceptions. Like, you know, things like I'm not good enough. I'll never have enough money. I'm not attracted. So it's not the reframe is not necessarily a reality check, although in many cases it is. Sometimes there's no way to subjectively measure these things against reality because they're only beliefs and perceptions.
Anything else? Anyone else?
I'm Ray from Boston, and I just add to that that actually I'd say that reframing is not just a way of getting back to reality, but the reality that you deep down inside want.
And that's something else we're going to talk about is, what is reality anyway?
Quick comment, would you say that it's also a change of perspective on how you look at life?
That is what this is. It is changing your perspective. Well, I'm not going to draw this all out because it'll take long, but you guys will get what's going on here. Let's pretend that this is your head and kind of your perceptions are in there. You realize that there's a process of several things that happens for you to get to even be able to understand something in the first place. It has to happen, or whatever, and then you have to perceive it. You have to use your senses, your 5 senses, and if you think you have 6 or whatever, to perceive it. Then you have perceptual filters that have been set up within your perception to see things. I mean, like for instance, we can only hear a certain frequency range. We can only see within certain octaves. There are other animals, they find spider webs, and they go, "What? Why are spider webs? Why do bugs fly into them?" Well, they took pictures of them with ultraviolet cameras, and they found out that to a bug, it looks like this incredible rainbow. It's unbelievably colorful, but it's all in the ultraviolet spectrum. We can't see that. We don't know that. They've taken pictures of flowers the same way, and they find all these things. So we have perceptions. We have perceptual filters on the other side of that, which means we like biases and these other things that we accumulate. So we program our perceptions to see and not see things. You guys all know we have a blind spot, right? In your eye? Anybody here not know that they have a blind spot in both of their eyes? You don't know it? Okay, you don't know it? Do you guys, everybody know how to do the little X thing where you take it and you move it around until it's gone? Okay? Well, find somebody. No, you don't know how to do this? This is awesome. We're going to do it right now. Grab a blank piece. We need a piece of white paper. You guys have, take one of those little notepads from the hotel.
How big is the X?
Turn it around on the white side of the paper. Put a little X, about like this big on the paper. Okay, so close your left eye. Put your hand over it if you have to. Leave your right eye open. Take the X and put it maybe 3 inches over to the right of your right eye, and then look straight ahead at the paper. So you're looking at about 3 inches to the left of the X, and then start moving it away from you slowly, straight at arm's length. And at about a foot away, the X should disappear, as long as you keep your eye focused straight forward. And then notice the X in your peripheral vision, and it will disappear. You guys all finding that? No? Yeah? Okay. You'll see it. Just keep working on it. You may have to move it like a foot out and keep moving it around. But the X will disappear. We all have a blind spot in both of our eyes. It's just not there. And when we're walking around, we don't perceive that anything's gone. First of all, we have 2 eyes and they fill in. And the other thing is, our mind fills in the extra space. If you just close your one eye and look around, you can't see the blind spot. But once you work on it, you can actually make things disappear. Like you can make like somebody's head disappear and do all kinds of weird things. Your mind fills in the missing information. It just puts a pattern right over it. Well, guess what? We've got those in all kinds of areas and places. Okay? So here's what happens. It comes in through the senses, perceptual filters. Then the next thing we do is we decide what it means. We figure out what attachments. We compare it to everything else. That's how humans learn and figure out what things mean. What do I associate that with? What does that seem like? And then we decide what it means. Then we make a decision about it. What are we going to do about it? Nothing? Are we going to act? What are we going to do? We've got to make a decision about it. So then there's the deciding process, and then there's action. So there's 5 steps that happen between when the thing actually happens and when you actually have some output and you do something about it. And at all those different levels, things can happen. And one of the things that's really powerful about reframing is that it helps you to unwire a lot of this automatic process that's happening in the background and running all the time. Okay? It's like running Windows on your computer. Most people they never think in terms of that's just a piece of software. It's like you actually, your mind goes in there and like starts moving things around like it's actually on a desktop. It really becomes easy to believe that stuff's really there. You listen to people talk about it and they go, oh wow, that's really, like they think that's really there. They're talking about it that way. Another thing that's really amazing is next time you're watching television, have you ever watched you see a TV and the screen is kind of like about this color, that lighter shade, it's not black. But when you're watching television, watch when you see black in the images, and you'll notice that your mind is making it black. It's actually kind of that greenish gray color on the screen. And when you know that and you look at it, you'll go, whoa, that's really weird. It's not actually black, but my mind is making it black.
Doesn't it depend if you have a good or a bad TV?
Depends on if you have good or bad TV and if you're in the dark. Okay? But that's what happens. It really does. I mean, go check this stuff out. You'll see, wow, I'm kind of deceiving myself in a lot of ways. Most of it's useful, some of it's not. You have to have the skill to unwire it when you need to. Now we're going to go into the more specifics of the psychology. I love this quote. All truth passes through 3 stages. First is ridiculed, second is violently opposed, and third is accepted as self-evident. You guys all know that one? You've all heard that one before? When somebody hears something that is, powerfully true, they violently oppose it because it's going to mess up their paradigm. They don't want to have any new influence in their life. Oh, no. Second, it's it's ridiculed at first. They ridicule it. Then it's violently opposed because then it starts to gain momentum. And finally, it's accepted as self-evident because everyone goes, wow, well, of course that's the way it is. When Copernicus, I think, came along and said, no, it's, not Earth, Sun, it's, Sun, Earth. Was that Galileo? I thought it was Copernicus. I'm getting some of each. When Galileo or Copernicus came along and shook things up, whatever happened there, whoever it was almost killed, I think, for coming up with that idea because it went against the church and everything else. And now it's like everyone goes, well, it's kind of self-evident here. Now, am I saying that what I'm talking about is that powerful? Well, maybe not, but I'll tell you what, I think that you guys are going to learn some really interesting stuff here, and I know that I'm going to have to go through being opposed by other people. I'm going to get arguments once this stuff gets out. You're really the first ones to see what I've been doing for a while and what I've figured out and the things that have been my inner thoughts for a long time. This is the first place that I've ever, got a couple of friends that I've been talking about it for years, and when I call them up and I share that, with them, they go, what are you talking about? That Sperm Wars quote is, I don't know what to do with that, and they tweak on it for like 3 days. So I'm giving it all to you, like the fire hydrant and taking a drink out of it or something like that. So I understand this is some intense work. All right. Life isn't fair, and that's great news. What am I doing? Reframing. All right? We are each born with our own lot, and others have their own biases and prejudices. This is good news because it also means you can turn things in your favor. 2 keys are definite major purpose and constant improvement. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make this happen. There is no try. Consistent effort creates luck, as in let's go get lucky. Now, this is very interesting because I have a lot of people say to me, that's not fair. That's not right. That's not just. That's not fair. And you know what? That's true. Because fairness is an ideal. Okay? You know what happens when you have an ideal, right? So fair is an ideal. What do you get when you got one of those? Well, this is where you're going. Okay? So the fact is that life is not fair. That nothing is fair. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, there is some balance that happens in the universe, and it all will balance out to be fair. But things are not fair. It's not fair. You weren't born fair. You're not going to get a fair anything. But the fact is that if it was fair, if everything was fair, then you would have to just accept your place in life. You would have nothing you could do about it. If life was fair, you'd live in, a socialist society, and you'd just kind of do your thing, and that would be it. Here's what you do, and here's your bread, and wait in line, and whatever. Things are not fair, but that's the best news that there could possibly be, because that means that you can turn things in your favor. Because things aren't fair, that's where all the power comes from. So, if you think like a victim, when you say life isn't fair, you go, life isn't fair, and I got screwed, and I got to work harder this time than that guy, and that's not fair, and blah, 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 and you complain. But if you go, life's not fair, I can turn things in my favor. I may have to work a little harder, but I can do it. That changes everything. All the world's richest men right now, they didn't have anything when they started. They were all, regular guys, basically. And they built these huge fortunes, You can do this stuff. You can really become successful if you make it. And you have to realize that it's great news that life isn't fair. All right, let's go back to the presentation here. 2 keys are definite major purpose and constant improvement. These 2 ideas come from 2 very influential thinkers. One of them is Napoleon Hill, who wrote the book Think and Grow Rich. And the other one is W. Edwards Deming, who is a big management consultant and a statistician he's made a huge difference in business and so forth. Why am I talking about them? Well, who's read Think and Grow Rich? All right, a lot of people. Who hasn't read Think and Grow Rich? Okay. Who knows the story behind Think and Grow Rich of how it came to be? Okay, not many people. All right, Napoleon Hill wrote Think and Grow Rich. In the late 1800s, he got together with Andrew Carnegie, and so the story goes, Andrew Carnegie was interviewing people because he wanted to have the story of success written. He wanted, he knew a lot of people and he became very successful, and he wanted to catalog this information. So he interviewed people, and Napoleon Hill was like 20, and he was a kid, and Andrew Carnegie said, here's the deal. I want you to work 20 years of your life. I want you to interview all the world's most successful people. And then I want you to take that knowledge and I want you to write about it. And he said, you're not going to be paid for this, but at the end of the 20 years, you can keep the work and you can make money from it. You can sell it and make profit from it. So he wrote, interviewed, I think, 652 of the world's most successful people, everybody from Thomas Edison and just all these influential people. Wrote a series of books called The Laws of Success. And I think it was 20 or 30 different books that he wrote. It was a whole series. And he sold them and he became rich, became a millionaire. And that was in the 20s, in the late 20s. And then he lost all his money in the stock market crash, and he became broke again. And then he spent the next several years condensing the laws of success into one book, and that book is Think and Grow Rich. And that is the single book that more successful people that I know of will just point their finger to and talk about. So I recommend reading Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. I've read it several times. It's a profound book. And he kind of teases you in there and says, I'm going to share the secret with you on every page or in every chapter, but you're going to have to look for it. And I'm not going to tell you directly, and there's a whole bunch of things. Anyway, a big secret that he shares in there is called definite major purpose. And it's the idea that once you have a purpose, once you choose something that you're going to do, and you make a commitment to it, and you say, I am going to do this, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get that, everything changes, and doors open, okay? There's another quote. I can't remember it, but it's basically the one that when you make a commitment to something, that providence moves and all kinds of things come into, and start happening that never would have happened before. When you become purposeful, when you say, I'm going to accomplish this, all of a sudden it redirects your mind. You see things that you never saw before. You can perceive things that you weren't able to perceive. It's sometimes a frightening place to go, because if you say to yourself, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get there, and you don't know, there's a lot of fear of the unknown that's underneath there. Okay? So you have to face that. So I'm going to ask you guys to make a purpose, to commit to something. Figure out what you want. You have to figure out what you want. We did that at the beginning, and we're going to do it again in a little while. Constant improvement is the Deming concept. W. Edwards Deming was a big statistician, management consultant, and he was teaching constant improvement and statistical measurement to companies in the U.S. He was trying to teach them, and nobody wanted to hear it. So he went over to Japan back in the 50s and 60s, and he helped them become the superpower that they were because they adopted his methods. And then when he showed back up in the U.S. back in the 70s, everybody in the U.S. went, hey, we'll talk to you a little bit. And he was responsible for developing the Ford Escort and the Taurus and a lot of these other cars that became the top-selling vehicles of all time. He's a very powerful thinker. And what he talked about is, the long and the short of it is, what Americans do, or used to do when they would design, is they would come up with a specification that they wanted. They would say, I want this part to be 3 inches long, and then they'd try and get it to be exactly 3 inches long. And what he was teaching the Japanese to do was get it 3 inches long and then figure out how you can make it better. And then once it's better, then make it better in another way. And constantly improve every single little thing and make it faster and better and constantly improve. And he's the one that we really have to thank for a lot of this mindset of it showing up. And a lot of other people showed up and got into the quality movement. These two foundations, definite major purpose and constant improvement, will get you through a lot. Okay? They'll help you be able to hold on to something, and they'll help you be able to have a purpose in what you're doing, what you're supposed to be doing at all times. So we're going to come up with a couple of these things in a little while. The next thing is, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make this happen. There is no try. I've done this many times in my life, and when I say, I'm at the place where I'm ready, I'm going to do whatever it takes to change this thing in my life, I'm going to do it. And then I speak it, and I say it, that's when it starts happening. All of us in this room started out with me being in Pacific Beach, California, with my best friend there, and there was this woman and this whole thing, and I tried to talk to her, and I just said, I am going to do whatever it takes to get this handled. I don't care what it takes. I'm going to figure this out because I have to figure this out for me. I've got to do it. And from that moment, that was it. Now I knew what I had to do. And you know what? I had setbacks and I screwed up and I was discouraged at times, but I picked myself back up and I said, I'm going to go figure that out. I'm going to figure that out. Some people aren't ready to do that. You know? Can I share your story? I guess that's a yes. For a few years, I shared with my best friend here, I said, you know what? Are you willing to do whatever it takes to get your weight handled? You're willing to do whatever it takes. And I kept pushing him and saying, you got to get to that place or else it's never going to happen. You have to get to the place where you say, I'm going to do whatever it takes. Years we struggled over this. Well, I don't know, about, 6 months ago? January? We were talking on the phone and he said, you know what? It was just totally, it was amazing. It was out of the blue. He just goes, it's time. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get this handled. I have to do it. It's just, I am going to do it. And he just was talking about this and I heard it. I just went, wow. So I started telling other people he's going to do it. How much weight have you lost? 40 pounds, right? And you know what? It's going to happen for him. Now is the time. Because all the other times when he was like, well, I'd like to, but I'm not going to, it wasn't going to happen then. So this is a very important place to get to, where you just go, I have purpose. I am going to do whatever it takes. And I encourage you to, once you get there, find other people and tell them, and stay on it.
There's a saying, when the student is ready, the teacher will come.
That's true. Yeah. Consistent effort creates luck, as in let's go get lucky by choice. Luck is really interesting, okay? Yes, some things do happen and some people do get lucky. And we like to focus on those people that are lucky. We like to look at the lottery winner or the person that got unlucky and happened to have the terrorist walk in and blow them up. And we look at that and we're like, oh, they're really unlucky. But the fact is that betting on luck is a really bad game. It's not going to help you, okay? If you want to get lucky, what I suggest is you figure out how to get it. How can you get luck? How can you make your own? Well, realize these things and do this, and you will make your own luck in life. You will start creating it. A couple of my friends and I, matter of fact, Rick, who you'll meet day after tomorrow, good friend, we go hang out, and we go places, and we drive together. And we both talk about having parking karma, because wherever we go, there's a parking space. We just know it's going to happen. And we both have names for it even. It was weird. We met up. And this is kind of a little woo-woo right here. But whenever we get in the car together, we are unstoppable. We go down to Hermosa Beach. Whenever we go down there, we pull in. There's someone pulling out of a spot right across from the pier, right there, always. Line of cars, there's somebody pulling out. We always know that wherever we go, we're going to the front because that's where our space is. Again, woo-woo. I used to do this thing where I would go see him this was like 7-8 years ago, okay, when we both lived up in Oregon. I would go see him, he worked at a hospital, and there were like these 3 parking spaces across the street from the hospital. And I learned this from, was it Wayne Dyer or Brian Tracy? Where I'd imagine my parking space, and I'd imagine the person pulling out on the way there, and I'd go, thank you for holding it for me, I appreciate it. And it was weird. I would always pull up and one of the spaces would be available, or somebody would be leaving, or I'd drive around the block once and there it would be. And that's kind of an extreme version, but I have found in so many instances in my life when I walk in and I just go, this is my day, this is what's happening. I'm lucky today, and I always am, and I expect to be lucky, and I expect things to happen the best way they possibly could, and then that's the way it is. It's very powerful. Anybody have this happen to them? Just the way they walk through life, yeah? Yeah, you can do that if you want to. So you might have to reframe yourself on a few things. You might have to actually get to this place in your mind. This is something I realized about 3 or 4 years ago. I think I was listening to a Jay Abraham tape or something like that. He was talking about something like this. But anyway, the point is that you're the only one who really cares about your success. No one cares about your success like you do. In fact, others often want you to fail. Just like in martial arts, all of your preparation is just for a few key moments. And just like stepping stones, you need to learn one thing, then another until mastery. All of a sudden I realized, wow, I've got all these goals, or I want to do this great thing, or I want to go make money. And I went, wow, nobody cares. Like, I want to go drive this nice car so that people will like me and chicks will dig me. And I get the car and I go, oh my God, nobody cares. In fact, people kind of have disdain for me because I've got what they want. Wow, nobody cares. Amazing. Nobody cares if I'm successful or if I'm a failure. In fact, a lot of cases, if you're a failure, you've got other people to talk to or understand your situation, and they want to talk to you about that. They love talking to you about that. Oh, yeah, boy, it's tough out there, isn't it? I don't mean, I don't want to, come off negative, but there are a lot of people that would rather that you stayed down low than stayed above them. I have a friend who talked about, in Australia, they talk about, what is it, the tall poppy? Syndrome. Tall poppy syndrome. And where are all my Australians? One here, one there, one over here. We've got 3 guys that came in from Australia to be here. Okay, let's give them a round of applause. That's what I'm talking about. And apparently the theory is, if anyone tries to get tall, that you chop them back down because we all want to stay, equal. Now there's some brotherhood in that, and there's some, I don't want to let anyone get arrogant and have hubris and have my ego get out of control and be too much, and I understand that. But you know what, that kind of goes to the core of, we don't like to see people do better than us. In a lot of cases. I think that there's some natural drives within us going back before competition, territory, where we like to be the one that's doing better and we don't like to encourage others. So this is something where you kind of have to, reframe. But nobody cares about your success, so get over it. Don't try and do this to impress anyone else. Don't try and do this to impress your guy friends. Don't try and do something to be impressive, because nobody gives a damn. It really doesn't matter. I meet too many people that are like, oh, I want to do this so I can get this approval from this group of people. I want this person to respect me or like me. I want my mom to finally respect me because I did this. And it's like, come on, live your life for you. Stop trying to live for other people, because if you do the thing to get it for your mom, she's got another thing. Okay? She's got 3 more, 7 more. She'll come up with them. The more you jump through the hoops to get her approval, the more she'll come up with, probably. The only one that cares about your success is you, really. Okay? You may be fortunate to get a few good friends in your life that really want to see you succeed and will do what it takes to make you succeed and will, really get behind you. But it's rare, and really treasure those people that do. Like I said before, just like in martial arts, all your preparation is for a few key moments. The moment when that girl walks by and you want to talk to her, if you don't know exactly what you're going to do and then do it right, you will lose the situation. There is a place beyond that where you're so good that you don't have to know what you're going to do because you're going to be great. Okay? But not a lot of people are there. So you got to get to the first step first. You got to know what you're going to do. It's for a few key moments. So we're preparing for those moments specifically. And just like stepping stones, you need to learn one thing, then another until mastery. All right, I want to talk about mastery here because mastery requires energy. It requires focus, sticking with something. Not throwing in the towel, not being a wuss and just saying, oh, that's too hard, I don't want to do that anymore. Mastery is kind of like the land of the big boys. The path to mastery. Newbies always want to learn tricks and fancy techniques. This is something I realized about 6 months ago. I just woke up one day and went, oh my God, look at this. In every discipline that I study, the new people always want to learn the sexy tricks, the show-off things. That's what they want to learn. And you know what's a real ironic thing, I'll tell you in a sec here, but in the stock market, you get into the stock market, what does everyone want to learn? How do I pick a good stock? What's your entry signal? What kind of trailing stop loss do you use? You with me? What's the stock pick of the day? They all want to know the thing that sounds sexy. You ask all the top traders what they want, and I've read a bunch of books about this, and what do all the top traders say? Money management. Who said it? There he is. Money management, position sizing, managing your risk.
Asset allocation.
Asset allocation. Okay? So what are these things? Well, a lot of new people will never even get that because they're too focused on thinking that they need to learn all the technique instead of learning the fundamentals that are underneath. I was with the number 2 barefoot water skier in the world. My other best friend is good friends with him down in Florida. I was with him a couple months ago. And we were talking to him about this, and I said, let me ask you, what does everybody want to learn when they come out on the boat with you? Because he does these barefooting outings, And this is one of these guys that, he gets in a helicopter, and he's got what's the ski rope called?
Ski rope.
That technical term there. And he gets in a helicopter, and they fly him 50 feet up in the air with the boat driving in front of him, and he jumps out of the helicopter and lands barefoot water skiing. Okay, it's totally unbelievable. He's insane. And so I said, so what do they all want to learn? He goes, they want to learn the tricks. They want to learn how to do the this and the that, and I don't remember what he called them. And I said, so what do they really need to learn? What do they actually need to learn? And then he said, the stance. And he did this thing where you do this, and you put this over your knees, and he's like, and then you hold yourself this way, and then you've got to learn this other thing. And then when you learn those and you can actually do them, which takes a lot of time, effort, energy, practice, then you can go on and learn a trick. And what's ironic is I was talking to Orion over here at dinner, and it was very funny because he brought it up without me even saying that I was going to talk about this. He said, when people get into magic, the first thing they want to learn is the tricks. And I said, well, I usually say people want to learn the tricks first, but in magic you must, I mean, isn't that what you learn? And he said, no, you need to learn presentation. You need to learn storytelling and misdirection and how to be charming and how to tell us, you know what I'm saying? That's what you need to learn first, and then the tricks will take care of themselves. Interesting. I'm going to teach you guys a magic trick tomorrow. Newbies always want to learn tricks and fancy techniques. Examples, stock market, martial arts, barefoot water skiing. Experienced experts reveal that there are more fundamental lessons to learn first, the basics. If you don't learn the basics first, you'll never be able to execute the techniques correctly. How many people in this room have tried a technique for picking up a woman and went, you know what, there's no way that could ever work. It just never could work. Anybody ever tried that and just go, they tried it a bunch of times and they're convinced there's no way it could ever work. The technique just doesn't work. Well, you know what? Whatever technique you could tell me that will never work, I've seen someone use and have it work. What's the difference? The person using it and where their level was. If you have mastery over this area, if you really get what's going on when you walk into a situation with a woman and you are able to size it up and you know what you want, you know what you're willing to accept and what you're not willing to accept, and you begin, you can do anything. You can use any technique. You can pick up any book, any tape series, any strategy that's on the market, and you can pull stuff out of the bag and just start throwing it out there and using it. Because you know what's going on better than they do. Does that make sense? It's the way that you use it. It's how you use it. I was fortunate when I did some work in the real estate industry. Anybody here in martial arts? You guys know what Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is? That's the style where they wrestle you to the ground and then slap you on the back of the, bitch slap you and make you really submit, okay? No, anyway, now of course this is another thing that I don't know a lot about, but I got to meet Rickson Gracie, who apparently is the top fighter in the world in this area, or was when I talked to him. He was like 396 fights and 0. It's just unbelievably bad. And what I'm going to say is that I know from watching him and watching the videos that he could do anything. You could say, okay, here are the 3 moves you can do, and this guy can do anything, and he would still beat them. Because he's so incredibly versatile in the way that he can do things. Okay? Does that make sense to you guys, what I'm talking about here? If you have the mastery over the powerful stuff, the techniques. When I was going out and I used to introduce myself to women and walk up and try all kinds of things, it finally got to the point where I went, oh my God, I don't actually have to have fancy lines because I could say anything, can I? And we would go out and he'd tell me things to say and I'd walk up to women and say bizarre shit that's just totally and they'd respond. And I'd get conversations going and I'd be like, this is totally unreal. I can say anything. One of the times, this is funny. This one could kind of be taken as a compliment, but we saw this guy speak one time and he was talking about the ego and the dark side of personality, and he was talking about where these guys meet over in Davos, which is, they have this big conference over in Switzerland or whatever. And he was saying, this place was shimmering with power. And there are all these guys that come, high-powered guys. And so we used to make fun of it. So one time I walked up to her and I went, you are shimmering with power. And she was like, wow, thank you. Oh yeah, exactly. Oh man. So anyway, the point is that you can do anything. Really, I have said all kinds of freaky stuff. You can. If you have the stuff down, it just changes everything. You don't need to have technique. Now, when you take this, you take the power, and then you take the technique and you put it on top of it, that's when you can go take any of the techniques that are currently marketed or the things that I'm going to show you, and they're just ultra powerful. It's like rocket fuel because you understand what's happening. You understand the dynamics of the situation. Anybody ever read a technique on the internet or in a book and then go out and think that technique, you're got your gun and you walk out and you go, hi, blah, 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 and then the woman responds positively and you go, I don't know what to do now. I remember one time walking up to a girl trying a technique. We were in a bar. I tried a technique. She was all of a sudden started talking about us having sex and it just went wham. It just really hit her. And I was standing there. You were standing there watching me. And I was like, wow. And she just turned around and walked away. And I was like, what do you do with that? Well, I know now what to do with that. Thank God. But that will happen, if you just are trying to use techniques. It's all technique-based, and you're like, well, if she does this, then what do I do? If she does this, what do I do? So I'm trying to give you a base so that you can use any techniques. This is the mastery process. Do I have a quote from him in here somewhere? I'll read from the book. This is a book called Mastery by George Leonard. Mastery curve. There's really no way around it. Learning any new skill involves relatively brief spurts of progress, each of which is followed by a slight decline to a plateau somewhat higher in most cases than that which preceded it. The curve above is necessarily idealized. That's this one right here. I drew that one in paint with my mouse, so that's why it's kind of really dorky looking. In the actual learning experience, progress is less regular. The upward spurts vary. The plateaus have their own dips and rises along the way, but the general progression is almost always the same. To take the master's journey, you have to practice diligently, striving to hone your skills to attain new levels of competence. But while doing so, and this is the inexorable fact of the journey, you also have to be willing to spend most of your time on a plateau, to keep practicing even when you seem to be getting nowhere. He talks a lot about instant gratification in here and how we want the cookie. Everybody wants the cookie. We live in a society where I got a headache, I want a pill. I want a pill. Something hurts, I want to go to the doctor. I want him to tell me what to do about that. I want that fixed. I have an urge, I have a craving, I want that solved right now with the way I want it solved. If I call someone up and I get their voicemail, I call a company and why don't you have a person answering the phone right here? I hate going through these voicemail things. We want what we want, and we want it right now. And the better it gets, in general, the more customer service gets out there, the higher our standards go. Okay, the Ritz-Carlton, FedEx, Nordstrom, Lexus, they're really screwing it up for everybody because they're raising the standards very high. And you're walking into the used car dealership and you're going, they didn't treat me like this down at Lexus. Okay, we get used to how we're treated. We want instant gratification. We want it right now. Well, I'm going to tell you, if you want mastery, you're going to have to commit to doing something more. For every person, it's different. Life is not fair. Some of the people in this room will walk out the door tonight and start using something. They'll get something out of this, and they will be successful. And they'll come in here maybe tomorrow, and maybe I won't let them talk because I hate people like that learn stuff quick. And they'll come back in here, and they'll be like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you what happened. And I went out and did this thing, and bang, it'll happen for them. And you know what the sad fact is? There are probably people in the room who will leave and not have anything happen for them. Okay? And that's tough for me to say. But you know what? I live in the real world, and it's hard for me to say that. I want to do what I can, but this is about you taking what you learn and making something out of it, not about me giving you an instant quick fix. There are some people in this room, you know who you are, and I don't, that your brain is so wired up in the way that it is, and you've got to have your reality your way, that you're going to go, I just can't break myself free. I'll ask you to do something. I'll say, here, go try this. Do something different. You'll say, well, I'm attached to this and I dress this way. Well, try dressing differently. Do something different. Try something completely radical. Get out of who you are. Unfortunately, the people that need it the most are usually the people that are the least willing to do that kind of thing. So I hand that back to you wherever you are in your path here. You're going to have to make the decision for yourself what this is going to look like. This is a concept that a few of my friends kind of really helped me get. Eric, who's going to be here tomorrow, who I mention his name a lot, he's been a big influence on me. This guy's just a great guy and a real powerhouse. Your dominant reality. Remember I asked you what is reality? And who says, what is reality anyway? Humans look around constantly to figure out what they should be doing, thinking, and believing. Most people are not confident at all about their beliefs. They may get defensive if challenged, but this doesn't mean that they actually think they're right. They're usually just being defensive. Idealistic, people get idealistic, they get their beliefs challenged, they get frustrated, defiant. When they're in this defiant stage right here, you ever argued with someone about their ideas even though you weren't right and you knew it? Anybody ever done that? Come on, raise your hands, everybody. I have 2 up, okay? Yeah, you get righteously indignant. The fact is that a lot of people are not confident about their beliefs, but they just act like they are because they've learned that it gets them somewhere. Acting confident about your beliefs will get you a long way. Whoever has the strongest belief about how their reality, quote, is, and can communicate it to others the most effectively, will bring their reality into being. Women respond very strongly to this. Whose reality is it anyway? Now, this is another one that I dwelled on and geeked on and thought about for a long time when it first kind of came to me. You had to bear the brunt of this on the telephone a lot of times, and he's laughing at me because it was. One day I realized, I woke up and I went, oh my God, when I'm in a situation, let's say there's 5 people, if I believe what I believe more than they believe what they believe, and I can communicate it better than them, they will buy what I'm saying. I went, wow, that's happening everywhere. Wow. I have this whole set of beliefs that I've come up with after reading these books. Robert Cialdini talks about social proof. Humans naturally look around to see, he also calls it consensus. When in doubt about what you're supposed to be doing, the first thing a person does is goes, what's everyone else doing? People are silently begging to be led. You've heard a lot of these quotes. I really believe that we humans are looking around for leaders. We're looking for someone to lead us at a certain level because we're insecure. We aren't sure about what we believe because at some level we all realize that they're just beliefs. That none of it is the way things really, really, really are because it can only be a map. It can only, at the best, it can be a really good map. It can never be the way things really are. So, have you ever had someone, you were telling them something, they started arguing with you and they were very persuasive and they convinced you were wrong and then you found out you were right? You ever had that happen? Yes. That's kind of a weird one to have happen. I've had it happen to me a few times. I used to be a lot more attached to my ideas and like to argue with people. So, whose reality is it? It's profound for me. I hope I can communicate it as well to you. When you walk into a situation with a woman, let's say she is one of this type of woman here, okay? You guys all know the type I'm talking about. We kind of have this idea of what her reality is. You know what I'm saying? It's like we can project onto that glamour, glitz, being taken care of, having sexual power and choice, whatever we want. When you show up with a woman like this that has all the clues, all of the dress, the hair, the makeup, everything's perfect, the way she communicates, maybe even the bitchy attitude, that's enough to just bowl most men right over, right out of their reality. Take them right out of their reality. It's gone. Like all of a sudden, they're unsure of everything. Everything that they thought about is now up for question. And as soon as she starts talking about something, oh my God, wow, what am I going to do? Okay? Again, I don't want to badmouth women. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But I will say that there are a lot of women, especially the more like that they look, the more likely they are to be like this, that will really push that. They'll really take that sexual power that they have and they'll use it. They'll turn it. And they'll see how much leverage they can get out of it. And you know what? Most men will buckle. Most men buckle very easily. And if they don't, the woman's reality is so strong because she's been in it for so long and it's been happening to her and working for so long. She's so convinced that it has to be. You're going to have a very hard time breaking through that if you're not in a more dominant reality yourself. Okay? What I've found is I've had experiences where I'll talk to a woman like that and it's like I get that feeling right from the beginning and now I'm not attracted to that. It doesn't interest me. It used to. But it doesn't anymore because I know what's behind it. But where I can just start talking to a woman like that and I can just with my body language just go, no. And they go, what? And I say, this is not interesting to me. This is bullshit what you're doing right now. Okay? I see your whole game right here, that's not interesting to me. Everybody else is interested in that. I'm not. They all want to kiss your ass. I don't want that. If you want to communicate like that, go find somebody else. And you know what happens, of course? They go, whoa, you're somebody that I want to know. Okay? It is. It's very amazing. I don't tell a lot of stories about my experiences, but one time I was in a really glitzy, upscale, like high-class place over here in Beverly Hills with a group of friends. And there was this girl there with some other friends, and the long and the short of it is we got into a verbal confrontation because she thought I was laughing at her, and I wasn't. And she had the balls to come up to me and just go, what are you laughing at? And I was like, not you, and she was like, yeah, well, how come you looked at me and laughed and so forth? And I just said, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, it wasn't about you. I don't know you, whatever. She was like, yeah, whatever. And she kind of turned around and walked away and thought she was all snooty. The guy I was with was all shaken, not stirred. So then I ran into her again at the bar and she was kind of walked over and whatever. And I think she kind of got a little magnetism there and she wanted to run into me again and go, hey, wait a minute, he didn't just buckle, let's see what's happening. So we started talking again, and she made a comment about it again, and I got in her face and I said, listen to me. I was not laughing at you. If I was, I would have told you. And I'm not interested in this attitude. Just get away from me. I don't want any of this. Literally, what happened is right after that, she like started talking to me like a normal person. Next thing you know, this really happened right in front of me. I was over sitting down, and she's over talking to me, and her friends are trying to get her to leave, and she's like sitting on my lap and trying to give me every hint of, will you go out with me? You know, give me all the thing. Finally, one of her friends comes over and says, and makes her leave, and she goes, will you just get her phone number so we can get out of here? Friends was like begging me, and I go, look, just go, okay? I said, here's my number. And she's like, no, I want you to take my, like she wouldn't go, you know, and I'm like, look, just go, okay? Here, take my number. She just wouldn't do it. And you'll find that a lot of times these polarities exist, and she turned out to be a total freak show, and it just was not a good thing. Trust your instincts, guys. The point is, in my reality, what she was doing was a little child game, and I told her so. It busted right through the bullshit, just instantly, went right to the core of what was going on, and she responded by like, wow. I reached inside, and I got that, you know, that archetype, that male map that she was born with, and I just pushed those buttons right in there, and she went, wow, that's not like everybody else right there, okay? That's what's happening. Of course, I've done this in numerous, occasions in a lot of different situations, but that one just came to mind for me. Whose reality do you live in? And what would you like your reality to be like? Is this making sense to everybody? Is anybody getting a little shift here around this? I actually sometimes say to people, I've said this to women on numerous occasions after I got this was my big hammer. I was like, what, Maslow with my hammer and nail. And I'd meet women, and I'd actually just say it to them. And I'd go, you are in my reality. You're a guest in my reality. You understand that? As far as I can see, this is my reality here, and you're a guest. So don't mess with me or my reality, or you will have to leave. I'd say that to people I just met, and you know what? It had a profound effect. You got to cash those checks if you're writing them, by the way. You got to be able to do that. You have to have the confidence to do it. There has to be a lot behind it. I have Eric to thank for that one. Matter of fact, when we, actually he and I and Eric, when I first met Eric years ago, back when I had no clue about this stuff, Eric was doing a bunch of hypnosis and NLP reframing on Billy back here. And one time, he just is reframing the hell out of him, just messing with his beliefs. And he turned and he looked at him and he goes, you're in my reality now. And I remember Billy just went, whoa, like that is true. And it is very obvious. And it can be kind of intimidating. So, dominant reality. You need to realize that your reality can be whatever you want, as long as you believe it enough and you are able to communicate it well. We're going to learn about how to communicate on many different levels. So you need to believe it, because that will come through more than anything. If you don't believe it, no amount of faking it is going to actually get it to communicate correctly. Okay, you're going to have to work really hard. It's harder to just get it than it is to learn to fake, these kind of things very well. And it doesn't lead to happiness.
Hi, I'm Victor from San Francisco Bay Area, and it's important to really believe in your dominant reality to be able to convey it to others. Now, toward that end of developing that strong belief, do you think hypnosis is a good technique for that?
The thing about hypnosis is you have to, I think it is, I've done hypnosis with my friends here and so forth, and I talk about it. But I really believe in, if you're going to get professional help, you need to go to professionals for it. Hypnosis from him is a lot different than hypnosis from, some woman that went to a couple of seminars and goes, okay, as you're noticing the temperature of your breathing, and you're like, okay, great, this is really fantastic. So, just like anything else.
I'm just wondering, with this idea of kind of asserting your reality with someone who, who is just not a woman who is not behaving in a way that's, rational, or that just doesn't make sense in terms of your own reality.
Yep.
To what extent there are both degrees to which you can, let them know that they've crossed a line or they're getting near a line, and to what extent after it's happened and you kind of realize it after the fact, you can kind of let them know. As sort of like if you have it at just the right moment, you can, with just a simple, exertion of energy, let them know that that they're going in the wrong direction. But to what extent after they've already, crossed the line, or as they're getting closer to it, you can do that?
That's a really good question. It's very hard to, when you're dealing with relationships of men and women, it's very hard to go back and do anything. Okay? a lot of the emails that I get, a lot of the questions that I get are, how do I go back and fix X? And you know what? It's usually better to just start over, because trying to fix that stuff yourself, it's if you don't establish the relationship correctly in the first 30 seconds, the first several minutes, the first couple of times you get together, it's very hard to go back and do it again. I would say work hard because it's not going to be an easy thing. The different levels kind of area here, that's true. Some people believe a lot, but then they get challenged by somebody that believes even more, and they go, wow. And then you can see them be swayed. I've watched people that I just thought, you would never be swayed by anybody, and then somebody even more powerful comes along. Wow, here comes another thing. Another piece of the puzzle is when you live in your own reality, you don't need to have value attached to things that are outside of your reality. You can have all the value inside of yourself. And a lot of guys ask me, how do I get this girl who blah, blah, blah? And a lot of times I answer, why would you want a girl like that? What are you doing? Why are you asking me to, get together with a girl that's not going to be a good situation or not going to be healthy or whatever? I had a guy write in and he's like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I went out with this girl and she was abused and she was, I went to her, meetings with her and I did all this and how do I do this and how do I get her to do this? And I wrote him back and said, what are you doing? Why are you asking me this kind of question? I mean, that's like, you're way over there, and why are you interested in that kind of thing to begin with, By the way, earlier I mentioned AA, and I kind of mention these things sometimes as like little indicators. I think these are great processes. I mean, it's people getting together and making things happen. I've never, I only went with that one ex-girlfriend to something like that, but I know a lot of people that have been involved, and I want to say that I want to support it. I don't want to talk about it like it's a negative thing. Anytime people are getting together and making things happen with each other and challenging each other, I think it's a great thing. But if you meet a girl and she says, I've been in AA, in and out for a long time, and I've got this problem, and I date a lot of abusive guys, that's just one more of those indicators you can put up on the board and go, okay, let's see. No. Okay? You need to do that. So my point is that different levels, you have to be willing, you have to get over this idea that anyone is worth sacrificing your own personal, what you want, your own reality for them. If they show up and they're just a pain in the ass, you just go, next. I am done. I don't want this. I don't need it. You got to get out of that scarcity mentality of, I got to figure out a way to get this one girl. Oh, this girl shut me down. Another thing, very common. I have 5 dates right now, and they're all great, but there's this one girl that I really want, but she doesn't want me. How do I get her? It's like, why do you want her, man? You got 5 dates. The only reason you want her is because she doesn't want you. It's the simple answer. In a lot of cases, or she's really exceptional and you're kind of a dumbass and she doesn't want to be around you. Okay. Next. You got another question back here?
Yeah, actually, I feel it's timely because I happen to have, at this moment, for this evening, a conflict between my reality and her reality. Met her, I felt like the initial thing was very good. A week or so later, went over to her place up in Malibu, and we just kind of experienced her reality. At the break, I called her. I was like, "Look, maybe you'd like to come over, down to my place because she hasn't seen my place." And she's like, "Oh, I never leave Malibu," and I'm just like, whatever. I was like, look, it's not as if it's east of Lincoln Boulevard. I think you can make it down here. And she's like, oh, well, maybe, okay, maybe I'll try play. I was like, look, sweetie, don't let me twist your arm. And I was like, listen, I got to go. I read your book. I was the first to end the phone call, right?
Good.
So my attitude is really, look, if she comes down to Playa del Rey, she's going to have a good time because I'm going to set it up. But here's the thing. The conflict. What I notice about this girl is that she's kind of like, her parents give her a lot of money, and she's kind of like been able to set up her life so that she only lives in her own bubble reality. And so she thinks that she's got, that's her reality. Her reality is that she's got control over her reality. And she kind of lives there. And, I see that there's a need for me to break her out of that reality in order for me to get where I want to go with her.
You're going to need more work than this seminar can do. No, I'm kidding.
So, I don't know, just comment on like a little bit about...
Oh, I've got all kinds of comments for you.
Okay, please, go right ahead.
I smell what you're stepping in. All right, here's the deal. First of all, for me, this is my personal reality. As soon as a woman says, as soon as I hear the first part of, whoa, I just like, stop, whoa, I gotta go. It's over. I don't want to talk to you anymore. What are you talking about?
This is also a girl who's been calling me relatively often.
Fine. You've been talking to her too much. Okay, you should have figured this out earlier on. As soon as you hear, it's got to be right at the beginning, as soon as you detect that first bit of that bullshit, you've just got to, bam, the foot's got to come down. No, stop immediately. Whoa, stop right now. You got to end it right there. There isn't a conflict between her reality and yours. You're going into her reality. You know what I'm saying? Like you are trying to you're like, you know what I mean? There's a little bit of, how do I accommodate that? How do I get this thing to mix? The answer is, look, here's the deal. You have two choices. Show up at 8 o'clock or not. What are you going to do? And if you got somebody that's living in a bubble and they're going to kind of be annoying anyway, you have two choices. Show up at 8 o'clock and don't be a pain in the ass like you've been lately, or not. That really communicates with people. Okay? I hope that I don't sound like I'm being disrespectful again towards women or her, but I'm just saying that when another human being starts waffling around and they start going, and you hear any of that kind of like that victim whiny, as soon as that happens, just stop immediately. This is not what I want to deal with. You got to end that. When you challenge people, sometimes they'll go, oh, okay, well, I'll be down there, you know. Or sometimes they don't, and you get to save money on long distance and wasting your time. I really believe this. Tomorrow you're going to hear the way when I get a woman's phone number and I talk to her, and I like drill them, like hardcore up front. It's like, are you going to answer this phone when I call you? And if they say, well, I go, you know what, I don't want this. I mean, you got to start way earlier. You know, get it like way back at the beginning. Okay.
He needs a hug right away.
Who needs a hug? You need a hug? Who's the hug needer? You're too far away. My feet hurt right now.
Yeah, George from London.
You fly in from London, George?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah. What you were talking about is what level do you have to be at a certain level to be able to do what you said? Because sometimes it won't work if you are not that skilled.
Well, all I can tell you is you either really get this or you don't. And if you don't get what I'm talking about, you may need to go think about it more. You might have to read more. You might have to listen to this more. You might have to really, you know what I mean, ponder it in your own life. Because, of course, there are levels. I mean, nothing is anything. There is no black and white. Everything can be like, thought of as on a continuum, and there are levels. But there is a threshold to things where you get to the point where you go, wow, I got it. That makes sense to me. Anybody here had like an aha today where it like went, oh yeah, I get something new that's happening, okay? So when that happens, you hit that threshold, all of a sudden you go, I get it. As far as levels of reality go, I would say keep getting further and further and realizing that reality can be the way that you want it to be. The dark side of that is your ego can get too big and you can become arrogant and hubris can take over and you can think that you can't fail, and that's when you're going to crash. The big paradox, okay? But live in your own reality. Become more and more authentic, honest, direct, less and less bullshit, and you can get there. I really appreciate the question because it's an important question I think a lot of people are asking.
Hi, I'm Jay from Boston. I just wanted to let everybody know that I have a friend in Boston who sort of describes this as having a virus. If you can either pretend to have the flu and have all the little symptoms, you can either pretend to have the flu or have all the symptoms of a flu, but people can tell you don't. Or you can just have the flu, have the virus, and all the symptoms just come naturally. So whenever we meet somebody who knows what they're doing, knows how to deal with these kinds of situations, they have the virus. And all the things that allow them to interact properly and get what they want just come naturally because they think about it in the right way. They get it, as David's saying. That's all.
That's a good metaphor. A little on the negative side, but good virus to catch, huh? This is a concept that I call keep your power for you. Jerry Spence wrote a great book called How to Argue and Win Every Time. He's that big trial lawyer. In case you didn't know, I read a lot of books. Wore glasses for a lot of years and I had that whole image going. And I was attached to it, by the way. I was very into my glasses because I thought they made me look older and mature and whatever, and did it for years. And then one day I woke up and I went, let me ask a couple of people, and they said, no, get some contacts. And like a lot of things changed. The way people perceived me changed, and I felt more authentic, like I wasn't trying to do something to be somebody. I'm not saying that glasses are wrong. I know a lot of guys that wear glasses that are cool. All right, keep your power for you. You find that funny? That was pretty funny. What, am I a clown to you? Okay. There are four possible power combinations between a man and a woman. 1, you have no power, she has power. I do this on a little grid, okay? You probably won't like me, and there's nothing that either of us can do about it. Nobody has any power. When people have very low self-esteem combined with learned helplessness, they often use these kinds of words. This is the situation when a guy thinks for whatever reason that he's not valuable as a person and that no woman could want him. They couldn't even want him. We're both powerless. There's nothing she can do. Learned helplessness, by the way. Remember when I talked about optimism and the rodents swimming around in the milky water and the illusion of an island? Well, learned helplessness, you can learn to be helpless. They did experiments with puppies, I read about. I love puppy torturing people. And they'd take a puppy and they'd put it in this little cage they couldn't get out of, and then they'd run electricity through the floor. And the puppies would try and jump and try to get out. And eventually, when they realized they couldn't, they just laid down and allowed the shock, and they just cried. Then they took another group of puppies, and they put them in a thing with a little wall where they could just jump out, and they could be out of the, shock. Well, they took the puppy that learned about what shock means in the 4 walls, and they put him into the room with the little wall that he could jump out of, and he felt the shock, and he just laid down. It's called learned helplessness. Has anyone in here ever learned to be helpless in a situation? Yeah, you can identify with that immediately, right? Something happens and you go, it didn't work, I can't do that. Wham, that generalization hits, and it's like, you got to go do some reframing. Learned helplessness is a really important thing to avoid and to know that it exists because you want to stay out of it. If you ever learn to be helpless, shake yourself up, hit yourself, do whatever you got to do. Go, man, I got to get out of that learned helplessness thing. Next possible combination, you have no power, she has the power. I don't know what to do. I really like this girl, but I don't think she likes me. I want her to like me really bad. I think about it all the time. I have to figure out how to get her attention and impress her. These are the kind of thoughts most guys who I come in contact with. The power, she holds all the cards. She has the power. I keep wanting to say, has anyone ever been there? But I know that we all have, all right? This is the dominant paradigm running around out there, and this is the one that I think in a lot of ways that we're kind of born with. Culturally, it's very impressed too. 3, you have power, she has no power. I am the best thing that ever happened to you. I take whatever I want and you'll enjoy it. If I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. If you're too stupid to see the opportunity in front of you, that's me, then you're an idiot and nothing can be done to help you later. Okay? Now, it doesn't have to be this, abusive or you know what I'm saying, like this. I'm just kind of, going to an extreme here. This is, the woman just has no power in the situation. I don't care what it is. I am going to dominate her. And the final is, you have power, she has power. Characterized by, I like myself and believe that I'm a great choice for you, and I think that you're a desirable woman. I'm going to give you the opportunity to take advantage of being with me. If you accept, great. If you choose not to, that's fine, because I can always find another woman. This is probably the healthiest mindset to take, but in the beginning it often pays to be a little more cocky and ease off if she proves herself worthy. It's better to err on the side of, I'm going to test you really hard, okay? But the problem with these is that how often do you meet a woman who deserves to have power in the relationship? About as often as really wonderful, powerful women meet a guy that deserves to have power in the relationship. Okay? As far as I'm concerned, most people, they don't really do much with their life. They're not willing to step up and, I've got a tremendous amount of respect for every single one of you for coming here, taking your time, spending your money. This is a couple $1,000 trip for most people, and airfare and hotels and travel and so forth. That's awesome. That is a huge commitment. It is so far above what most people are willing to do, it just separates you. So I talk with a lot of respect. You notice on the newsletter, sometimes, I slam people, and you don't feel that, that connection. I'm just kind of slamming them because they just need, that's the only thing I can do. I have to reach out there and whack them and hope that they get it. So how often do you meet somebody that really deserves, to be respected? So when you look at this, you need to just think, okay, how do I take some of the power back that I've been giving up? Jerry Spence says, their power is your perception of their power. No one has any power that you don't give them. You give them all the power that they have, always. Nobody walks in and actually has it. Okay? Who's the hottest supermodel running around now? Giselle? Who's the top one? Who's one that we actually think is cute? Cindy Crawford? Cindy Crawford was standing right here. She would not be any more powerful than we gave her permission to be. Okay? A lot of people just instantly, they go, oh, star, hot woman, beautiful, wow, look at the way the guys are treating her, and that's it. Bam, they got power. I was in the elevator last night, my girlfriend was here, some guy walked in, he had actually seen her in the hallway or whatever, and he's just like, he's looking at her and he's like going, you're like, and it was like as soon as the first words came out of his mouth, he just gave all of his power away, and he is never going to get any respect. He'll never garner any respect from her or me, because he's not, he's just like saying, here, would you like my balls? You want to hold them? Because maybe you won't hurt me. Here, could you just take them? All right? Anybody ever done that with an attractive woman before? Yeah. Where do you see yourself generally with women now, and where would you like to be? Because this is for you. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to take the power. You're going to have to claim your own power. You've got it right now. It's all there. I want to talk about this is the bridge right now. This is the bridge from the inner game into the outer game. We're going to kind of like learn a couple of things about how to start now taking this inner stuff and communicating it outward. Okay? I think that there are a certain set of beliefs that guys that I know that are successful with women have. I like to keep everything 10 or less, but this one just got long and it's the way it is. So you got all of them in there. I'm going to read them to you. We're going to talk about it, okay? These are the subtle level beliefs that are coming on. These are the reality of guys that are really successful and attractive to women naturally, that women just say, wow, it's just, I just feel attracted to them. Number one, I don't let women use their looks, sexual power to take advantage. There are no special privileges. I'm unself-conscious and could care less what others think. I put myself and my life first. I deserve, have permission, can hold an exceptional woman, which is a big fear for men. They don't believe that they can hold an exceptional woman. I used to feel, I was like, well, why would a really attractive woman want to be with me over one of these other guys? Well, because she wants to be with me. I'm indifferent to the outcome. A friend of mine taught me the term indifference. I'm indifferent. Whatever happens, doesn't matter. Doesn't sound like you're indifferent to the outcome.
I'm working on being indifferent.
Exactly. But I can hear it, I can hear it. It doesn't sound like you're indifferent. You gotta be indifferent. You gotta be on the phone, you gotta like, well, oh, you know what? I gotta go. I got other things to do than worry about this. You gotta be indifferent. Doesn't matter. I understand the culture. I get it. Cosmo, MTV, style, food, music, humor, etc. I think that there's a certain amount of understanding the world that you live in. Now, I don't care if you dress like you're on MTV or you're in Cosmo or the food, the music, whatever, but you just have to get what's going on. All right? One of the things I think is funny, I'll talk about this more tomorrow, is if you don't dress like you are in GQ, you should make fun of people that do. Why? Because it says, I know what's going on. It says, I get it. Women make decisions based on a whole bunch of different things, little tiny cues really, very quickly. You need to cover all your bases there. If you don't know something, if you don't get something that's important, whatever. So I think that's important. It's something I found that they have in common. I can deal with any test a woman throws at me. In fact, it's usually kind of cute. Interesting. I live in my reality. You're a guest. I'm at cause in the world, not effect. I make things happen. Okay? So I am at cause, I'm not at effect. I live in my reality. People don't have their impact on me. I have my impact on them. If they try to have an impact on me, I go, wait a minute, what do I want to happen in this situation? And then I make the decision consciously. We got some more here. I'm confident, comfortable in my own skin. You ever seen somebody that wasn't comfortable in their own skin? Have you ever been somebody that wasn't comfortable in your own skin in a certain situation? You want to, oh yeah. Exactly, you're in a situation you don't feel like you don't know what's going on. You're just, well, oh, that comes out. Those beliefs come out. I'm a good communicator, especially of what I want. Guys that are really good with women, they tend to be good communicators. Maybe they're not like the most eloquent with language, or maybe they're not the best at, doing romantic things or whatever it is, but they're good at communicating what they want. Okay? I'm in control. I don't let outside events destabilize me. Have you ever known anyone that gets destabilized by outside events? I used to know somebody that it was just astounding. Like anything that would happen, any kind of drama, they just get all freaked out, running around, just destabilize their emotional system. Bang. Can't have that happen. I'm not needy. I keep my power for me. I don't need anything. Stuart Wilde, I don't know, I thought that was today that I was going to read that. If not, then maybe it's tomorrow. He talks about when you lean towards people etherically, like psychically, they lean back. They don't want that. They don't want you greedily impinging on their territory, on their psychic energy. When you lean back and you're like, I don't need anything, people are attracted to you. I think sex is great. I don't have any hang-ups about it. A lot of guys are very uncomfortable talking about sex with women. They're uncomfortable bringing it up. They have all kinds of sexual hang-ups or ideas about what happens. You know what? I'm in this group that I'm about to describe. I know a lot of guys that will have any sexual conversation with anyone, anytime, anywhere. And why would you have hang-ups about sex? If it wasn't for sex, you wouldn't be here. I mean, grow up. Just make sure they're over the age that it's legal to do that, okay? In that state. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the point is that you've got to have no hang-ups about it. And that's a powerhouse right there, okay? If you can talk about sex confidently and just bring it up and just throw it into the conversation, or, have a great conversation about it and, throw in your 2 cents and your opinions about it, women go, oh, he must be sexually aware. He probably knows what time it is in bed. But when a man slunks away from it and is like, oh, I better not talk about that, or they can tell that you're uncomfortable, women pick this stuff up very quick, and they shy away. They go, he probably doesn't know what he's doing. I'm comfortable around women. If you have any issues around being comfortable around women, go make some female friends and go hang out with them a little bit here and there. And I don't care what you do, just learn to be cool around them first. Okay? And then if you don't like being around them, then you cannot be around them. But you need to learn to be comfortable around them. I can control myself and I can wait. I don't need to take action right now. I don't tolerate disrespect of myself, my time, or my property. No disrespect to my time. If you're whining and wasting my time, it's over right now. I don't want to hear it. I'm a catch. This is an interesting one. If you don't believe that you're a catch, go reframe yourself until you do.
Can you elaborate on I can control myself and I can wait?
Yeah, women can instantly tell whether or not you just got to have whatever it is, whether you want it so bad that you can't control yourself. All right? And we'll talk a lot more about these kinds of things. One of the things that's very powerful for women is anticipation. So let's say you're out with a woman and you're talking to her and she reaches over and puts her hand on yours while you're talking for a second, and she kind of keeps it there. If you keep talking to her and then your hands move apart and then you take your hand back and then you don't make any advances until she makes the next one, that says I can control myself and I can wait and I don't need it. That little tiny thing right there will freak most women out. You'll find that it just will just like a little thing like that, send a huge message. I have a thing I say, I could, but I won't. Your attitude has to be, I could, but I won't. We'll talk about more. I'm not impressed by outward symbols of money or status. This is very interesting because a lot of people walk around going, oh, wow, look at that car. I wonder how much that cost. And oh, this, and oh, that sure must have cost a lot of money. If you are not impressed by any outward symbols of anything and you only value people and judge them on their character and who they are as a person, who they show up as, that's very powerful too. Not only with her, with yourself, with other people around, because it levels the playing field. Takes away all the leverage of, I'm beautiful, I have money, I have a rich daddy, I have a good, you know what I mean? It just takes that all away. I may be smitten with a woman, but I don't tell her early on, and I don't let it slip indirectly. If you really like a woman right when you first meet her, you got to be cool. You got to maintain. Okay? You got to wait. Be cool. All right. What's next here? Reference group. In my book, you probably remember reading, if you're going to do anything, get some guys that know what they're doing and go hang out with them. Okay? The reference group, the mastermind group. Napoleon Hill talks about the mastermind group. Brian Tracy in his series, The Psychology of Achievement, the audio series. The Psychology of Achievement, you can get it at Nightingale Conant. You can get it on eBay and get it for about $20. If you're going to buy one tape series that you're ever going to listen to in your life and listen to motivational tapes in your car, buy The Psychology of Achievement by Brian Tracy. I've listened to it numerous times. The most important influence on a person's thinking and behavior is the people they surround themselves with. It's a hard thing for most people to buy, okay, but I really believe it. The people that you surround yourself with, and I'd say the books you read, tapes you listen to, okay, because that can be kind of a quasi-influence. There's no more powerful influence on that one. Okay? That's just, you've got to surround yourself with people that are like the way you want to be. And if you're not right now, you need to find some. If you surround yourself with a bunch of negative people, you're going to become negative and there's almost nothing that you can do about it. It goes into your unconscious mind. It goes in without you listening. If you watch a lot of television, you'll start to have a negative perspective. On the news, I think there are 13 negative news reports to every one positive one. But when you walk through the world every day, it's like, well, wait, how come this stuff isn't always happening to me? Because they're focusing on the negative, because human beings are very away from motivated creatures and they want to see what's going on. That's what they're interested in. They sense danger and they want to see what it is. Surround yourself with positive people. Listen to Brian Tracy. If you surround yourself with negative, pessimistic, unsuccessful people, you become that way yourself. The opposite also true. You must rid your life of negative people and surround yourself with mentors, coaches, and positive, successful models. This is a tough thing to say. If you've got negative people in your life, it's time for you to end your relationships with them or reduce them dramatically. Negative people will only pull you down. They are not going to pull you up. And if they've been negative for a long time and nothing's happening, they're probably not going anywhere. Okay? It's probably not going to change. Several years ago, I started to get this, and I went, I got to get something new going on here. I started making new friends, going out and meeting new people, becoming more positive myself. And I realized, wow, positive people only want to be around other positive people, too. They don't want to be around negative people. Negative people get kind of unhooked from the group, and they don't even realize what happened. They just think, oh, what happened? How come nobody calls me anymore? And then they're not hip anymore. Get some really positive friends. Get one more positive person in your life, and then another positive person, and another one, and you will become more positive. I talk about Brian Tracy, Napoleon Hill. In Double Your Dating, I recommend that you find some other guys to be around. Okay? The reference group or the mastermind group. By the way, Napoleon Hill, in that book, Think and Grow Rich, that I told you about, he has a whole chapter dedicated to the mastermind group. He calls it the mastermind. So now I've given you the first kind of the things that you need to project outward. Okay? In order to do that, I think that you have to have your self-image in the right place. Okay? Because they've done a lot of research and figured out that if a person's image of themselves, I think, I might butcher this story too, I haven't heard this one for a few years, but Maxwell Maltz wrote a book called Psycho-Cybernetics a long time ago, and I don't even remember what the hell that book said. It was so long ago when I read it, but it was very profound. Are you? And basically what he's talking about in there is that your self-image determines what happens. It's a classic. It's one of the great classics that you need to check out, along with the other 100 that I mentioned. And I think he had an experience happen where he had a woman come in and she was like, "I'm ugly and I need to, you do plastic surgery." And he's like, "What do you want?" She's like, "My nose, it's so ugly and it's this." And so he fixed her nose. And she came out of the bandages, and he opens up, and he'd done a perfect job. She had like a perfect nose. And she goes, "Yeah, the nose is perfect, but I'm still ugly." Right? Her self-image was determining everything. And she had an image of ugly, and there was nothing that you could do about it. There was a story in one of the NLP books of a guy that was a little bit whacked, and he was running around saying he was a corpse. And he was like, "I'm a corpse. I'm not alive." And they were saying, say that again?
That's a happy guy.
Oh, yeah, he was a very happy guy. And he was like, "I'm a corpse. I'm dead. I'm not alive." And people were like, "No, you're not dead. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm a corpse. I'm not alive." And somebody got the idea. They go, "Well, do corpses bleed?" And he goes, "No, because they're dead." And they go, "Well, if I can prick your finger and make you bleed, will you believe that, whatever?" And he's like, "Okay." So they pricked his finger and he started bleeding. He goes, "Oh my God, corpses do bleed." Okay, because his image of himself was more powerful. Okay, that's the reframe there. People can do that. They negatively reframe and fit it into what they've got going on. So it's very important to have the right self-image. And I shouldn't say the right one, but one that will be useful to get whatever that you want to have and have the kinds of feelings and success that you want to have in life. So we're going to do a little self-image exercise and we're going to wrap up. I'm going to teach you the things that I do and have done that have made a big difference for me to get my self-image to where I want it to be. Some of these based on NLP, those kind of things. Good stuff. The first one is the ideal self. I talk about this one in Double Your Dating. And what this is everybody close your eyes right now. And I'd like you to make a picture of the you that you would like to be. How would you be standing? What would you be wearing? How would you be breathing? What would the expression be on your face? What kind of beliefs does that person have? What kinds of things do they do? How do they deal with different types of situations? What kind of posture do they have? Are they holding their posture that way because they're confident? Is it because they're relaxed? What's behind that? What's inside of that ideal self? Get the whole thing, make it really vivid in your mind. Now, what are some of the things that that ideal self would have been through to have that ideal self-image? What are some of the experiences? What are some of the beliefs? What are some of the learnings that they would have had? And now that you have that image, that can be a very powerful icon for you. You can go in and change it anytime you want. You can go in and add things to it. Oh, damn, I forgot this one thing, or I didn't even know I wanted it back then. Plug it back in, change what they're wearing, do whatever you want. And now what I'd like you to do is take that ideal self-image, and I want you to throw it up in the air so far that you can't even see it anymore. It's just a tiny dot. And now I want it to multiply into 1,000,000 of them and start falling down all around you in every direction as far as you can see. Large, small, all sizes, into your past, into your future, above you, below you, everywhere. Falling down into every experience you're going to have and every experience you have had, falling down and landing inside of you even. Just see that ideal self everywhere, as far as you can see. Everywhere you look, you turn your head around and you can just see it on the horizon, all around you, falling everywhere. That's an exercise that I've done for years. Okay, so when you're happy about that one, just satisfied that you've gotten everything you need to get from it, just come back, open your eyes. You can do that anytime you want. Any situation you're in. Crowded bar, rock concert, whatever. Close your eyes, ideal image, just throw it out everywhere. See it everywhere. See it in the audience, see it talking to other people. You can send it out and let it be an ambassador for you. Simple exercise, something I've done a lot of. What's interesting is the more I've done it, the more like that I have become. The more in my reality all of those things have become. Next one, timeline. Wyatt Woodsmall and Tad James took the idea of timeline and they built it into this big thing, and now Tad James teaches timeline seminars all over the place. And I really like timeline, and there's a certain exercise that I do, and I'll teach a couple more of them tomorrow for handling fear and anxiety. And this one's a little more involved, so close your eyes, get comfortable again. And what I'd like you to do is imagine that there is a line that represents your life. And for some people, the past might be behind them and the future might be in front of them. That's typical. Also, for some people, the past might be out to their left and the future might be out to their right. Wherever it goes is fine. Just imagine a line. Now what I'd like you to do is just imagine that you're going to float. You're going to just rise up, that you could fly very slowly and rise up above that line. And you could look down and see that timeline, that lifeline from a different perspective. And just keep rising up and rise further and further until you can see it in more perspective. And just kind of remember the spot where you were. And then float backwards over it. Look down. You might see some recent experiences go by. Keep floating backwards. Keep floating, and you might even accelerate a little bit. Keep going. And I want you to go all the way back to the beginning of that line. And if you don't see it, just kind of imagine where it might be. Just guess. And then float down and land at that spot right where it begins. For some people, they even see the lines of their mother and father crossing the line at that point. And I want you to take one step back, just behind it. So you're stepping just before that line and it's laying in front of you. And now I want you to imagine an eternal source of love that comes floating in over the top of your head, and it starts pouring a golden light down through the top of your head that flows down into your heart and then out the front of your chest, out through your heart, and it pours right onto the beginning of your timeline. And that golden light just starts pouring out like gold and landing on it. And as it does that, it begins to light your timeline up. It starts lighting it up a little at first, and it starts going forward into the future. And you can see, wow, it's lighting the line up further and further out. You might even see some dark spots on that line that represent trauma, things that happened when you were younger, just different types of things that happen that, wow, they're dark spots, but the more the light pours, that light pours down through the top of your head and out through your chest, the more you relax, the more those dark spots just lighten up. And you might even notice that you start to feel better as the lights up in the line. So just enjoy that for another couple of moments and take another 10 seconds and enjoy that. You can do this whenever you want, inside of your own personal time and space. So just thank that energy. And then start floating back up over your timeline, slowly rise back up and look down. Notice it's brighter. Some of those dark spots might be just bright all again. You might have a better feeling. Float up high and start floating backwards towards now. Maybe you might even see some of the events that happened as you're going over them in a different light. They may be reframed. You might see them as a positive learning rather than a negative experience because they've been lit with that light. You might spot now showing up on your timeline, and you can just float down and land in now. And with a relaxing breath, you might just come back to now and open your eyes. Now, don't move. Just stay right there with your eyes open. And with your peripheral vision, kind of look around at everyone in the room just a little bit. Look at how relaxed and just calm everyone is, in a state of just really could give a damn what's going on outside in the real world, or if there's a 6-foot blonde girl in the room or whatever. It's very like, wow, I'm going inside and I'm healing myself. I'm using tools to recharge myself and get my own power. That is an exercise that I have done a lot. It's great to do at night as you're going to sleep. Give yourself some positive energy in your dreams, okay? Did anyone feel anything, do you guys feel different than right before that exercise and right before the other one? Anybody have a really profound, different feeling? Yeah? All right, let's see if I've got any more in here. Brian Tracy. This is the gayest exercise I've ever heard of, but it's great. All right, Brian Tracy says, you need to say, I like myself, because a lot of people don't like themselves. And sometimes you need to say it through gritted teeth. You need to say, I like myself, as much as you need to say until you get to the point when you do. As soon as you're there, once you got yourself set there, you might not need to do it anymore because you just talk to yourself very well. So, let's say I like myself 10 times right now. I like myself. 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 Now I'm looking out at everybody and, all right, Johnny. Nice. Now, again, everybody was looking at me because I just had to preempt that one because I know that one seems a little fruitcake-ish, okay, to be running around saying that. But you know what's interesting is, as I said it, most people weren't really saying it like they meant it. Like, I didn't really actually see anyone that I feel like really liked themselves. You know, do you really like yourself? Well, if you don't, then do something so you do. Get the kind of life going so you like yourself. And keep saying it so that you at least believe you do, okay? Because it's important to like yourself. Let's say it again. Stand up for a minute. And I want you to say it like you actually like yourself, and I want you to like yourself when you're saying it, okay? Everybody close your eyes so that we can escape the embarrassment of seeing each other do it. I'm going to close my eyes and I won't be looking at you, okay? Now say I like myself with me, and say it like you mean it. Do it for yourself. I like myself. I like myself. I like myself. I really like myself. I like myself. I like myself. I like myself. I like myself. Okay. Come back. That was a little different. Okay? You feel different when you do it in a way where you actually like yourself. Okay? So convince yourself that you do. It's worth it. I've said I like myself a lot more times than I'd like to admit in front of male friends. You can go ahead and sit down again. Shad Helmstetter wrote a book called What to Say When You Talk to Yourself. I don't have it here, but it's a book about affirmations and self-talk. What to say when you talk to yourself. It's probably the best book that's ever been written on the subject. And I recommend that everybody read it, along with the other 946 books that I would recommend. What to Say When You Talk to Yourself by Shad Helmstetter. What he basically says is, talk nice to yourself. Be nice to yourself. I went to Tad James' seminar, and he said, don't criticize yourself. Don't do it internally. It's just not useful. Okay? There are some times when you're being a dumbass and you need to correct yourself and go, God, got to get out of this right now. But for the most part, be nice to yourself. If you're encouraging to yourself and you're nice to yourself and you affirm that things positive are going to happen in your life, that you're going to make things happen, when times are tough, you just get in there and go, yeah, I like myself. Yeah, things are cool. I'm going to get out. I'm going to make this happen. I am going to, like I always do, I am going to get to the next level as a result of this. And you affirm that and you learn how to talk that way in your own head, very powerful. Things become very powerful in your life, become very powerful at communicating with other people. Self-talk exercise, I like myself. I won't go into that too much deeper here. Commit to making friends with at least 3 guys who are successful with women. Okay, just do that. If you don't have friends that are really great with women, positive guys, just commit to doing whatever it takes to go see that happen. You got to be around them. You got to watch it happen. Okay? I'm telling you, when I watched things happen, when I could see it in real life, and I could just see the process, I went, oh, I could do that. And then I do it. Stunned me that you could get women's phone numbers so quickly. Watched a couple of guys do it, and I went, wow, I could do that. Next thing you know, it's easy. I'm getting women's phone numbers, and I'm getting them quickly. Well, let me ask you this question. Would anyone in here like to be able to walk up to a woman and just walk away with their phone number, email address in a few minutes? Anyone like that ability that doesn't have it now? Well, you can't raise your hand. You're out of control. Hold that hand down. Okay. Who would like to do that? Go ahead. It's okay. Raise your hand. Okay, good. Who in here can walk up to a woman and walk away with her phone number in a few minutes, if you want it? Okay? So you guys know what I'm talking about. We got the phone number guys over on this side of the room. Huh? You guys are good at dialing fast, too. Huh? So that's a possibility. Now, can you remember when you couldn't do that? The guys who said that they can you remember when you couldn't and you thought, that's impossible? That just couldn't be real. Yeah, you can remember that? It's like, and then when you saw it or you started doing it, you went, whoa, that's amazing. Oh, and then you went out and you got like 10 phone numbers and you tried to call them all and they were all fake numbers, right? Because that's what happens when you first learn. Because you're so excited about getting the number, you forget to ask if it's real, and you're coming across as such a dumbass, she's just giving you whatever, okay? Yeah, it does happen. I went through it for a long time. I remember getting all these numbers and going, wow, this is great. I'm really slamming along here, and I had no dates. I was like, huh, that's amazing. Okay, so commit to making friends with at least 3 guys who are successful with women. All right? Commit to making friends with at least 3 guys who are successful with women. You need to go see this stuff happen. You need to watch it. You need to see it. Everybody, can you commit to that? Can you make that one happen, whatever it takes? Can you just do that one thing? Can you really make that happen for yourself, if that's something you want? And if you're already successful and you want a different level of success, go make 3 friends that have what you want. If you're at the level of success you want with women, and it's some other thing, go make 3 friends that are that. You've got to get a good reference group. You need to get around people that are positive, that are at the next level. A lot of people are insecure. They don't want to call up someone or ask someone, oh, you're really good, because they've got those same insecurity issues. Why would anyone that knows more than me want to teach me? Why would they want to just give advice to me? And you might see a Mac Daddy guy out at a bar somewhere, and you're like, hey, man, hey, you're really good with that stuff, you know. I'd like to learn something from you. Can I buy you dinner or whatever? And he'll be like, get away from me, fruitcake. You know, that's not cool. And then you go, oh, nobody wants to teach me. Well, you know what? In reality, the guys that are the best teachers, and they really want to help. You'll meet some guys that, you know, if you really get out there and try and find some really good mentors, you'll find some awesome guys. And if there's one thing that people that are really good at things love to do, it's to teach others that want to learn. The real experts really want to teach. They really want to get it out there and help it and just really see you succeed. They get really excited about it because they're no longer living in scarcity. I'm going to tell you something. Most guys out there, they act like a woman when they're dealing with her, is it. She is the whole world, she's everything. If this doesn't happen, it's over. I'm screwed. It's just not going to work for me. I'm going to have to just go back to my hole and never have a relationship again. They treat the situation with such importance. It's such a scarcity mentality that they bring to this whole thing. There are more women out running around in the world of the kind that you are looking for, okay, speaking generally, than you can possibly meet. All right? If you live in a little town where there are like 5 people that live there, move. I did, and it was worth it. Okay? Don't give any excuses. Get out there and make something happen. You want hot women? Move to Hollywood. Okay? If you want, intelligent women, go to Harvard or something like that. Move out there. Whatever you want, go there. There are more of them than you can imagine. There's an endless stream. There's an endless supply. I did the math one time, and I think I figured out that in LA area alone, there are 10,000 women every day that have a birthday every day. So there are 10,000 women turning 18 today. There are 10,000 women turning 19 today. There are 10,000 women turning 20 and 21. Okay? I think we got some 18-year-old like 18-year-olds clapping over here, and I don't blame you much for that. But yeah, of every age. You just can't exhaust the supply. There is no scarcity. If one isn't working out for you, just say, you know what, this isn't working. Get on to the next one. It's not about getting the one, it's about getting the skill. It's not about getting the one, it's about getting the skill. Okay? You need to be able to walk away from whatever the situation is if you're not getting what you need out of it. Just, okay, this isn't working. Next. Don't stick in there and hang in there. I'm going to wrap up with the thought that I gave at the beginning of today. Remember the first words that I said? The very, first... Say again? Attraction isn't a choice. If you start talking to a woman and you interact with her long enough for her to form an initial impression of you, and she doesn't feel some kind of attraction for you, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't go back and convince her. You can't play catch-up. On the other hand, if you meet a woman and you are interacting with her long enough for her to form an initial impression, and she feels attraction, there's nothing that she can do about it. No amount of logic, reasoning, peer pressure from her family or friends. There's nothing she can do about it. It just won't work. If a woman feels a really strong attraction to a man, she'll do all kinds of crazy things to be with him. She'll withstand abuse. She'll support him. She'll lose friends. It's astounding to me. Men will do it too, by the way. Men will allow their life to be destroyed over women. Men are worse at this than women are, by the way. How many men destroy their whole life, risk their whole life or their whole career over a woman? I've watched it happen in my life. I've had it happen on a couple of occasions where I've taken the person and shaken them and going, no, you need to wake up. You're in a pussy trance. Get out, wake up, come back. And you know what's weird? It never works. Even with all the stuff that I think that I know, I can never convince somebody that they're not doing the right thing. I might as well be talking to the wall. Men get into this powerful thing. I mean, it's just like, they're willing to take any risk to get it. It's unreal. So I would suggest to you that you get out of that scarcity mentality and you realize that there are plenty of women out there. Okay? There are millions and millions and millions and billions and billions and billions. There are 6 billion people running around on this planet. Within miles of us right now, there are millions of people, millions of women. If the guys that are going out to Santa Monica tonight, just look around. Go out to Hollywood and Highland, look around. Go up to City Walk, look around. You won't believe it. It's just women everywhere. You have to make your own opportunity.
I just wanted to say one more thing before we close up tonight, which is that you talk about loving to teach. It's very evident that you love to teach, and I want everybody to give David a big round of applause for kicking ass and putting out today. It's good stuff.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? A 1 whistle and 2 claps. in the middle of teaching all this stuff and sharing, I've been trying to really tune into, where everyone is. And so I'm trying to serve the needs of each person at the same time as the group, which, can be a little bit of a challenge. So I want to get a feel for where you're at right now. So if you could just stop for a second and think and say, okay, where am I at right now? Where you at? You got my curve up there? You guys know what I'm talking about? Idealistic, frustrated. Okay. Just like, where are you here? If you are on there, some people show up over here, and that's just where they are. You guys feel aware? Yeah. Is there anything that we could be doing to, be more clear? Are there any challenges that you're having? Anybody running into anything that just isn't making sense? I hear some laughter over here. Didn't like me hugging you yesterday?
No, actually, that was great.
Oh, it was great? It's not happening again.
No, we're laughing because of...
Can we grab are you gonna share? Okay.
No, we're laughing because of our experience last night and trying to meet women and seeing what happens. And so Johnny, and I'll hand off to him, had an experience that he's, and I think a lot of us are curious about. John.
Okay, I'm Johnny Vegas.
I think Vegas Johnny sounds...
Yeah, actually that's my Hotmail, one of my Hotmail accounts, Vegas
What a surprise.
Johnny, right?
Okay.
Okay, anyways, I'm kind of at let's say it's not necessarily a spiritual dilemma, okay? But yesterday we're talking about the sperm wars, right? And we're talking about how infidelity is naturally inbred into the woman, okay? So here's my whole thing. Now, I've already been through the procedure of collecting a bunch of emails and not getting responses. Matter of fact, I've had married women give me their emails, okay? And I don't know if it's that, it's pretty obvious, you talk about in the book how they know what we're after when we ask for the email. Yet I got these girls that are in relationships giving me email. So now my thing here is I don't want to be picking up on women that got boyfriends or are married, okay? Because if I'm living in scarcity, then obviously, yeah, I'm going to take whatever I can. I'm going to be in self-centered behavior, okay? Sure. But if I'm living in abundance, then I have the ability to pick and choose, okay? My dilemma there is no, I don't want to perpetuate that behavior in women. Okay, so I've been asking women whether or not they're single, and I'm getting a lot of no, 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 no. Okay, not necessarily, in my opinion, are they really not single? Are they just telling me they're not single? Am I asking too early whether they're single or not? So that's my whole thing, and when and where do I pump in there? Okay, are you single? All right, and I was talking with another guy about it. He said you touched on it in one of the emails that I must not have read, where you were asking, if we get all intimate and personal, what is your boyfriend going to think about this, or what is your husband going to think about this? But being a salesman, I have a problem with asking a yes question, because I don't want to ask her a yes question that affirms the fact that she isn't single. Mm-hmm. So that's I'm kind of stuck between step 1 and step 2 right now.
Understood.
Is where I'm at.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate that. Anybody else? That's a great place to be right now.
I'm David from Dallas. I kind of hung out with Johnny Vegas and Chip and Patrick last night. We were all kind of rolling out there. And what I kind of found was I got out there and I was reframed like, okay, opportunity. I'm going to get out there and hit it, and I'm going to get some emails, do something. Then I got out there, and then I kind of seized up. Mm-hmm. And then I had to kind of take a few moments and reframe again and try to hit it again. And these guys were just rolling, man. They were just hitting it and tearing it up. And so I'm kind of stepping back, all right, what's wrong now? And so I had to reframe once more. And then finally kind of got like the first email got rolling, but it just like, I kind of kept seizing up, and I'm like, oh. And then so I almost went down the self-destructive path, but I kind of brought it around. And
you only got one email address in
a
few minutes, huh?
What?
I said you only got one email address in a few minutes, huh?
I only got one email address the whole night, so.
Oh, the whole night. I see.
The whole night. But I kind of like regrouped with my guys and like, dude, and they're like, yeah, just, kind of went to my, my guy.
How many people in this room would be thrilled if they only got one email address every night they went out? Yeah? Okay. See, it's like you're operating at a little different level than a lot of people here. Good for you. You're right where you're supposed to be.
I was with the guys that were getting like 4 and 5, so I'm like, I'm falling behind here. I need to catch up.
Does anyone see the value of hanging out with people that are maybe a little more advanced than you? Right? Because that's his reality there.
Yeah, I mean,
where's my friend Orion? I was with him in Chicago. We went to a Richard Bandler seminar. Was that the weekend? I spent the weekend with him at his place. I watched him personally with my own eyes over a weekend. Keep in mind, we were going to a full day, like a long seminar during the days. During the 3 days, I watched him get 25 phone numbers.
Wow.
With my own, like right in front of me. I got 10 and I felt like a loser. Okay? I was like, whoa, what am I doing?
I mean, it kind of hit me that, I didn't go in very prepared last night. I didn't have any scenarios worked out.
I'm an attractive woman. What do you say to me right now? Hi. That's the problem.
Dude, I seized up, man. It's like...
Well, no. That's the problem. The problem is he doesn't know what he's going to say. If he doesn't have something ready, then he doesn't know what he's going to say. How many people here have been stuck in, I see an attractive woman and I feel like I need to say something unique, creative, and original, or else I can't say anything at all? Oh, nobody. Okay.
So that was my dilemma. Is like,
awesome.
I didn't even see any hot chicks. They were like, okay, hot chicks, but.
So you only got the email of one okay hot chick in the night.
Well, she was all right, but there was a lot of nice looking women. They were attractive, but it was just like I kind of just like this is what happened 2 seconds ago. I just seized up and be like,
Okay.
And so I
noticed you said one thing. Do you remember yesterday I said, move away from being focused on the negative and toward being focused on the positive. Ask how-to questions rather than negative questions. And one of the things I heard you say is, I started saying, what's wrong? I started asking what's wrong. I want to know what's wrong.
Right. Dude, I should have reframed, man.
See, so right in that moment you go, how do I do what I want to do? How do I do what I'm about to, do? How do I do it? How? How? Right? You're good. That's great.
All right.
Give him a hand. Okay, somebody from the non-Johnny Vegas group.
So I didn't end up hooking up with crazy psycho Malibu chick last night.
Good. We were all afraid you were going to grovel and drive over to her place.
No. I did not grovel and drive over to her place. No, she just gave me too many excuses, and I just was like...
How many excuses is too many for you?
3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I reframed and just got myself into state and just put on some different clothes, and I went out and I was just like, all right, I'm just going to go out to Santa Monica and meet some women. And I walked up the promenade and it was just like all teeny bopper clubs, and I was like, I'm going to go to that blues club, Harvell's, because like I love blues, and at least whatever women are there, they're going to like blues. So I went there and there was a kickin' band, and there weren't really that many hot women. There was this one real cutie on the dance floor where I was dancing. I was like, wow, she's really hot. And I thought about what you said about how the women like turn to give you let you know, notice me, kind of behaviors. There were these 2 real cuties, and I was thinking, okay, with one guy, I was like, okay, which one is not attached to this guy? And I thought that I pegged her, and I wasn't really sure. Later, I'm talking to the band member, and they're taking a break, and the guy tells me their band is a cross between James Brown and Led Zeppelin. I was like, oh, wow, that's cool. So like a few minutes later, I see him on the other end of the bar talking to this cutie that I thought was like turning to notice me. So I wait until they're done. I walk up to her, and I said, yeah, isn't that, she was talking to that guy. I was like, that was my opener, that they're a cross between Led Zeppelin and James Brown. It didn't really matter what I said, just the fact that I went up to her and started talking. And one of the things, just to backtrack, one of the things that after I hung up the phone with crazy Malibu chick, I wrote a list of things that I wasn't going to talk about and things that were like my personal terms. And one of them was pick good women. You know, it was like we talked about like what you want and what you don't want. And I decided that like that kind of shit is what I don't want, and I'm going to go after something I want. I want like a girl that like I can enjoy talking to and not feel like I've got to like maneuver in order to get her into bed. So this girl is a great girl. I mean, she's sweet, intellectual, kind, and she said at the end, she's like, well, listen, I really got to go to the bathroom, but because we're outside, and she's like, well, if I don't see you, actually, I'd like to see you. And I was like, well, do you have email? So I got it, and then I thought, all right. And it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. I walked away with one email. I was like, look, quality, not quantity, and I was very happy. I was very like proud that I like gone out and
good for you.
Done that. One question that I have, and I thought we would probably deal with it, over the course of the weekend, is I found myself discussing art and literature and like those kinds of things with her, and I wonder if like that's like not too like intellectual, right? Like how to get to that. You drew the circle with the little red dot in it, like how to get there, with her. Rather than discussing Ayn Rand and Truman Capote. So maybe we'll address that. Right.
Great. You're right where you're supposed to be. That's great. Anyone else? Kind of want to share where you're at? Kind of what's going on for you? Not necessarily, you don't have to tell a story, just kind of where you're at. And it's okay to be wherever you want, as long as you're not passive aggressive.
I'm Patrick. I hate to say it, but I was with the Johnny Vegas group.
Oh, no. What are you doing, man? I saw you in the elevator. I thought you were going out alone. Did you get an entourage on the way?
Actually, we ran into them. We were going to go to Hooters, and they were too. So
I see.
We found it. We bumped into each other later. But I just wanted to say there was some pretty good news stuff that I learned yesterday. And one of the important things is to find some people that are better than you, or at least find some people that have the same goals or objectives as you. In the past, when I went out by myself, you get shot down once and you just want to go home.
Well, wait. You just get shot down once? Oh.
I get shot down once and I just want to go home.
Okay, interesting.
Okay? And, last night, I got like 5 emails, but then I also got shot down like 3-4 times too.
Oh, you only got 5 out of 9? Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, I had a goal of 10.
Oh, I see. You didn't hit your goal.
But I mean,
now who in here is it inconceivable that you would get 5 emails like in just one evening of going hang out? Only Farmer.
But being with a group of guys, though, with somebody that can support you, that kind of thing, that's always a good thing to do. So I encourage that. Find some other people to go with if you're going to carouse.
Thank you. I really appreciate that feedback. Okay, so how did I start off the day yesterday? Attraction isn't a choice. Everybody say it. Attraction isn't a choice. Does anyone still think that attraction's a choice, or still like part of your mind won't let go of it? Or do you all have it? You all get that? See, I think a lot of the techniques that I've studied in the past, they almost seem to imply that. That you can kind of work on these things and create it. And they don't really even address it. They don't really address the power of it and how important it is and what's going on inside. So you really have to get that. So I'll repeat the kind of my mantra, which is attraction isn't a choice. If you meet a woman and you interact with her long enough that she is able to form an initial impression and she doesn't feel attraction, there's nothing that you can do about it, practically. Okay, it's just going to be, there's just too much effort. It's not worth the time, effort, and energy, and whatever. And for the most part, you just can't do it. It's as close to not possible as I like to believe things are. On the other hand, if you start interacting with a woman and you interact with her long enough for her to form an initial impression and she does feel attraction, that there's nothing that she can do about it. No amount of pressure, talking, thinking, logic, convincing herself, no, that's not the right thing. Friends going, that guy's a loser. I know, but I love him. No amount of that stuff is going to change it. And if you can't reach inside, if you can't, in that initial first couple of minutes when you get together with her, and it can be longer than the first couple of minutes sometimes, but if you can't take that part of you and reach straight through this persona, go right through it, and bam, hit that, then you're going to have a tough time. On the other hand, if you can do that, then almost nothing else matters. It's almost as if all of this stuff on the outside, your social graces and all this other stuff, how much money you make, what you look like, it just all becomes irrelevant. Because you go wham, right in there. You press a button that is outside of reach for most people. Being aware that it's there, being able to just know that that elusive obvious is in there, and standing there and interacting with someone, and it's almost like instead of looking here, you're looking like down into the chest for that emotion. Not at the chest, mind you, but into the chest. You're looking right through the persona. You're looking through the person, and you're communicating with that part, and you're not paying attention to what's going on out here. You're not paying attention to the drama, the resistance. All that stuff just kind of goes away. You don't need it anymore, okay? So today, I want to start with a thought. I want to ask you a question. This is something that I have been asking myself lately. And the question is, how do you make someone want something?
Tell them they can't have it.
Tell them they can't have it?
Give value to it.
Give value to it? How do you make someone want something? Make it scarce.
Connect it to something else that they want.
Connect it to something else they want.
Make it beneficial.
Make it beneficial.
Make them work for it.
Make them work for it. These are all good answers. You should be writing these down if you're not.
Prove that other people want it also.
Prove that other people want it also. Thanks, Linwood. That's a really good point right there. Challenge. Make it a challenge. How do you make someone want something? This is a question that I would like you to start asking yourself all the time. How do you make someone want something? How do you make someone want something? Matter of fact, we're going to pause for a minute, and I want you guys to brainstorm. Give me 10 ideas. Get thinking about how do you make somebody want something? How do you make someone want something? How do you do it? It's an interesting challenge. Different situations call for different things. The frame I want to set up today, I want you to think about is, will you give me that slide? You guys remember this? You give compliments, she feels affection, you notice flaws, she's repelled, you act unselfishly, she likes being around you, you act selfishly, she doesn't like it. This is what makes sense, this is what we all think, and this is what our mom taught us and what have you, right? And of course this is sometimes our experience. I'm not saying always, but I'm just saying that in a lot of cases this happens, and you go, what's going on here? Give compliments and she doesn't want to talk to me, I notice flaws and she wants to be around me, right? When you're dealing with women, especially when you're dealing with women romantically, sometimes things are the opposite of the way they are all the other times in your life. They really are. Sometimes you have to throw out everything you know for a minute. You have to take it all and put it all behind you. And I'm not saying, if you say, well, I'm nice and I like to be cordial and I like to be polite and when I first meet a woman be, very diplomatic and friendly to her and respectful. If I say, well, throw that all out, what a lot of people do is they say, well, I don't want to be an abusive loser jerk, because what they immediately do is they swing to the other polarity and they think that I'm asking them to be abusive. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying take everything that you have and just put it over here somewhere and say, well, let me try something else on for a little while. Let me see if I can just get into a completely new idea. Everything that you were taught socially to believe about women is basically wrong. It's just not correct as far as attraction goes. It doesn't cause attraction. Your mom says, be nice to women and treat them well and so forth. And that's because your mom is teaching you to be a good husband, which is what she would want. Was it you that was telling me about that show with the, yeah? Was it Howard Stern?
Woman doctor?
Yeah, there was some gal on there who was a doctor, and she was talking about how one of the problems in America right now is that too many men were raised by their moms. Okay? Just the mom. And what the mom did is dominated them and was very domineering. And what's his name? Lycus here in L.A. I've only heard him once or twice, but he's pretty entertaining. He has this thing, he calls it the pussification of America. Pussification of America. And and it's interesting because this is a really interesting phenomenon that happens. It's like I see guys, they walk up to a woman and they're, like nervous and it's like, hi, and they're trying to be complimentary and they're doing everything they can, but as soon as they walked up, they had the wrong game in mind. They walked up speaking the wrong language. They're doing totally the wrong thing. And no amount of trying or getting up the courage is going to work if you're doing the wrong thing. So what today is about doing the right things, doing the things that will work. Now I'm going to share a lot of ideas that I use. One of the things about my stuff is that, generally speaking, because I don't want to say all the time everything, but as much as I can imagine, I use everything that I teach. Everything that I will share with you is something that I do or have done and use to be successful. I've cut out all the stuff that didn't work, which I've done a lot of that, and I've just included the things that got me a lot of results. So I want you to take what will work for you, take what makes sense, disregard the rest. If you've got other techniques you found from other places and you want to bring them in or your own, go innovate, find things that work for your personality. I really encourage you to do that. So I'm going to show you some things that are really going to, as far as I'm concerned, they really kick ass. I've had a lot of friends who are better than me with women, and I've shown them a lot of these techniques in the past, and many of them have adopted a lot of these things because it even improved their game. And so when that started happening, I said, okay, I think I'm onto something here. For the first part of today, for the first section, we're going to go this is the bridge between actual behavior and that inner world, okay? And I want to read something from a book called Silent Power by Stuart Wilde. There's a little book. It used to be even smaller than this, and I think that they made it kind of wider so they can sell it for $6 instead of $4 or whatever. And it's a little teensy book. I mean, you can read this in like about 20 minutes. Silent Power by Stuart Wilde. And here's a quote. When you lean psychologically or emotionally on people or toward them, it is a sure sign of insecurity. It makes others feel uncomfortable. They resent the weight you're laying on them, and they will react by denying you. They don't like your self-indulgence, and your insecurity reminds them of their own vulnerability. It rattles them. Animosity builds. Consciously and subliminally, they sense the weakness your leaning creates. It robs them of energy and crowds them. They have to buy into your needs and emotions when they would prefer to concentrate on their own. They don't like the imposition, and they often react negatively, even if they don't say so. Alternatively, they accept the imposition of your weight, but then they feel they can take advantage of you emotionally, sexually, or financially. They will feel empowered to use you or deprecate you or discredit you in some way. Remember, when your energy touches others, they subliminally know if you are weak or strong. It affects how they see you. Thus, an important first step in silent power is don't lean. It's obvious, but most don't know it. When you are frantic for people, your needs have an air of desperation. They weaken you and push things away from you. Have you ever had a romantic relationship where the other person was all over you like a hot rash, desperate for you? What did you do? Probably for the first few days you enjoyed the attention, but on day 3 you gave this man or woman a hard time and you started to tow him around by the nose. Him or her around by the nose. You enjoyed that for a bit, but in the end this desperation and insecurity bugged you. Eventually you tossed this person out. When you're in love and you crave someone, if this individual keeps his or her distance or retreats from you, then your desire increases. If this person advances too far forward, your desire lessens or may dissipate completely. When you're desperate for a deal and you lean into it, you push it away and or you wind up paying more. It's called wanting it tax. Before every deal, take a moment in the hallway and remind yourself that you don't need it. If you don't get it, it doesn't bother you. If you do get it, it will be under your terms and you won't pay too much. Can anyone identify with that little thing right there? Like, plug that into different experiences in your own life. Okay? There are people that I have known in my life, and I can remember when I was more this way myself, when you hang out with them, they kind of lean. They always want to be right near you. They always want to kind of like be up against you, touching you psychically in some way. They can't go off on their own. You guys see Ocean's 11? No? Okay. Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Matt Damon, Julia Roberts, Andy Garcia, like every great actor. And it was an incredibly well done movie, but it just was kind of an same old story, but it was just powerfully well done. Anyway, the long and the short of it is, if you watch George Clooney and you watch Brad Pitt in that movie, they are incredible models for body language and behavior. If you have any challenges with body language or behavior, I would recommend that you get that movie and you watch exactly what they're doing. They're robbing the Bellagio in Las Vegas and stealing like $160 million or something, and in every scene Brad Pitt's like eating something, like casually, like just popping it in his mouth, or he's got coffee in his hand, or he's got a big burger and he's stuffing it in his mouth and he's talking about it, or he's just casually walking around. He's completely unconcerned with what's going on. He's just totally cool. George Clooney is a little more serious, but he's kind of playing a little bit more of the older romantic kind of star lead. Very powerful. These guys don't lean. One of the most interesting scenes to me, which I'm going to kind of give the movie away, but I'm going to kind of say, well, you know, whatever. The long and the short of it is at the end of the movie, there are 11 of them, and they're all standing around the Bellagio. They're standing around the fountains there. And they're all looking at the fountains, and Brad Pitt is standing there, he's in the middle, and he kind of looks over at everybody, and like everyone's smiling and they're all happy, and Brad Pitt looks at everyone and then he turns around and he walks away. And he's the first one to walk away from the group and kind of go back to his life. And in that moment I went, wow, that's really amazing. Through the whole movie, he has been a very powerful guy, not leaning, not needing anyone, and at the very end, he's the guy with the power because he's the one that turns around and walks away. He doesn't, he was there with his group, it was great, he didn't need it anymore, and he turned around and walked away. And if you watch, basically in the order of how much personal power these people had, they turned around and walked away from the rest of the people in the group until there were the few left that had the least personal power that were there still hanging out on kind of. Very interesting. So think about this when you're dealing with women. Think about this when you're dealing with all relationships. Because if you lean, they will feel it instantly. As soon as you lean and you are trying to go after it and they're like, you call them up and she's like, oh, you caught me in a bad moment. And you're like, well, wait, I got to just tell you one more thing. That's it, you're leaning, okay? As soon as someone pulls back a little bit, you pull back a little further. Don't lean in, don't keep trying to grasp, don't call too often. Keep that balance. One of the metaphors I have in my mind is I think of two magnets. And when you take two magnets and you, let's say they're the little round ones that are shaped like a coin, and you put them together, they snap together really tight. But if you turn them around when you were a kid and you're like, whoa, that's really cool, they push away from each other, okay? That's when the polarities, the same polarity, okay? Well, what I think is you want to have the same polarity pointing toward each other, okay? And then imagine a rubber band that's holding them together on the outside so that they're pushing apart, but the rubber band is holding them together. That there's tension on the relationship at all time, keeping it interesting. And if one moves this way, the other one moves this way a little bit, okay? But doesn't get too far away, it kind of pulls back. If you can find that balance right there, if you can strike that little place with a woman, it will keep her attracted to you, but it'll keep you attracted to her as well, but not so much that it gets too much and one of you starts leaning. Does that make sense? Am I making sense right there? Okay? Because I know what that means in my mind, but sometimes when I try and take it out of here and I go, all right, good.
I'm Peter from New Jersey, and I was reading a book based on what you were saying, and the guy said that when you find a partner that you're willing to stay with for the rest of your life, you know that she's your partner because you know that she's your battle partner. If she's your battle partner for the rest of your life, like, you know how countries fight between each other? If she's, you're actually choosing your own battle partner. I don't know if this guy knew what he was talking about, but I don't know if it's relevant to this, but that kind of made a flash to me that it was like irrelevant. I don't know if that's because there's always that tension. Like is that what you're talking about, or?
It's interesting. We'll get into some different things that I think could tie that and this together a little bit later. But if something makes sense and it connects things in your own mind, however bizarre they may be, that's okay. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about in life. That's where a lot of these things came. I mean, you're probably not going to go to a lot of programs that are going to show like fish mating sequences and octopus videos, But that made sense to me. When I saw that, I went, oh, wow, that would be a great, demonstration. So if that connects to something for you, that's great. It's not exactly what I was trying to talk about, but like I said, I can see how that could fit into something later. Okay, here's the deal. Okay, go ahead.
I'm David from Salt Lake City.
If you want to flip back to that other chart you had there,
If I want to?
would you?
Absolutely.
All right.
Which one?
Keep on that one there. Yeah. Okay. For me, when I get into a situation, if I find anyone that I can connect with, if I get into a bar situation, I don't care if it's a chick that's not what I've been looking for, I'll still connect with her like that because that is energy. And once I connect with that, I could always go back to that connection. If I have trouble connecting with anybody else, I can go back to that one even if I'm not going to be with her or even if I don't necessarily like her. I've already made that connection, and I can keep on perpetuating that same type of connection, and eventually the hotties will show up and I can connect with them because they have already seen that I've connected before. So it's just
Yeah, you're right on, yeah.
Yeah, right.
And you know what and I'll say, if you didn't do that, then you probably wouldn't be able to. If you didn't make this connection up front, then you were doing this, you wouldn't be able to go back and like try and drill through, you know. So here's some of my mindsets. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't put too much importance on any one outcome. Make your focus long-term success and happiness. Don't tie your self-esteem to the outcome of any one situation. Don't worry about it if one particular woman isn't interested in you. Move on to the next. Don't worry about a particular date turning out well or whether to call a woman the day after you met her, or 2 days after, or whatever. Don't worry about these things. Until you're to that place where you don't need to, and when you're there, you will know it. You'll know when you don't need to think about these things anymore because you won't. As long as you are, then you need to not. It's kind of a weird way of saying that. As long as you are, then you need to not. Most guys are like, oh, I'm on this date, and I got to do all the right things so that maybe I can score, or maybe she'll like me, or maybe she'll approve of me, and then they get nervous and they start doing all the wrong things. Or they think, oh, I want to walk up to a woman, but they freeze up because they don't want to screw that situation up. And what they're looking for is they're trying to get that woman, they're putting too much importance on that woman rather than trying to put importance on gaining the skill. Do you remember what I said yesterday? Some people will walk out of here and start using the material immediately, like we got guys that are using the material before the seminar's over. Some guys will take a while. We have our own lot in life. We have our own challenges that we've created. We have our own situations. Some people will take a lot of effort to figure these things out. For some people it will be natural. Accept that, and as you're out there, work on learning the skill. Don't worry about the situation. It's not that important. I give you permission to burn any kind of interaction with anyone. It's okay. Just do it. There's 100 more waiting behind it. It's not worth getting upset over. It's not worth upsetting yourself, and it's not worth trying that hard. And furthermore, if you do, it's going to sabotage you. So, does this idea right here, do you get this? Does anyone not get what I'm talking about here? Can everyone force yourself to do this? Can you just make yourself do this the next time that you're about to approach an attractive woman and just go, it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter what happens. I'm here to practice. I'm here to have a good time. I'm here to talk to her. Can you guys do that? And you just, yeah? Next time you're out on a date, next time you're calling on the phone, should I call her today or should I call her tomorrow? If you ever get a dilemma like that, pull back, take the more laid back approach of whatever things you're trying to decide between, and then just get on with it. Does that make sense? Should I call her today or tomorrow? I don't know. Call her tomorrow. And then kick back. Here's the attitude. This is the way that I behave when I'm around women. How would you act if you knew that beyond the shadow of a doubt she was totally into you and wanted to be with you, but you weren't that interested and decided to reluctantly give her a chance to hang out with you? How would you behave? Like Mac Daddy? What if you were arrogant but still in the mood to have fun with it and tease her to see how much she really wanted you? I could, but I won't. I could if I wanted to, but I won't because I choose not to. And I'm going to talk about the romantic hero in a minute. Now, at first when people hear this, they go, how would you act if you knew she would be on the shadow? They go, oh, that sounds kind of arrogant. Nah, that's not me. I'm saying, how would you act? Okay? Because do you know what acting like that does? This, right here. When you act like that, it does this. Because when you act like that, women, for the most part, don't go, oh, he's an arrogant bastard. What they do is they go, ooh, it's on. Who can verify what I'm saying? Raise your hand back there. Yeah. Okay, a lot of people can. Because you're speaking that other language. Remember, women are 10 times better at receiving, perceiving, and interpreting subtle body language than men. Women have much better peripheral vision both ways than men. Men are very narrowly focused. I went out one night with Steve, walking on the beach, putting these freaky ass things sticking off our hats, and he's like, make your peripheral vision work. And I was walking around without looking in front of me, and it was amazing, you know? And ever since that exercise, I've done it more and more, and now when I drive, I come cruising into intersections, especially here in LA, and I slow down when I pull and I just look ahead, but I use my second sight. I look out into the intersections because I don't know what kind of crazy bastard's going to come driving through there, and a lot of people get killed. It's a useful thing, but you have to cultivate it if you're a man. And there are a lot of those things. Okay? So what's going on here is women pick this up. They tune into that. If you don't do this and you don't know what I'm talking about here, if this doesn't ring true for you, if you don't get this, put a big, around this slide in your workbook there, put a big circle, mark it, dog-ear the page, whatever, and keep coming back to this page and keep looking at it until you get what I'm talking about here. One of the things that you're going to hear me say and kind of talk about is that when you're doing all of these things, you're communicating to that other part of her. And on the surface, you have one level of communication. Like, for instance, guys say, well, what if you say to her, you're on the phone and you're talking to her and you're going, okay, well, let's get together and have a cup of tea and whatever. And she goes, okay. And then you say, great. Well, if nothing else, you sound like you'll make a nice friend. I'll see you later. Most guys go, well, but I don't just want to be nice friends. So I don't feel like I'm saying the right thing. But that's not what she's hearing when you say that. See, that's just the 7% that's the words. What a woman hears when you say, if nothing else, you sound like you'd make a nice friend, I'll see you later. What the woman is hearing is, oh my God, wow, this is a really unusual guy that we've got on the other end here. This is a guy that knows what's going on. This is a guy, does he like me? What? Wait a minute, this isn't like everybody else. You're communicating this whole menu of things that is completely outside of awareness. For most guys, they just go, oh, I just said I wanted to be friends. And this is the one that I love. I get this one on the newsletter all the time. They go, well, you say to tell her that you just want to be friends, but I don't really want to be friends, so that's going to make her just want to be friends with me. And I go, oh, okay, it's going to be real hard to communicate with you, right? Because that's not what you're saying.
Hi, I'm Bruce. I'm from Florida.
Yeah.
I had a clarification, actually several in the past year, regarding that exact point. It boils down to neediness.
Absolutely.
When you talk about leanings earlier and about how women pick certain things up from us, when you were describing earlier how women get that we're, well, this guy's really different. It's not so much that we're different, just that most people exhibit neediness. And when we don't, then they're left to fill the void. They come forward instead.
Absolutely. Does this make sense to everybody? Is anyone not getting what I'm talking about here? This little frame here, how would you act if you knew beyond the shadow of a doubt she was totally into you and wanted to be with you, but you weren't that interested and decided reluctantly to give her a chance to hang out with you? What if you were arrogant but still in the mood to have fun and tease her to see how much she really wanted you? How would you behave if you were that way? Interesting. It's fun to do this. This is fun for you and it's fun for the woman. It's a great time. All right. You actually get to play a romantic hero. We're going to talk about that in a little while. I put that at the end. I didn't get it for a long time, especially attractive women that have had a lot of power and choice in their life and gone out with a lot of guys. You can do all kinds of things and really play into this romantic hero role. You can actually imitate James Bond or Don Juan or one of these guys, and they love it. They love it if it's done in the right context. Okay? I've seen guys do so many amazing things, tell incredible stories, just do such powerful things and really get into this role of being a romantic hero. When it's done in the right context, it's unbelievable. It's like rocket fuel. When it's done in the wrong context of neediness and oh, come here and I want to buy you a bunch of flowers and gifts and all this other stuff, it's like it's a complete waste. It just tells her who you are even faster and costs you a lot of money. So you get to play a romantic hero. We'll talk about that. Stop trying to impress women. Another huge realization I had. Most guys think they need to impress an attractive woman. It's so obvious. This is the elusive obvious. You're standing there. She's right here. She's beautiful. You want to talk to her. What's preventing most guys from talking to her? They feel like they need to say something impressive. They need to impress her. Why are a lot of guys intimidated to take really attractive women out? Well, where am I going to take her? How do I impress her? Yeah? I don't see a lot of heads nodding. Nod your head if you've ever felt like you really need to impress a woman. Yeah, okay, good. They try to be on their best behavior and not make any mistakes or say something that will upset or offend her. This leads to nervousness, self-consciousness, and stilted behavior. It creates a tense, uncomfortable atmosphere and destroys attraction. You must remain totally calm and almost too comfortable. Stop thinking that you need to impress a woman and start expecting her to impress you. If you try to impress a woman, if you just get into that mindset of you're trying to impress her, you are very likely to screw the whole thing up. Trying to impress people, as soon as you go and try to impress a person, you know what happens? They immediately slot you below them in the social structure of things. Unconsciously, they go, oh, you're submissive to me. Does you're submissive to me create attraction through that? Ever. Only when she's wearing like a dominatrix outfit and has a whip in her hand and you're paying her $400 an hour.
Can I tell a quick anecdote about last night that relates to what you're saying?
Can you?
Thank you. Jonathan Hollywood. So last night when I got home, my roommate and his girlfriend and a bunch of her friends were hanging out. And I was introduced to a couple of them that I hadn't met before. And there's one that I had met before who's really hot. But I forgot her name, so I just
Asian?
walked. No, unfortunately not.
Oh, all right.
So I just ignored her and walked by her. And then later on, I was in the kitchen getting some records. And she came up and started talking to me. And, you know, I was thinking about something else. I wasn't paying much attention. And she asked what I did. And right now I work for a venture capitalist, and it's a pretty glitzy thing, and I can make a lot of money. And all my roommate's an executive, and all his friends, and she's an executive and all this stuff. But I'm actually quitting that job to become a motorcycle messenger. And I thought about what you said the other day about not trying to care about, you know, material things or anything like that. And to me, going from, you know, venture capital to a motorcycle career seems like a step down. But I was like, well, actually, I'm quitting that thing. And she was like, oh yeah, what for? And I was like, I'm going to be a motorcycle messenger. And she just kind of like looked at me, and her eyes got wide, and there was this big pause, and then she like gushed about, that's so cool, and do you ride, and blah, blah, blah. And she was totally kicked up her interest in me a huge notch by saying that, which is totally the opposite of what I would have expected. So it was great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Watch the movie Fall with Eric Schaefer. It's kind of hard to find. Anybody seen that movie? He plays a cab driver, and he's in love with this supermodel, and he picks her up, and it's very interesting how the whole thing turns out. A couple of things in there that are a little bit of a freak show, but there's some powerful stuff in there too. Stop trying to impress women. Just knock it off. Just get over the whole impression thing. Okay? I know a lot of guys that make almost zero money that go out with the hottest women. It's just amazing because it just doesn't. It's irrelevant to them. All this, stuff is just irrelevant. Always communicate that you're the selector. Always communicate that you are the selector, not the one being selected. Oh. Take the attitude that you judge while not being affected by the judgments of others. Always be picky and tease about how she's screwing up her chances with you. Talk about situations where you didn't tolerate the behavior of someone in your life, so you excommunicated them. I have a cousin that lied to me and did just a bunch of stupid things. I just told her to get the hell out. It's a great story, and it's one that's worked for me. Always have other things to do with your life and never wait around to see if a woman will choose you. How can you communicate that you're the selector? You can talk about the things that you're picky about. You can talk about things in the past that you didn't like. Not telling stories about horrible relationships, but you can say, you know what I really hate? I can't stand it when this. Okay? Now, this is a really subtle thing here because I'm not asking you to become a bastard, but what I'm asking you to do is in the romantic hero role that you're playing, which is communicating with this inner level here, you learn to put this club in your bag of tricks and to communicate that you are selective, that you are very selective. A lot of women do that very early on when you start talking to them. They start communicating that they're selective. They start talking bad about other guys. They start kind of saying, guys this and guys that. So as soon as they start, guys this and guys that, and there was this guy that this, and this guy came up to me today, what that is that's her communicating that she's selective with you. And it's kind of a test. She's, watching to see what's going on. How are you going to respond to this? So what you need to do is take the attitude that you judge while not being affected by the judgments of others. You need to get off that topic immediately. That doesn't affect you. Matter of fact, if a woman says, yeah, I can't believe it, this guy came up to me and he was just like looking at me in this weird way, and I don't know, I can tell he just was like wanting me for my body. A good thing to look at her and go is, well, I kind of just want you for your body too. I've done that exact thing on numerous occasions. Something that they start complaining about or whine about, just say, oh, I do that. And then my favorite thing to say is, you don't know men very well, do you? We all do that. Whoa. Yeah? When you start talking about knowing what's going on with a woman and you just hit things that hard and go, yeah, oh, that's me too, and yeah, we all do that, and what's your problem? What you do is you turn it around and you go, this is a problem that you have as a woman, that you don't get it. You reframe the situation and you take all the power and force in that and it just goes whack and it hits her and she goes, whoa, that's not what I was expecting to have happen there. Then she picks it up and goes again, but men are jerks and they just want blah, blah, blah. And you go, whoa, wait a minute. Men aren't jerks. What are you talking about? This is just the way that men are built. And it hits her again and it's like, oh, whoa, What do you expect me to do if I see a beautiful woman walk by? Go, oh no, I don't look at beautiful women. No, I'm sorry. Is this interesting? Do you guys get what I'm saying here? This interesting communication? Take any of that stuff and just use the force like judo, where you take the force and if somebody tries to get out, it's only hurting them. Always communicate that you're the selector. Words, voice tone, body language. The words you use are about 7% of your communication. Your voice tone and body language are about 93% of your communication. What does everybody want when they want to learn how to meet women? What's everybody want? Pickup lines. When are we going to get to the pickup lines? Where's the thing? Where's the idealistic thing, Billy? Where's pickup lines? There are people in this room right now that are still in their mind, they're going, when are we going to get to the damn pickup lines? Okay, we lost, okay, yeah. So they're right like in here, still. Pickup lines. Well, 93% is your voice tone and your body language. 93%. Can you basically just agree with me that that's everything? Could we round that up to that's everything? So do you understand that if you don't have that you can't do anything else, okay? If you have, Lou Gehrig's disease, or you're like Stephen Hawking and you can't move and you have to like whir something or whatever, okay, then words become very important, okay? But even a lot of these guys, Stephen Hawking included, like, I think he broke up with his wife and married some other woman, like one of his nurses or something, okay? And I know, I've heard stories of at least 2 or 3 of these I could tell you about guys that have used words to do this when they got that far into it. So there's always hope. But everybody in here, you need to learn to use your body language, because that's everything. You got to use your voice tone. It's everything. Boy, there's a lot of good stuff to cover. We're going to talk about these things. Could you give me a 60-second voice tone primer?
Exercise in voice tone.
60 seconds. Listen to this.
Is this an interactive experience?
Nope.
This is simply an experience of tonality in action. The ability to use your voice in a widely varied manner to have deep thoughts expressed in deep tonality, and to have wildly excited words expressed in a wildly excited manner is the ability to use the full range of your ability to communicate powerfully. And the ability to use your entire body is the ability to use the full range of the instrument of your tonality, from your mouth and your lips to the back of your throat, all the way down into your chest, and right to the point of your solar plexus, because when you speak from here, your voice carries more power, more energy, and has more of an impact than you could possibly imagine. So the ability to resonate your voice all the way up and all the way down is the ability to use every part of the instrument that's available to you.
That was awesome. The point is, put your hand down here, and when you're talking, feel it coming from right here, okay? Not from up here. Add bass to your voice. Add bass to your voice. Do whatever you have to do. I don't care if it sounds fake. Keep doing it. Archetypes. Does anybody know what an archetype is? Good, because it's too hard to explain. I believe that men and women are born with, remember I told you that we are born knowing how to do this. We're born with all the apparatus to send and communicate this information, but we learn a lot of things that make us forget or not kind of develop that in the first place. Well, I think that men and women are born with this kind of like archetypal lock and key, and that women, they have that it's almost like, imagine like a perfectly set up complex lock and key mechanism, and that when the right male archetype comes along and it shows up, it's like wham, it fits, it just starts happening. Women come pre-wired with a code, a set of attributes that their unconscious mating system is looking for. If your archetypal male key fits her archetypal male lock, then she will feel attraction. If a woman feels attraction, then nothing else matters. Even if you're, quote, not nice, you'll still be desired and pursued if you trigger her millions of years in the making attraction mechanism. This is why women can't explain their attraction for a bad boy in logical terms. It's deeper than logic, social conditioning, religious programming, or family or peer approval. Lover and provider. You guys read this in one of the bonuses in Double Your Dating. Women see men who are potential mates as either lovers or providers. If you demonstrate a command of body language, sexual awareness, and confidence, and she feels instant attraction, she will see you as a lover. If you try to win her affections with attention, compliments, dinners, gifts, other favors, you'll cause her to see you as a provider. Lovers are pursued, providers do the pursuing. If she sees you as a provider, a woman will withhold sex, play hard to get, and test you to see how good of a provider you'll be. If she sees you as a lover and gets physically involved with you very quickly, then you will be in control and you can choose where the relationship goes. It's very important, this piece. It's a bonus thing. It kind of seems like it's an auxiliary, but those 3 bonuses that came with the book are very important. Dominant and submissive, lover and provider. The dominant lovers are the bad boys and the adventurers. The dominant providers are the successful guy and the daddy. And of course, you can go back and review this material. The submissive lover is the seducer or the artist type, and the submissive provider is the regular guy or the ass kisser. Okay? And you guys know what all those mean. I'm sure you can tune into exactly what I'm talking about there. So I'm bringing this up because of where we're going now. Okay, now I'm going to talk about some of the characteristics of guys that are seen as lovers that really strike those feelings inside of women. That kind of adventurous, dangerous, loves to go out and just be part of new experiences. In these books, I've found that they are finding a genetic link to some of these characteristics. Back to Living with Our Genes by Dean Hammer. This temperamental difference has been called by a variety of names by psychologists. He's talking about a particular one here, okay? This is one of many. The term used by Robert Collinger, a psychologist at Washington University Medical School in St. Louis, is novelty seeking, which he breaks down into exploratory excitability, impulsiveness, extravagance, and disorderliness. You might want to write those down, those 4 words. Exploratory excitability, impulsiveness, extravagance, and disorderliness. These are all part of that trait called novelty seeking. Finding genetic links to this stuff. Marvin Zuckerman, the first psychologist to make an extensive study of the trait, called it sensation seeking, which comprises 4 related but distinct elements: thrill and adventure seeking, experience seeking, boredom susceptibility, and disinhibition. Whatever it's called, the trait refers to seeking novel sensations and experiences and willingness to take risks. High novelty seekers find pleasure in varied, new, and intensive experiences. They are not necessarily fond of risk, but they're willing to take the risk for the reward of the new sensation. You ever see somebody go, "That's crazy"? They're like, "Yeah, I know it's risky, but it's fun." Low novelty seekers prefer familiar, conventional, and less intense experiences. They are not necessarily averse to risk. Risk is irrelevant. They take comfort in the familiar, which entails no risk. What I'm trying to say here is, in my experience, the novelty seekers in this world are the ones that get the chicks. It's attractive. It's a very attractive trait. Disinhibition and impulsiveness are the final dimensions of novelty seeking and are the most important in the real-life problems of drinking, drug use, risky sex, and gambling. High scorers cannot control their impulses. Motto: live fast, die pretty. Low scorers are better able to delay gratification. Motto: early to bed, early to rise. High scorers live at the edge, spending their money and their energy to the max, consequences being damned. Low scorers are more frugal with their resources, both monetary and psychic. Then he talks about harm avoidance and how that's a trait that's also genetic, harm avoidance. And I found that women are not necessarily attracted to guys that like to avoid harm. That is not one of those things that makes women go, "Wow, you sure are a sexy guy." I'm not saying that you become a crazy guy, but I'm just saying that you tweak your attitude so that when you're dealing and interacting with women, that this is not who you're coming across as a guy that wants to like sit under the table and like be afraid of things, okay? This is a great story. President Calvin Coolidge is not usually thought of as a major contributor to sexual research. Nevertheless, his name is associated with an important phenomenon. The story is that Coolidge and his wife were inspecting a government farm. While the president was off somewhere, Mrs. Coolidge observed a rooster mating with a hen in the chicken coop. That's supposed to be chicken coop, but it says kitchen coop. Maybe it was a kitchen chicken coop. "How often does he do that?" he asked. "Dozens of times a day," said the guide. "Please mention this fact to the president," said Mrs. Coolidge. Later, when the president passed the chicken coop, he was told of the rooster's prowess. "Always with the same head?" President asked. "Oh no, a different one each time," said the guide. The president said, "Please tell that to Mrs. Coolidge." The Coolidge effect is the interest of males in a variety of sexual partners, and it is well documented in humans. According to Sex in America, a definitive survey, a large and careful study from Chicago, the typical American man has 6 sexual partners over a lifetime, while a woman has 2. Anthony Bogart and William Fisher at the University of Western Ontario found that a novelty-seeking score was a better predictor of the number of sexual partners than was any other factor, including physical attractiveness, masculinity, age, or general interest in sex. The more a person was a thrill seeker, the more partners he had. Do you hear what's going on here? Let me read that again. A novelty-seeking score was a better predictor of the number of sexual partners than was any other factor, including physical attractiveness, masculinity, age, or general interest in sex. The more a person was a thrill seeker, the more partners he had. I don't care what you look like. I don't care how old you are. It doesn't matter. That stuff's irrelevant. I'm not saying that thrill-seeking is the only trait, but isn't that interesting? Important? Yes. Okay.
Sorry, Greg from Chicago. So are you saying that if you're a thrill seeker, that will, is that more attractive to the woman, or is that because you're going to go out and seek more sexual partners, or both?
All kinds of things. That's a great question. I didn't do the research. I'm just kind of bringing the research to you. But I do know that if you sit down with a woman and you say, "You know, skydiving sounds like a great time," that you'll get one response. And I know if you sit down and you say, "You know, I really like to watch a lot of television," that gets a different response. Okay? You don't actually have to be. You're saying be, okay? But I'm just saying maybe you can take a little beaker of it and pour it into your head and get some of it. Figure out some things to do. Figure out some ways to communicate. Figure out ways to frame the parts of your life so that this is who you're being rather than something else, as far as she's concerned. Does that make sense? There's a way to present almost anything in a exciting, adventurous way, if you just use that creative brain that you came with. Why do you see hot women on the back of motorcycles all the time? Why? Yeah. So the point is, why is the woman on the back of the Harley in the first place? Because bad boys ride Harleys. Accountants don't ride Harleys, in her mind. If you're an accountant, you might want to go get one and just park it in the damn garage, okay? Buy one that's a good investment. It just has investment quality, and park it in the garage and say, want to see my motorcycle? You know what I mean? Bad Boys by Carol Lieberman. What an interesting book this is. This is a woman's perspective on the personalities of the different types of bad boys and why women are attracted to them. Someone in this audience might want to buy this book. So let me read. This is one of the few times I've ever seen a woman acknowledge and be honest here. What is a bad boy? He's a rebel without a cause, a cool dude in a motorcycle jacket, a real-life Huckleberry Finn, and this is nothing to sneeze at, so knock that off. Who wants to take you on a wild river ride to adventure. He's a wounded, moody, misunderstood, a dreamer, a seducer, a daredevil. He's a man of mystery and a fascinating paradox. Notice paradox. He's both a lost little boy and a man with a dark side. He breaks your heart with his wicked ways, but whether he's a wanton wolf or a dangerous desperado, he makes you long to rescue him from his pain. He's hurtfully cruel, or simply careless and self-absorbed, but you can't resist jumping on his motorcycle and roaring off into the steamy night with him. And once you've given him your heart forever, he's gone with the wind. He's someone who sets off throbbing sexual and aggressive passions within you. Because he's aloof and elusive, you get caught up in the challenge and excitement of the chase, though he's not always someone you'd really want, even if you did capture him. A bad boy may tell you he's generally right. He's a frog you hope to turn into a fairy tale prince with the magic of your kiss. This is a woman that's actually communicating something that's really going on out there, okay? Some of the phrases that really caught my attention here are, let's see here. I want the part about the sexual energy. He's someone who sets off throbbing sexual and aggressive passions within you. He's someone who sets off throbbing sexual and aggressive passions within you. Imagine the feeling that she's trying to communicate if she used those words. What was going on inside of her if she had she had to come up with throbbing sexual and aggressive passions. Those are not words you've ever heard together before. What's going on? She's talking about an irrational thing that you can't get in touch, you can't put words on, you can't communicate that. It's a feeling, it's an emotion, but it's so powerful that she's got a throbbing sexual and aggressive passions. Okay. Yeah. Who's that? What movie?
Rebel Without a Cause.
Streetcar. Streetcar Named Desire. Another good movie to watch. He was, as far as I know, I wasn't really alive back then, but this picture and that movie changed everything, okay? Because he showed up with that look and he walked around in the movie with his brow wrinkled and that sneer, and he beat his wife and, raped her sister and did this. What? Stella, exactly. And became women were just fainting and crying in the movie theaters and freaking out, okay? Because he personified this thing that was inside of them. It had been there the whole time. But it was not appropriate to be that thing. And then when he showed up, wham, it was like a floodgate opening up. The programming that's inside of us is very powerful. If you take baby ducks and you put them in a little, you hatch them, and you put them in a little tank, the incubator there, and you take a cardboard cutout that's shaped like this, roughly, with this being the longer end, and let's see, this being the shorter end, or just a crude one like this, okay, with a longer end and then a shorter end. And you fly it, and you hold it, and you move it one way over the top of the cage, like this, they'll freak out, and they'll start squeaking, and they'll duck down, and they'll get all freaked out. But if you move it this way over the top, they'll be calm, and they'll be very comforted. Because this way, short head, long tail, hawk. This way, long head, short tail, duck. Wired up, it's programmed. They know, get afraid when hawks fly over. I think it was it Darwin? Somebody was over studying in the Galapagos Islands, I think it was, where they found these finches that had just multiplied. And there were all these finches that, there were no birds of prey there. There were no hawks. I think it was the Galapagos. I could be wrong. But anyway, long and the short of it is, found a bunch of finches, sent them halfway around the world. These finches had gotten there and evolved for, I think it was 100,000 years, evolved into a couple of new species even. And they were sitting in the bird cage in this, I think it was in California, in the window, and all of a sudden, like when hawks and ravens would fly by, the finches would freak out and just go insane. 100,000 years between the last time one of them had even seen one of those types of birds. Who's that? James Dean. What movie? East of Eden. Very good. What do women do when they see that? See that look on his face, that wrinkled brow, that kind of sneer? Who's that? Warren Beatty. Now, I know he's not very successful with women, okay? But I thought he'd be a good example. Who's that? What do these two guys have in common, by the way? Exactly. Very good. You guys watch Truth or Dare? Madonna's movie, Truth or Dare? Good. Go watch it. Who was she talking to? Gal with the space between her teeth, her friend in the movie, remember? Yeah, exactly. Sandra Bernhard. And Sandra was like, so which guy do you really love? Like, which one are you still in love with? You know, would you really? And she goes, Sean. Remember Sean, the guy that used to like beat guys up and, you know, punch them out? What? Attack cameramen, fly off the handle, abusive. Which one did she love? Of course, the ultimate models, right? Sean. Notice the wrinkled brow. See the look? Bogey. Roger Moore. John Wayne. Notice their foreheads. See their eyebrows? You see the wrinkles in their foreheads? Those first pictures that I showed you, do you see what's going on in all of them? What do they all have in common? You see the forehead? You ever see a picture of Benicio del Toro? He's got the worst one of them all. It's all wrinkled up and so forth. Notice their lips, pursed in one way or another, tense, tight. This right here represents the romantic hero. These are the guys that women find very sexually attractive. They have things in common. They do things in a common way. They know what they're doing. They might not be able to explain them to you, but they know at an unconscious level. I went out with Rick one night in Hermosa Beach. I was walking around and I was thinking about this stuff, and we went into some like little bar. It was a nice place and it had like a VIP area, and I went up there and there were a bunch of beautiful women walking around, and I was just being this person because I was somewhere where I didn't know anybody, and I was like, okay, you know, it's cool. No one will see me acting like a dumbass if I really look dorky. So I was walking around and I was wrinkling my brow and I was squinting a little bit, and I was just trying to become this, pursing my lips and just walking around and trying to be as cool as I possibly could. Feeling kind of dumb doing it, but I didn't know anyone, so I said, you know, what's going to happen? And I swear, this beautiful, dark-haired gal, beautiful woman, goes walking by and she stops and she goes, whoa, what is with that look? And I'm like, huh. And I said something back to her, and she reached over and she just started kissing me. And I went, let's see, mental note. Pursed lips, eyebrows, Hermosa Beach. And it freaked me out. I was like, that's really amazing, you know? Now, I don't do it very extremely anymore. It's just like too much for me to even believe that that was real, okay? But you know what? It's almost undeniable when you really look at what's going on, you know? It's a very common thing. There's a lot of body language going on here, okay?
An element to that look is the raised eyebrow.
Yeah, sometimes one raised eyebrow is a little piece of the puzzle. So, here's what I'm going to have you do. Right now, turn to your neighbor, find one neighbor, and prepare to be uncomfortable. I want you to do your best impression of one of these guys. If you can't do it in here, you're not going to be able to do it out there with a woman. Yeah, yes, I can. Now, listen to me. If you start feeling sexual attraction for the man sitting in front of you,
You're in the wrong seminar.
okay?
We shouldn't be here then.
It's all good. No, do this. I want you to practice the sneering look with the pursed lips. Give some feedback. Tilt your head down a little bit. And then do a little half smile. Just real quick. I want you to do it real quick. Was anyone a little bit uncomfortable with that exercise? A little bit? That strike anyone as a little weird? Okay, good. All the rest of you liars can keep your hands down. Does this make sense to anyone?
Yeah.
Does this make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay? Now, what I'm teaching you is to express some of the things that we've got, the inner game. I'm going to teach you more things as soon as we get back from the break that are going to really kind of tie this together. I'm teaching you one here and I'm teaching you one here, and then we're going to start plugging them into each other so you can have all levels and so you can come across congruent. Because these are the looks that men give when they're in the presence of women who believe the things that I've talked about before. This is what a guy who thinks he's the man and that he's giving a woman the chance to even talk to him, and he's just entertaining him for a little while because he's got nothing better to do, and I'll just play with her. This is the look he has on his face when he's doing that. You have to be able to do this. This is important. Now let's tie some of this together. Remember when I talked about the beliefs to project? The beliefs that you want to communicate? I'm going to recover a few of these here. These are also good affirmations. Okay? These are good things to say to yourself. If you're into affirmations, make tapes for yourself. Talk to yourself about. Write. I have journals. I used to do this a lot more than I do now, but anyway, it's under here. I've had journals where in the back I've written my affirmations of these things that I want to kind of work out in my life many times, written them over and over just to kind of like rethink them. I'm comfortable in my own skin. I'm a strong, confident communicator. I'm in control of my emotional self. Outside events don't destabilize me. I'm not needy. I keep my power for me. I have no sexual hang-ups. I'm comfortable with my own views. I'm comfortable around women. I can hold back when I choose and delay gratification. I don't tolerate disrespect of myself, time, or property. I'm a catch, and any woman that's with me is fortunate to have my attention. I'm not impressed by outward symbols or money status. I may be smitten by a woman, but I don't tell her early on, and I don't let it slip indirectly. I don't let women use looks and sexual power to take advantage. No special privileges. I'm unself-conscious, and I could care less what others think. I put myself and my life first. I deserve, have permission, and can hold an exceptional woman. I'm indifferent to the outcome of all situations. I understand the culture. I get it. I can deal with any test a woman throws at me. In fact, it's usually kind of cute. I live in my reality, and you're a guest. I'm at cause in the world, not effect. I make things happen. I could, but I won't. I could if I wanted to, but I won't because I choose not to. I could, but I won't. Say I could, but I won't. Could, but I won't. Could, but I won't. Could, but I won't. When the woman says, will you drive up to Malibu? No, I could, but I won't. I could, but I won't. That's the attitude to have at all times. It's very powerful, by the way, when a woman offers you something, like some little clue where they say, oh, you're cute, or oh, this is nice this, or put their hand on you, or reach over and kind of kiss you, or whatever. And they throw that out there to not take it. Not take that first bait. Not go there. And communicate, I could, but I won't. Kind of go, oh, that was cute. Got anything better? These are the beliefs that are being projected right here. That's the look of those beliefs, if that makes sense. Ray, could you take a mic real quick? Can you tell them about
Sure. In the Art of Seduction by Greene, it talks about one of the great seducers in history, who was Lord Byron. And Lord Byron had I guess he had a peg leg or something. And at social functions, he wasn't really a good dancer. So his tactic was to stand off to the side of the audience, of the people dancing, and he would just give this look. And he actually had a name for the look, and he called it the underlook. And so I think that one word, the underlook, captures this, and it's a good mnemonic for this actual look and attitude.
Thank you. The underlook. Notice in a lot of cases they kind of have their head tilted down. Now, I want to talk about projecting beliefs through appearance and communication. Picture in your mind a man that embodies all of the key beliefs, a man that causes women to swoon. Close your eyes right now. Everybody close your eyes. Picture that man. Might be one of the pictures that we just looked at. Might be another image you have in your mind. Picture that man. Now I want to ask you, how would he hold himself? How fast would he be moving, walking, and gesturing? What would be the look on his face most of the time? How fast would he be breathing, blinking, chewing? How would he be dressed, and how would his clothes fit him? How would his shoes, belt, and other accessories look? Would he be wearing cologne, and which one? What kind of hairstyle would he have? How would his physical and oral hygiene be kept? How would his hair in all areas of his body and nails be cared for? How would he introduce himself to a woman? What thoughts would be going through his mind as he talked with a woman, and how would he be feeling? What kinds of comments would he make? How much would he talk versus listen? How would he ask a woman for her number? How would he ask a woman on a date? How would he get her to ask him? How would he take her home? How would he respond to tests, complaints, or drama? Now you've got that image in your mind. Walk around behind it. See it from the back. As you walk around, notice the posture. Notice the way he's holding his head, what angle. Now walk up very close behind and step into that image. And just notice how it changes your own beliefs, body language, and communication. Notice what it's like to be inside, or that inside you, or both. How are you now thinking? How could you think? Okay. When you're happy with your results there, you can come back to now. Now, I'm not trying to do a bunch of NLP and hypnosis tricks on you too much, but do you see what I'm talking about there? I think that most guys can get their looks, their body language, and whatever else to at least what I would call average. I know nobody wants to be average, but as far as guys in the world are concerned, I don't really care what your issue is. You can get yourself to the point where you can be average. You can get up to that if you need to. You just got to take care of yourself a little bit. And once you're there, then it really becomes about your skills and being able to communicate those things. So picture all that stuff in your mind for what you have, and then maybe work on a couple of those areas. Composure. This right here is a concept that's a little bit abstract, but I've noticed that guys that are successful with women have this, and guys that are not successful with women universally do not. What is composure? Most men cannot keep their composure. Losing your composure is one of the fastest ways to lose your chances with a woman. Women test, and they have to. How else can they know for sure if you're really, really, really the real deal? When you're tested, you must never let it take you off balance. Respond by communicating with your body language, voice tones, smiles, and words that you think is actually kind of cute. If you do not have to put your foot down, always come from the place of, I just don't spend time around people that are unstable. Not from the places, this is upsetting me emotionally, and I can't keep my cool. You understand the difference there? Take every opportunity to demonstrate that you have complete control over yourself and that you can take it or leave it, especially teasing and pulling back in romantic situations where nothing could really happen in the moment anyway, on dates, in public, etc. What I'm saying there is, if you're out with a woman and she leans over and maybe you guys start kissing a little bit when you're on a date, pull back and stop, because that builds a lot of anticipation. And especially in those moments where there was nothing you could really do in the moment anyway, those are the greatest times to do it, because then it really builds that up and gets her really wired up. Okay? Do you remember the mastery curve that we talked about, where it kind of goes up to a plateau and then it goes up another one and another one? Well, that can also be thought of as a woman's attraction and the sexual chemistry that's going on and how amped up and how turned on she's getting. Men are like, bang, I could have sex. Like, if a hot woman walked in the room right now, there are a bunch of guys in here, could you just walk outside and have sex with her right now? On the other hand, if this was a room full of women and the hottest guy in the world walked in, there would be very few women that could just walk outside and have sex with him right now. Very different wiring. So you kind of have to get women on these different plateaus, and then you take them up a notch, and then you take them up a notch, and you take them up a notch. And that's what I'm referring to there. So composure. What is composure? If you lose your composure, and especially if you lose your composure easily, it's just going to be an uphill battle for your whole life. It's just going to be hard in every situation, in sales situations and in everything. If you can keep your composure through everything, if you can grab one of those looks that I was talking about and default to that, and if anything that normally would take you off balance happens, let it go on inside you, but keep the look until you recover from it and get yourself back in shape, you're going to do really well. Because you see what I say right here? This is really interesting. Women test, they have to. How else can they know for sure if you're really, really, really the real deal? It's pretty much universal that women test men, right? I mean, does anybody not know that? Everybody gets that one, and on all different levels. Why do they do it? What if I said to you, here's another person, and you need to find out whether they're a liar or a truth teller. You have 24 hours to do it. At the end of the 24 hours, if you don't have the correct answer, we're going to cut your head off. And if you do have the right answer, we're going to give you $1 million. What if I said that to you? And it literally was going to happen. You were going to be killed if you couldn't figure it out, if it was that important. How would you figure out if they were a liar or a truth teller? You'd engineer something that tested them, that they weren't aware of, a blind test.